잃어버린 협곡 텐션을 키워 수락을 눌러 다시 불을 지펴 이그나이트 We are born to be a queen Now we rise yeah Falling, falling, falling contest Run it up with toki Pink, pink flash Pink, pink flash Falling, falling, falling contest Pink, pink flash Pink, pink flash Wake up, falling contest Respawn 요즘 입구가 너무 조용해. 밤을 태우던 악기들은 모두 어디에. 럼블콩 맞은 전적 위에 의지를 가져 악기 토끼가 깨어난다. 숨을 고르고 큐를 돌려라. 사라진 불꽃이 다시 불러. 난 원래 악기였던 거야. Now it's time, here I go. 맘을 다잡고 뒤엎들어라. 승리의 감각을 다시 깨워. 난 원래 악기였던 거야. makes me stronger.
파이팅! KT 커즌스 파이팅!
KT 월드까지 렛츠고!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. I'm Atlas. I'm joined with Wolf here for the final day of the regular season. And oftentimes on final days of the regular season, we just sit back, we relax because the stakes are gone, but they could not be higher.
Yes, 100% prediction rate on the line for both us.
And
assuming, for the final match, assuming KT gets it done in the first series.
yeah, the first one doesn't necessarily have very many stakes. There's not much stake here. It's a vegetarian one that we're starting off with. But then we do have stake in the main course, which is obviously in the Rise group. We are beginning in the Legend group, though, as KT versus Nongshim is coming up. Fun fact, since MSI, these are the two teams with the lowest game win rate in the league.
Yes.
And Nongshim is sitting at 8% of their games. They pick up a victory, and KT, on the other hand, are 29%. So not necessarily so good. Of course, this is the Legend group, so technically the games are more difficult. But it is very funny to make those sorts of comparisons when we have this Legend Rise split.
This is the last check before we move into playoffs. Nongshim trying not to finish the second half of the year winless. To put this in perspective, you mentioned the win rate per game.
Yeah.
Nongshim have not won a single series. They have not
Guess
won a
what?
game.
There's a fun fact, though. 50% of their... Wait, is it 100% of their wins are against KT? Or is it... It's 50% of their wins are against KT. 100% of their wins are against telecom teams. 50% are against KT. So they are equal best at beating KT since MSI.
And, you know, for Nongshim here, you don't want to go down. Like, remember, this team was not the team in the tiebreaker. This team was not the team that was on the edge of the Legend group. They were secured in Legend group, but they don't want to go down saying that they're not Legend worthy, right? And that is what would happen if they lose to KT here without winning a single series. Calyx has been getting a lot of solo kills, as you can see here. But it has not translated to victories, unfortunately. But it has looked impressive, and I think Calyx is one of the star players on this roster that at the beginning of the year we were like, okay, Lehen's, Kingen, those are the big names that are on this team. These are the players that I think we're going to be focused most on. Maybe Gio as well as on that list because he had a pretty decent last year, but it has been Calyx who's been the main star recently.
Yep.
But winning lane and getting advantages there doesn't necessarily translate to team fight wins later on. And he's laning against BDD today, one of the strongest mid laners in the Legend group. So yeah, tough battle.
It is a very big test, and it's really interesting. How would you even power rank? Because we have to do this very soon because we do have some awards to give out, some votes to cast, right? Who is the strongest mid laner outside of Chovy in the LCK?
It's BDD for me. I've already decided BDD is my second vote. Unless he does something crazy today.
Yep.
I have BDD as second, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of content about this. There's going to be a lot of discussion about this. And Faker's stats, you know, are not looking great at the moment, but he is still making a huge impact. We saw his teleport play yesterday. Like, yeah, I mean, sometimes you just can't quantify players by stats, but BDD has just been the full package. He's got the numbers, he's got the decision-making. No one can stand up to Chovy. Yeah. Well, let's talk about the mid matchup a little bit deeper, shall we, as we look at some of these numbers in particular. Kill participation for BDD, the second half of the year in the Legend Group, so these are Legend Group specific stats. 71.5%. He has been the most impactful mid laner around the map and in every team fight. Yep. And he's winning lane. You can see his goal difference at 15, second highest next to Chovy, you have to imagine. CS difference as well. Just a little bit ahead of Calyx, who's had some pretty good laning phases, but you know, at the end of the day, it's what you do out of the lane that is the most important, and I think Nongshim just have not. They're similar to D+ in that we know they can win team fights, we know they have some incredible players, they have decent leads, but when it comes to decision-making around objectives, some of these things fall apart a little bit.
Yeah, and I love stats when they make sense, and BDD's really do make sense, right? He's got second best laning stats compared to Chovy, but he has the highest kill participation. His ability to translate the leads that he makes in lane is what makes BDD so good this season. But it hasn't necessarily translated to getting many wins outside of taking down T1 in their second last match. Of course, they still did get unceremoniously bopped by Gen G, but honestly, who doesn't? Gen G just has a habit of doing that. We saw yesterday they did drop a game to T1 and then seemed to get angry at that and then obliterated them in the next two.
Yeah, there were some draft issues, I think, for T1 yesterday, in my mind, but just in general got outplayed. I think this is a very AD carry focused meta. I mean, that's pretty obvious. We're starting to see a ton of pentakills. We saw Rulers, Quadra, and Penta.
Yeah.
It's a meta where your mid laner is often supportive. Even on a pick like Ryze, for example, you can do a ton of damage, but your realm warp set up your lanes, you know, in your wave clear, your side laning is actually going to set you up for team fights, because it's the team fights, the 5v5s, that are the most important, and your AD carry surviving until the end is the most important. I think that's also somewhat of a mismatch here for this Nongshim squad, right? You're playing against Ducktom, who's had some incredible performances, and Jiu has been up and down. Lehen's also similarly explosive oftentimes in lane, but can't get it done outside of lane. Like, we see him get a lead on Elise sometimes, and then can't actually team fight with Elise, and then things fall apart.
Yeah, and there's a reason why a lot of our players have stopped playing Elise. She's just not necessarily the same level of power there towards the bottom side of the map, and you need engage. You need the ability to get wards down on the map, and Elise, even though you do have repel that can be annoying and there's at least plants that you can now bounce to, it's not really going to allow you to do that very freely. So you do find yourself suffocated quite a lot, and Nongshim have fallen prey to that many, many times, as this is very, very cute. Looking to knock the Agumon off the roller coaster. There's a lot of references here.
Yeah, Agumon looks very upset about it as well. The summer hasn't finished yet.
It is still very, very hot.
Yeah.
So can confirm summer hasn't finished.
It's the last day of the regular season. It's the last day of August here in Korea, August 31st. It feels like, to me, when I think about moving towards autumn, it's always September, right? So it feels like kind of like the last day of summer, even though it's not officially the last day of summer. It feels like we're about to turn over a new leaf, a new chapter.
Oh, I get it. A new leaf that is turning orange or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to like link it, and then
that's what happens in the deciduous part of the world, doesn't it? Australia isn't one of those places. Our stuff just stays green as long as it can until it dies, because there's no water. That's kind of how it works. But it's very different. I liked it when I came here, and all of a sudden things went orange, and there were like pink trees and stuff like that sometimes, and like all sorts of color changes. I was like, whoa, this is so cool. This is also cool because we're about to dive into the draft here to see whether Nongshim can string together their first victory here in the Legend Group. Having taken a couple of games thus far, that is not enough to win them a series, as Kingin looks like he's ready to go to bed.
Yeah, we might be doing a redraft.
Yeah. So he can take a nap now if he would like to, because we will be diving back into this one ASAP.
There have been a surprising number of redrafts and draft issues in the last few weeks here.
Yeah, there's been a few
misclicks
and some headset issues and things like that have cropped up. Thankfully, we haven't had any rune bugs or anything like that. Touch wood, touch wood, touch wood, all the wood, touch it. Okay,
that
there we
was.
go.
Don't even remind me of that time frame.
It was not a great moment, was it?
Yeah.
It was always. It did add that level of. I don't know, anxiety, you know, a bit of tension moving into the opening.
Yeah.
It's like, are we even gonna get onto the rift? You know, and that always is kind of good to add a bit of drama. But it was otherwise just incredibly annoying.
Yeah.
So that's good that we don't.
We have
do
a
that anymore.
lot of very aggressive KT signage today.
I'm really glad I don't see any E's or even any E's in Korean.
It says I'm going up, like really long there, and I love the beginning of it. It turned into faces.
Yep.
All right, so it looks like the draft is truly ready now.
Yep, Kingan's woken up, and we are ready to go. I believe it was Jisun that did everything because it's in my prompter that everything's ready, and so I assume.
Thanks for fixing that, Jisun.
Thanks, Jisun. You're the best.
A little bit annoying when it wasn't working. I'm glad you got it fixed.
It's amazing that she does like professional translation as well as production, and also fixes every tech issue.
Yeah,
here in
it's
LoL.
wild.
She's multifaceted, absolutely. Nico and Talia both going to be taken away here by Nongshim as we've got Pa to start this off. I wonder whether we're going to be paying. And I think that they will have to pay the Yanara tax.
I think so, unless they really want to play Wukong into it in game one, which they certainly could, but there's some discussion about it.
Yeah, I actually, maybe it's not even... Oh, okay, never mind, because if they pick Wukong, you don't even want to pick it. So I think you still have to lock it in.
Now that Wukong goes through, like, Yunara becomes a bigger threat later on in the draft. I think in game one, it's not always a 100% you have to ban it, but you have to warp your draft around it if you let it through. And I think because of that, sometimes, you know, it's like Wukong is gone, so maybe we could play Yunara, and then a lot of other tools are gone, so it just goes insane value. I feel like after game one, it almost should never be played, but teams have experimented, let's say, and has gone awry.
I mean, if this was DK, they would have, like, just randomly locked on and Jarvan or something like that in that situation.
Yeah.
But so far, Nongshim have got some very powerful picks here. It will be the Aurora picked into the Rumble that we see plenty of times.
Yeah,
and the Galio has just been really strong.
It looks like it's flex picks, but it's really not. It's just a great response here. We have seen actually Galio top
I mean,
the Rumble as well.
Theoretically, it could be the way.
I don't think it will be in this particular game. As Jarvan...
Ooh, lock him in the barbecue?
Yeah, man, considered here. And this is obviously great to set up the Rumble for success. It's not a surprise that Perfect gets his best champion. Every time he has the opportunity to pick Rumble, he does. And this is something you can do when you leave Wukong up. The Wukong gets locked, you get the Rumble. So it's a solid draft here for KT on the outset. Some engage follow-up to the Wukong being taken away in that Rakan. That makes a ton of sense. Wukong, Rakan, so strong.
And we are going to see some of the more high-priority supports get through most likely. Bard being certainly a standout there. Of course, Nico is banned first, but there is the Elise taken away from Lehens. Still does have his Shen.
Yeah,
got his Shen.
Doesn't want to deal with the volatility of laning into that, and makes melee supports playable, because playing melee support into Elise is really not fun. I like the respect that we're seeing here with the Duck Dom focus bans. Like, the Corki has been his best pick, in my mind.
Cow.
And Sivir incredibly strong right now, especially when you have a Rise. They will just grab Peter's Alistair, as you say, in the R4 spot. It's often banned there, but they respected Duck Dom instead, and that's the tax they'll have to pay. Now, what are we seeing on this bottom lane? Lehens and you have insane engage. You also have a lot of peel, so you have a lot of different things you can do here. You can just go Zeri, for example, because their engage is somewhat situational, you know, it's somewhat conditional with the Jarvan. Tough to lock the Zeri down. You could go for that.
Yep. We are, I believe it was
Jhin
that went for it, but it will be the Jhin in the end. A bit more susceptible to the Jarvan, but much better at standing a really long way away, as Lehens will be taking the Poppy. So not necessarily a lot of lane power, and this kind of opens the door for Duck Dom to play almost anything. I know Jhin can be a little bit rough to deal with in the early stages of the lane, but I don't think he's necessarily going to be going for 2v2 kills alongside a Poppy.
I think that the Ezreal is the best option. It's safe, and you want to be staying away from these Nongshim fights and dealing damage. It's kind of tricky, though, because the way Ezreal scales into the late game is a lot of damage, but sometimes if your front line gets wrecked before Ezreal gets to deal some damage, it can be really tough. Like, if you don't have control of the objective and Ezreal can't offer any poke before the fight starts, you might just get destroyed, because you only get one E. You get to E away, and then they still get on top of you and kill you. And So I think a lot of this composition success for KT needs to be on keeping a lead and keeping control over the game. Nongshim's comp is the better comp, air quotes, in terms of synergy. Like, it all works together well. It's all S tier. The Jhin follow-up for this insane engage and frontline is just exactly what the Jhin composition wants to have. They even have the Poppy in a safe matchup into the Alistar in the bottom lane where Poppy's not going to get punished, and it can do a lot for you in terms of objectives. So, you know, unlike the Poppy we saw yesterday from Carrier, where I was very worried that wasn't going to do a whole lot in that game, this time it's like a robust Poppy angle. They knew the support was face up in the Alistar. Really like the draft here from Nongshim a lot.
Yep, it certainly can work. If you do see the Poppy, I guess the Ezreal makes a little bit more sense as well, because Arcane Shift doesn't have to worry about steadfast presence and things like that. Poppy into Jarvan can really make Jarvan's life hell, and Alistar can also be mitigated somewhat. Rumble, Ryze, and Ezreal all don't really care about it though, and I like the Ezreal just for the self-peel, because it allows KT to just go in. And we'll see whether that's what they're going to do as we dive into the Rift for Game 1. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1. Peter giving a bit of a shout out to Wolf, probably one of his favorite streamers. The other Wolf, not the Wolf that is sitting next to me. So that's pretty cool. It's been a while since we've seen the SKT Alistar skin.
The biggest shout out Peter could have ever given me, which he did, was when Valdez and I made Peter Parker jokes the entire time in his debut,
Yeah.
and then he did web slinging.
He did do the web slinging.
And like, he's never told me or Valdez that was a reference to us, but in my heart, I feel like someone told him that we were making Spider-Man jokes that whole time. And then he just had to give us a shout out.
And honestly, headcanon is canon.
Yeah.
Okay? And there's been nothing that has proven otherwise, and so therefore, that's what we're going to believe. And if someone has proof to the contrary, I would prefer it if you would just not tell us, because ignorance is bliss.
Exactly. Level 1 here. Doctor and Peter trying to get something out of it.
Famously, one of the worst level 1s in the game is Alistar Ezreal.
Yeah. But he is able to hit the Q on the Ju.
There we go.
That's the best you can really hope for. Gets another one on the Lehens. If Lehens is going to walk in this brush and not be behind the minions, the Qs can hit, and they will hit.
Yeah, he is able to get that sweep working. We'll be able to take down the ward, so there you go.
Much better for him now.
Yeah.
And it is just a level 1 push in here for the Jhin. They are going to get level 2 first and control that wave. BDD, you know, is a player who this season hasn't had as many opportunities to play as iconic Ryze, or sorry, not iconic Ryze, Azir and Talia, because they're banned all the time. But I feel like I associate BDD right now this season with the Ryze pick. Maybe that's why I misspoke there, because his Ryze has been insane. And he's had so many games where his Realm Orbs are game-defining, or he just does insane amounts of damage in late-game team fights after just spending so much time inside. Suddenly you're like, I forgot BDD was in this game. He shows up and does like 9,000 damage in a team fight.
Yep.
And BDD will have to do a lot of damage in this game, I think, because like I mentioned before, the Ezreal has a lot of long-term damage, especially in the late game as hold-up. We're going to have a bit of an exchange.
Yeah, a bit of a pulverize there from Peter, but does get blocked from allowing that headbutt to do anything. He will take a fair bit of damage. Thankfully, can triumphantly roar and stuff like that, which should help him out, but it's not exactly making them feel fantastic in this lane at this point in time. Jarvan's certainly known for being able to get things done level 3, has actually hit that mark as he is looking to take down his last camp of the full clear, or second last, I guess, if you're going to count the crab.
If this was a Shen game, it would be such a quintessential Nongshim. Oh boy.
Alex going to get flashed on here. There's the Flag and Dragon. First blood goes to Cuz. And that was level 4, so a total lie, but it was a little bit after that.
Yeah, just slightly. As Calyx does get taken out, loses his flash as well in the exchange. So we'll not have it for follow-up, and this is not going to be... I mean, I was about to lead into, like, when I was talking about if this was a Shen game, it's so much dive, so much collapse, but it's also not a game where Calyx is likely to continue his solo kills on this Galio. Then he gets killed himself. Now he's down flash, and so I don't think he will be doing any solo killing in this matchup, in this game.
Yeah, the Galio already made that a little bit difficult.
Yeah, so ends up taking a ton of damage here, going for the taunt at the worst possible time, then goes out, but still gets caught here by BDD's root after the flash. Cuz follows, flashes, and takes him out. So just a really nice punish there. Good pathing from Cuz, seeing an opportunity, seizing it.
Yeah.
And Jarvan gets a kill in the early game.
It's the perfect start. It's what you want to get, as you are a champion that is just generally good at getting things done in the early stages. Has now passed away from the bottom side of the map, going to be heading up towards Doran's favorite camp, and will be heading now down towards that bottom side. Perfect dealing with this lane swap scenario, though, as Nongshim have moved up towards his top side.
Oh, cannon! No!
Oh, disaster.
That's the worst feeling ever. The cannon's at like 5 health, and you're like, ah.
Sometimes, like, it's the worst, but when you're in a 2v1, I think you can get justified. Yes,
yeah, no,
minus one's in the chat, obviously, but when you've got an excuse, it does feel a little bit better.
You could see like how he walked back towards it in agony. He's like, oh, come on.
Yeah, you could even see his arm was out, you know, he was reaching for it. And unfortunately, it just wasn't there. Speaking of things that aren't there, Calix's health bar. Sort of just kind of not there right now, as BDD just finding all the damage in the world.
Look at the links at which Calix had to go to get that last ranged minion. He's like, ooh.
Yeah, he's like pressing every single button just to survive. Meanwhile, BDD is sort of accidentally just wiping out minion waves and the Galio at the same time.
Like, because he has this permanently shoved and has boots, like, there's just not anything Calix can do. And because he trades with his health so aggressively and so favorably, Calix can't, like, ult in, so there's just no way they can get this dragon. Not even going to be able to show up to it. The lane swap made that pretty apparent. They weren't really intending to do that anyways. I think they know at this point in time where they're at their weakest. But, yeah, pretty rough start here for the lanes for Nongshim, and see if they can fight for grubs. As Perfect is going to hit level 6 shortly here. They're actually going to look for some damage onto Geo as well.
Yeah, Deadly Flourish does get avoided, but Gideon's making his way up. That's the angle they were looking for. Deadly Flourish was necessary, though, for setting that gank up, so Gideon not going to be able to make his way in. Only level 5, of course, so it doesn't exactly have all the power that he wants. It's, oh, another one! Bites the dust. At least that's a good song.
Yeah, it's a good song. I like it.
But we are 2 cannons down here for KT. They've fallen off the roller coaster, and you need those cannons to help perambulate the thing up the roller coaster, right?
Yeah, that's what you need.
Yeah,
it's rough.
Maybe it's a sign that the roller coaster's about to go down.
Let's not read into it too much, Alex.
Oh, I guess it was recently down though, because the Gen G series wasn't exactly a great look. So maybe it's just we're in a dip.
If you try to solve the roller coaster, you just you will get yourself stuck in an infinite loop.
Yeah, I think you just fall off the roller coaster in that case.
Is this going to be favorable here? Kingan's pretty low on mana. TP commitment from Perfect behind.
Yeah, so Kingan is going to try to stealth away, but he doesn't have very much of the blue stuff. Equalizer goes down, and well, it is down.
He did place it on the ground.
He did. He put it on the ground.
It went up because the Equalizer goes up, and like the roller coaster often does, it went down as well.
It did go down.
Yeah. That's kind of, people don't realize Equalizer, it goes up and it comes down on the ground. It's like a little missile barrage.
Yeah, people also don't realize that you need to calibrate it, and that's precisely what Perfect was doing. He was calibrating it. Certainly needs to make some adjustments, I think, after that.
It's so funny because, when I saw him TP, I was like, well, I think I was looking at the mana for King, and I was like, I think all he has to do is hit him with an Equalizer and he dies for sure. And he did everything else right. Like, he got this harpoon slow first.
Yeah.
But, sadly did not quite hit the Equalizer there. Let's just say he was trying to mind game Kingan a little bit. Kingan didn't fall for it.
No.
Just kept walking the other way. It's okay. These things happen. He got back in the lane. He didn't get the solo kill he was looking for.
Yeah, exactly. It's like if we just assume that the Equalizer wasn't used, it's fine. We'll just go from there.
And this is now, grub fight here potentially.
One of them does go over. Lahan's already taking a little bit of damage here. Is the Deadly Flourish not exactly deadly, but Gideon should still be able to get 2 of these to even out the trade of objectives thus far in this game. First Blood, of course, already going over to KT, so they do have that little advantage there. And the gold isn't exactly nothing in a 1,000 gold lead here for KT. Still, Nongshim absolutely fine, and do want to hit level 6. As there's the Between Worlds, and now it's Perfect that has to try and dodge out of the way of everything. And we'll be able to, oh, never mind. Won't be able to do so.
Yeah, didn't have his equalizer back yet. I was trying to pretend like he just never used it at all, but didn't have it there and just didn't have any defensive tools to get out and just gets blown up. He gets hit by the weirding there at the end, which looked like it may have procced electrocute at the final moment there as well, an additional time. And either way, the burst is enough. Down he goes. So that's really rough for Perfect, who had a tough time in the early lane, obviously 1v2. Didn't get the cannon. Misses an equalizer. Kingen solos him.
No, he calibrated an equalizer.
Sure, sorry, my bad.
Yeah. We're going to check this one out from Kingen's perspective, though. Avoiding the harpoon. Doesn't avoid that one, but it is just pretty comfortable here.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at it. And yeah, it's the weirding and pullback.
Yep.
And it works out. Very, very nicely done. Peter taking a bit of damage here. Takes a shield to the back of the head, but he is otherwise absolutely fine. And that gold lead has dissipated somewhat, but there is certainly still a fair bit of control here. And if you have a look at the bottom of the screen, biggest number is for BDD.
Yeah.
And most of the time, if you're a KT fan, that's kind of where you want it.
Yeah, and that's generally like most of the time where it is.
Yeah.
And so you're once again relying on the man in the mid lane to carry. I really do appreciate, as I was going to say before Kingen decided to interrupt me by killing Perfect there, liked how KT handled that grub situation into the Wukong with level 6 there, or level 7 in fact, yeah, but he had his ultimate, that's really what I mean. Just trying to opt into that fight at that point was going to be a disaster, so they very carefully secured one grub and then decided to disengage. Was very smart. And don't fight Nongshim into this brawly composition at this stage when you don't have the setup to really fight it out. And that was a wise choice.
They now have the Sundered Sky, so KT are ready to go. You know, they're full build in the jungle, because just very, very happy about where things are sitting. And so maybe a fight around this dragon could be an opportunity. Maybe some double dragon on the cards here.
I think this is certainly a fight that, with the setups they have right now, they can look for. You know, they have this Alistar that's incredibly difficult to deal with. Getting the Wukong into position to contest is also going to be quite challenging. Perfect doesn't have TP. So it's not like he's going to be able to get a big advantage and join them. But I think with what they have, just in the straight-up 4v4 here, it is enough. They're very cautious. They want to try to perhaps catch or bait Calyx into a bad situation here first.
He's going to find the taunt onto BDD, though, and there's the flash in from Gideon. BDD flashing away. Let's see whether he can keep himself alive, as Nongshim looking to catch up to him, and he gets interrupted. The bullets were flying through. There was no way he was making it out of that one. So Nongshim, good little pick-off here, and another kill going their way. That should be pretty close to collecting a gold lead.
Yeah, for sure. It's getting very close. Just 100 is the lead right now.
BDD for Dragon, though, was the trade, so maybe it's not end of the world if you're a KT fan.
I do think the Infernal Soul is actually incredibly powerful for KT's composition, and it's going to give the Ryze so much late game power, as well as the Ezreal poke, just constantly on those late game objectives. They can pick up that soul, so pretty valuable. You can see, like, it looks like KT have this kind of decision where at first where they wanted to perhaps, you know, catch Calyx on the rotation, and then they decided to do the dragon instead, and BDD's just kind of up in the lane, and Nongshim can't really get to the dragon easily, but so they take the easy free kill here. BDD tries to go for the Realm Warp out, but is killed before he can utilize it, and so down he goes. And that was still, like you said, a dragon for BDD. They still secure the objective, and with the strong soul, they high rolled with double dragon. They're probably feeling pretty okay with it.
Yeah, it does lead to an equalization of the gold. Not to be confused with Rumble's ultimate, but I don't think they're too worried about how this one's going. No feats of strength have been secured yet either, but they're one kill away on the Nongshim side and one objective away on the KT side. See who's going to be able to get that first turret to make it a true race between these two squads.
Dead even game right now.
Absolutely.
And even though you're down 2 dragons as Nongshim here, your composition fights so incredibly well. Yeah. So, you know, these 2 individual dragons aren't going to be really what make you feel like you can't fight. You absolutely still can. And I think they need to on these next objectives. The Herald, for example, could be a place where they really make a big stand and try to get the mid turret opened up a little bit.
Yep. You can see Dr. Arm starting to play more aggressively, does have his Trinity Force done. I think getting him to his 2-item spike is going to be incredibly important. Him and Perfect hitting his first item is going to mean that they can potentially get some skirmishes to work out, as the equalizer will go down just to clear out the wave.
Cannon.
Oh dear. Well, he is going to be able to turn down the cannon. The Weeding does come through, but they've held the wave. Between Worlds comes on down, and down goes the Rumble as well. It's all too easy here.
Yeah, there's just too many members there, even though he kills the wave.
All right, it's KT's turn. Let's see whether Calyx will be able to survive this one. There's the Pulverize. He's pretty tanky, but PDD does a fair bit of damage. There's the Unbreakable Will, and Peter will flash away to make sure that that one does work out. Okay, Gio going to call the curtains, and Doctom is just going to take some pot shots, unable to get past the minion there.
That was very funny. Doctom's like, well, I guess if you're going to keep channeling, I will Q at you.
Yeah.
The minion definitely sticking up for Gio, though, in that situation. So both of these scenarios, both of these dives are pretty simple, right? It's a 3-on-1. Perfect doesn't really have a lot of peel tools. He used his equalizer to clear the wave, but he still dove here, and it's just, I mean, it's Wukong Poppy, like, you're gonna die. Calyx, on the other hand, actually has a lot of peel tools. He has his taunt. Peter is gonna be the one, though, taking the aggro, and he has Alistar with his ultimate, so he's totally fine. Flash at the last possible second there, and so they will be able to take him out and the turret with it. So it's a trade of turrets, but Nongshim got the first one, so Feats of Strength are theirs.
Yep.
And they are first to Herald as well with this incredibly strong composition for team fights in these scenarios. And like the Grubs, I think KT probably just have to opt out.
I mean, there's no Cyclone, no Between Worlds, and no Curtain Call, so it could have theoretically been an opportunity, but without Cataclysm and without Cuz, most importantly, they're not going to be able to contest. So it is a really good moment there from Gideon, able to lock that one down.
Yeah, the equalizer wasn't up for Perfect. Maybe if he has that, they commit either his teleport in or he just walks over. Galio obviously had his ult, so could match that rotation, but I think that Nongshim were just a little bit too well set up, even with those ultimates offline. They were coming up soon if the fight had gone longer. Like, KT just had too many question marks for committing to that one, and I think it was wise to give it up. Now, how this gets utilized, I think, is going to be very important here, because it could be used just for prio on this next dragon that spawns in 40 seconds. Try to get that crash in mid and look for that same type of team fight. This time, all those ultimates you mentioned that are down are up. And I think Nongshim absolutely should not give KT Rolster the opportunity to get Soul Point here. They should definitely group and fight.
Yep, this is going to be the one that they're going to try and deny, as Cuz not going to be able to stop Lahencia. Steph's presence is not exactly the best friend of a Jarvan.
And the Rumble has TP, the Galio has ult, but no TP, so, you know, Perfect can, as long as he's away from the Galio, TP in and make this a advantageous fight. So Calyx needs to start rotating over. He is now. And Nongshim really need to be quick about how they do this, because the longer this goes on, advantage KT.
Yep, and Gideon wants to go back by the looks of things. Does actually cancel it in the end. We'll be chilling here in this brush. But KT feeling pretty ready for a fight by the looks of things.
KT actually get this dragon.
It's a huge deal.
It's kind of insane with the setup that Nongshim have right now. It's really just that Galio that's a small issue here. He doesn't have the TP, but I think he should just be ready to head over now and start this up. I mean, they have all the tools. I mean, Gideon even has Flash for his engage. They have so many ways to turn off this dragon and win a fight.
Yep. Banana Brush control coming in here for KT as well as Peter. Taking a little bit of damage, but he's a cow. He should be okay with how this is going. Still, Nongshim moving over. They get the Aurora here first. BDD on the angle. Can actually get himself in there with a Realm Warp, but his health bar isn't exactly the highest. As Kingin finds an angle towards Cuz. He might be able to get in and make this one a 50-50 as the Equalizer comes down much better this time as the Aurora is just picked off and Gio is frontlining for some reason. There is the Soul Point, but they take down Doctom. But the real carry is BDD, and he's doing so much work. Gideon is going to get slammed down by the Cataclysm, and KT finding themselves a team fight win. An aggressive flash will get a response out of Calyx the same way, and Lahen's just running for the hills.
There's just no confidence with the play of Nongshim here in this, and KT just sees the opportunity. They're like, okay, well, we're going to strike first. And it was just a really great call there. They end up getting the dragon as well. Perfect stands on top of it with his Q running, and Cuz is like, all right, we can time this together, get the secure, take the dragon out, get that insta-kill as well at the beginning of the fight. And goodbye Kingin, goodbye Dragon. And now Soul Point is KT Rolsters here.
Soul Point and outer and inner in mid gives them so much control over the next dragon.
And Kingin ults here, and they just instantly blow him up. Calyx does not ult in to try to save him. Like, Calyx is at the back of this fight watching an Ezreal, taunts him eventually, but otherwise really does nothing in this fight. BDD does a ton of damage. And by the time the curtains are called here, the fight is practically over. Cuz fantastic flash forward as well here to secure that kill. And now you're on the wrong side of the fight. You're losing even more sums. And remember, Nongshim were there first. They had the Galio rotated over. Perfect TP to the turret, so it wasn't there right away. They could have, I really feel, started that dragon much earlier, looked for a turn, but just kind of waited around. And then by the time Kingen ulted, KT were like, we're in a perfect position to just blow this guy up.
And one thing that I do really need to mention is that equalizer was far better calibrated.
Yes.
So there we go. That's why you got to do it. As Peter is taking a bit of damage here. Yes, this Aurora is quite scary, but not as scary if you just blow her up in the first 2 seconds of the fight.
You know, we've talked a lot about BDD recently, and for a while we were talking about, oh, it's BDD and Cuz, but then Cuz kind of got quiet for a little while. It's not like he was having bad games, but BDD was just having insane games, and Cuz kind of got left out of the conversation. But in this game, man, Cuz is really running the show. Like, he is 4-0. He is all of the kills, but his play has been phenomenal. As Kingen is
I was looking a little bit. Yeah, he certainly was doing some interacting. As Doctom is going to get support from the Realm Warp. Will be BDD just coming over and taking down Shelly. So not exactly the highest value on the Rift Herald, as Nongshim did lose so much tempo in that last Dragon play. 1.5k is the gold lead. They do have feats of strength, but that looming Dragon problem that they have is just going to be there for the rest of the game, or they have to deal with a Rise with Infernal Soul and Ezreal with Infernals, not to mention Rumble as well.
Yeah, I mean,
like, you barely even need to hit your Equalizer if you've got the Infernal Soul. Just your Flame Spit are going to be enough. As Peter walking over a whole bunch of stuff, but he'll be fine.
It's kind of a weird fight. Like, the Otacon is up, but I don't think either team can realistically take it. We're just posturing around it.
We're river ramming.
Yeah, like, we really are. BDD does not have Realm Warp and is on the wrong side of the fight. He's gonna have to catch this wave. Like, Nongshim, this is how you should have postured on that last dragon. There is no dragon here, Nongshim. They're gonna do Otacon. Okay, this is actually kind of insane. Now, BDD doesn't have Realm Warp, but they do not have control of that bottom wave he's backing. They may just get away with this. It's so crazy, it just might work, Atlas.
Well, they just don't have enough damage. This is the problem with Jhin compositions as well, right? You don't necessarily have the same DPS. But that Otacon was not going down quickly. They did not want to risk it. As all right, between worlds there for Kingen, but the Pulverize is going to protect Doctom this time. Peter now just standing in front. Equalizer's relatively good, but Doctom gets stunned up. The barrier shouldn't be enough. Gideon still going to melt, but it is a 2-for-1, 3-for-1 trade, and Nongshim back in the game.
King is tired of waiting, man. He's going to make something happen in this game. He tried to do it on the last Dragon fight. Does it here. Cuz on the wraparound, looking for a potential steal here with BDD. Where they can actually turn this fight. Like, this absolutely could be a disaster here for Nongshim if they don't play it well.
I mean, it's 2 versus 4. Surely not.
They know. Kingen is 100% aware.
Yeah, Kingen is just going to bounce over. And Cuz has just backed away, I'm pretty sure. I mean, we don't have vision. Nongshim, they think that they have an idea. There's the flag. Pings are going to come on through there for Nongshim, but down to 2,000. There it is. The Otacon will be secured. My God, that was... okay, still trying to go for it here as Lahens will get taken down. Cuz holding them in the Cataclysm. Another knockoff!
What the hell is
this guy's Charmin is insane!
What the hell was that, Cuz? Man, that second flag almost gave me a heart attack when that Otacon was low, and then he just comes in and he's like, I wasn't looking for the objective, Wolf.
Yeah, we need to thank Otacon for tanking Nongshim for him.
Yeah, oh my God. This was a really decisive fight for Nongshim, very smartly played by him.
And now they just get another one as Gideon is dead.
Cuz, by the way,
this is the new way to use Otacon.
Yeah, so Cuz had Cleaver for that last fight. Like, he was on 2 items because he has, he had 4 kills.
Yeah.
He picks up 2 claw armors. He is so huge in this game. Like, it's actually absurd, the amount of money he has.
He's 4 levels ahead of Lahens here. He's just trying to keep tabs on what Cuz is doing in this game. It will be secured there. Doctom also going to grab himself a blue buff from the enemy team.
Look at this moment here. Lahens is incredibly low. Cataclysm's 3, including Lahens, who he instantly kills. He's so tanky, gets the double knock-up gear, and then the rest of KT show up, and that's the fight. Like, Cuz just the whole time he's like, no, this is not a Otacon angle for you guys. There's just no way. I'm gonna punish you. And Gideon gets found here. Cuz not involved in this one, but Gideon is just, he's got nothing. His Cyclone is just about to come up, but I don't think it really would have saved him in this scenario anyways. Might have helped his teammates get over, but End of the day, he's picked as well, and this gold lead's getting big, and it's Infernal Soul.
Yeah, it really is. And I'm starting to think that maybe if BDD and Cuz had just hard committed, maybe they could have found it, as Cuz is going to be able to take his red buff, but now Gideon looking to try and find some revenge, and Cuz will get shut down. Massive amounts of money over to Gideon. It's Cuz turns those 2 cloth armors into a GA. Man, he was sitting on an entire bank.
Yeah, no, it's actually crazy. Like,
yeah.
I don't know if we've seen a Jarvan get this big before. Like, I don't know if this has ever happened before. Like, this is
actually what, like,
unknown territory.
Yeah, this is the well. They also have Infernal Soul as well. So
yeah, his flag's
going to be even bigger as BDD just scaring the living daylights out of King in there. Who will be able to go between the worlds. Peter having fun with some hex flashes. I don't think they're diving just yet. Oh god, Infernal Ezreal is revolting.
It's just insane. Like, any single poke he lands just starts to chunk you.
Yeah.
And, like, I'm memeing a little bit about flag poke, but like, I don't know. He's got a lot of items.
I mean, you were there for, like, the life Jarvan meta,
yeah.
as we know.
It's
popularized by Spirit, of course.
I thought it was popularized by Keyson.
That too. Thank you very much, PogLab, once again.
So they got something back there on the red buff. But anyways, back to live where that doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
This is a absolute stomp. It's only 2,000 gold to lead, but it's the Infernal Soul that you cannot quantify the value of in terms of money.
Yeah, I mean, there is also the Otacon that is helping them stay at least even on levels.
Yeah,
even Gio does have an advantage, as does Kingen, like you were saying. But BDD, despite all that, his Rod of Ages kicked in. He's got a Void Staff. I mean, this Ryze doesn't have any kills, but he has the money, and he has the levels.
And the Infernal Soul. It's just very scary.
Yeah. Cuz also has 0 fear. Steadfast Presence is going to be there, but it may not be there every time, as Kingen is just burning down to Peanut. Peanut? Perfect. Another one starts with P. Peanut, of course, was playing a few days ago.
Well, when you got Peter in the game as well, it just starts to
There's a lot of Ps, aren't there?
A lot of PEs.
Yeah.
I loved PE in school. It was great.
You're a PE fan?
Yeah, I did enjoy to go outside. And when it was dodgeball day, it was the best day ever. Those other kids you don't like very much, oh, you finally get to throw something at them.
Yeah, true. I liked it until I started feeling self-conscious about being too sweaty at school. That was when I lost my love of PE.
Oh, because you were too sweaty? Like, you were, like, hardcore into PE, or you mean, like, actual body sweat?
Actual body sweat.
Oh, okay.
No, I was never that into PE.
Oh, I thought you were, like, I was, like, actually going to become a jock. Like, I was so sweaty at PE, I was, like, running extra laps and trying to impress the girls.
I liked swimming. Swimming was my thing. And the sweating issue is not going to be actually as much of a problem.
Yeah.
So that one was definitely fun.
You know, right now, this game is kind of like dodgeball for Nongshim, because if Duckdom hits a Q, they're out. It's pretty crazy. Watch them hit the minions, they disappear.
Yeah, there's no, you get no extra lives in this version of the dodgeball.
Oh yeah.
It's certainly a bit man with a golden gun type situation here, to make a GoldenEye reference in 2025.
This is quite a bad game state for Nongshim. Again, the gold makes it look like, if you just look at the top of your screen, you're like, oh, that's not so bad. You look a little bit lower, you see the Dragon's like, ooh, it's pretty bad, but maybe it's not really, no.
Yeah.
The thing about this is, dude, the Ezreal is so safe, and because he has Infernal Soul, remember I talked earlier, like, sometimes if you can't get the chip damage done, like, you might just get hit by a Cyclone.
Wow.
It's just one
King, and you could just go and take it, man.
That was giving me stress.
I think he was feeling embarrassed by the fact that he didn't manage to hit the weirding, so he's just like, no, I'm just gonna leave. I don't even want to look at you.
I think he's a little bit scared about Cuz jumping out of a bush and killing him.
Honestly, understandable.
He's like,
we've got 30 seconds until Elder as well.
Yeah.
And speaking of Cuz in a bush, Gideon's gonna find him, but he's not very scared.
So if Nongshim can actually get on this objective first and look for a turn, like, there's some hope, right? Like, there is maybe a chance here. As Gio really wants to hit that 4th shot, but I think you should stay away.
They are very grouped up, but Lehens exists, right? And he can make things very annoying with that Steadfast Presence, denying the Jarvan engage. That's why they are sitting on top of him. Calyx is a little separated from the rest of his team. Thankfully can rush phasefully try and get himself out of here.
Alex handled that situation really well.
He did.
Nongshim kind of split now, though. Cuz looking for the angle.
Yep, Deadly Flourish going to connect there onto Peter, but he just holds on. There's the Cataclysm, and boom goes the Jhin. I didn't even get to number 4 there at all, as the Realm Warp is going to deliver BDD. Out he goes, but they've got enough DPS still here. And yeah, he didn't go far enough. Gideon going to get taken down by the Rise on his way back through, and KT should be able to lock up the Elder.
Yeah, and with the Elder, probably just the game, because it's Elder Infernal Soul, and they could just, like, Ducktom will actually just kill them with like 2 Qs. They can go get Baron as well, so that they can push with Exodia, with the Soul, and just say, all right, like, defend this, by the way. I think they like, kind of could have done anything. They almost could have just ended off of the team fight win and not done Elder, but they're going to do all 3. Team fight win plus Elder, and now Baron.
Yeah, Kingen, of course, does have a fair bit of wave clear as well, so it can make things a bit annoying without Baron. But with Baron, the Aurora certainly not going to be enough, and even if the push doesn't end the game, they'll have so much money that it should just be a done deal anyway. I am still kind of blown away by the use of the Otacon there.
Yeah.
And of course, it's not something that's very replicatable. Like, you know how, like, I don't know, you're watching a TFT tournament, for example, and you're like, I just want to do that build, but often it's based on the augments that you get, the items that you get. You can't hard force every time. So this does require a 4-0 Jarvan, but if you ever get into that spot, you just allow Otacon to tank them for a while and then kill them all, I guess. Use it as a bait strategy to lock down Soul.
How bad of a game 2/3 does Cuz have to not get bombed? Like, I don't know. I think he's already got it locked up.
We were saying that yesterday as well, but Showmaker still got it. So I have no idea what is necessary to get a game 1 performance POM.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's already got it for me. Like, I think he gets it even if Nongshim wins the series.
Oh, wait, actually, junglers can do it, can't they? Because Lucid managed to do it from the Xin Zhao game. So maybe there's hope. Realm Warp,
cowardly Realm Warp.
Get them to the bottom side of the map. They've got some minions here as well that they get to bring with them.
They're just running circles around Nongshim. It's not fair.
Yeah, it's not fair when... Okay, well, there is a little bit of fairness injected. Never mind.
That's a Realm bump.
Yeah, Cuz is like walking away. He's like, why am I walking away? Yes, there's 3 less people here with me, but I'm worth about 7, I guess.
I mean, that ult from Lens bought a few seconds off the Elder, and that's what they're looking for. Redemption.
There's still 30 more of those, as in goes Peter looking for an angle. The Equalizer will just zone them away from this turret, because he doesn't care about that. Cataclysm comes down, the Dragon eats the Poppy. The Alistar will go down, but there's a GA on this Jarvan, and BDD is just launching fireballs at Nongshim. And it will be perfect. It locks down the kill onto the Galio. Ducktom taking a couple of pot shots for BDD. He's happy to tank this one up. Ducktom not so much, but that is the last shot. And down they will go. All of the Dragons are just attacking Nongshim here as BDD goes golden even to make sure that he isn't going to die. And the Nexus will follow suit. KT, an absolute shellacking in the end there. Nongshim kept it interesting. But after that Otacon play from Cuz, it was all over.
It just really felt like the only person who showed up in that game was Kingen in a few moments. Otherwise, KT just got whatever they wanted, and they took it by force. Jarvan took it by force, man. Cuz was unreal in that game, but everyone else played well. I mean, sure, there was the weird equalizer from Perfect. I guess we could, you know, if we really want to nitpick, we'd be like, yeah, maybe he could improve on that a little bit. He got solo killed by Kingen after that, but otherwise, KT just walked up to objectives and then outplayed Nongshim, who were never confident enough to take those fights. Like, it was crazy to me. They were like, okay, you can have the Dragon practically. Yeah. And then immediately like, we'll do Otacon here. I'm like, wait a minute, like, where's the gumption for that when you had full Dragon control?
And honestly, they did have full control and they won a fight around the Otacon. The problem was, they didn't kill the main character.
Yeah.
And that guy then...
Let's see that damage. Oh, 17,000.
That's not too bad. I was kind of expecting it to be a little bit higher, and then you look at the champions that he's competing with. It's very difficult to outdamage a Rumble Rise and an Ezreal.
An Ezreal who has Infernal Soul. So...
And look at that goal grab, just falling off an absolute cliff towards the end there. KT, they managed to do it on the red side. Of course, Nongshim, now with a few champions fearless band, have another go at it, and we'll see whether they will once again be able to bring this series to 3 games like they were able to last time around. Time for us to take a short break, then the space, then we'll have that game 2. See you soon.
대길이 아래 끼고 사원 쳐볼래?
야 오라 더블 봤어. 아 이거 오라 더블 없어. 오라 더블 없어.
야 우리 장로 20초 남았어. 하자 하자.
깨고 싶다 이거.
장로 남았어 아직. 커피부터 볼게. 불 켜볼게.
오라.
천천히 볼게.
오라 잡았어. 오라 잡았어. 도전 있어. 가도 돼.
진 노플. 모공 노플이야.
나 더블 뺄게.
일로 내가 맞을게.
갈게.
노플이야 둘 다.
나 이거 홍보 돼?
아니 노플이야. 갈게. 노플이야. 내가 잡을게. 이러면
자, 이번에 만나볼 경기는 바로 KT와 T1의 매치가 기다리고 있습니다.
T1 입장에서 2위 싸움이 아직도 하기 때문에 승리를 2대0으로 해야겠고 KT 입장에서 이기면 플레이오프 진출이거든요. 그렇기 때문에 오늘 두 팀 다 물러설 수 없는 매치죠.
분명히 최근 공세를 봤을 때 KT 롤스의 공세가 좀 다르단 말이에요.
그렇죠. 양 팀의 첫 번째 세트입니다. 지금부터 만나보시죠.
이거 라칸 미드 한번 가겠다 조심. 확인. 미드 봐줄 수 있어? 봐줄 수 있어. 미드 봐줘. 대달. 저쪽 해볼게. 뒤봐줄게. 갈게. 이거 한번 볼게.
나도 있게. 나 스킬 5초. 레오나 올게.
들어와.
레오나 거의 나왔어. 너 먼저 시.
오케이.
먹을게.
나 노플이라 미드 죽을 거 없을 거야. 잠깐만.
아쉽다. 천천히 하자. 그래. 이거 우리 노플일 때 미드에서 나는 교전 보고 싶긴 하다. 야 이번에 여기 있자 지나가면 선 보고 싶긴 하다. 우선. 나도 왔어. 나는 좋아. 야 우리 봐줘. 우리 노플. 우리 노플이야. 우리 노플. 우리 볼게. 우리 봐줘. 우리 빨았어.
나 빼면 가봐. 빼면 가봐.
나 빼만해. 나 뺐어.
봐봐 나 공부 줄게 천천히. 공복해. 우리 노플. 우리. 잡았어. 나 잡게.
아 이걸 맞았네. 갑니다.
내가 계속 커버 다닐게.
나 커버는 필요하다 계속.
우리 전령 할 만한 거
내리죠.
있냐? 오케이.
나 푸시하고 갈게.
야 나 우리 볼게. 봐도 돼? 야 우리 봐줄래? 봐줄게.
나 15초야 15초. 오라고 있다. 야 3초만 봐줘.
내가
우리 전령 쪽이야 될까?
3필.
여기 아래.
아래.
집 빨게. 자 노플. 이거 하나 더 먹자. 오케이 일단 빼고.
먹어볼래?
먹었어. 오르락 살짝 볼게. 천천히 얘들아.
얘까지 봐줘 일단. 이속 줄게.
나 뺐어. 보호 3초거든. 오케이.
여기까지.
확실하게 하나만 해야 될 듯?
위에 쌈이가 나서.
이거 근데 반대 수비하는 쪽은 좀 의식 좀 잘해줘. 그냥 게임 많이 좋으니까 강가부터 계속 하자 정배대로. 알겠?
미드 시야 나올렸나?
일단 여기 쌈 좀 볼게.
내가 짜봐줘 천천히. 나도 왔어. 살짝 볼게 우리. 짜볼게. 짜볼게 우리.
내가 빨라 거기.
여기 좀 빠졌다.
암레부터.
너좀 좋고.
야 우리 쪽 볼게 이거. 야 우리 보다. 짜오도 뿌리야. 야 맞아. 라카 볼게.
와 궁합돼. 이거 괜찮아. 나 크리스.
야 볼만한데. 천천히 짜오도 뿌리. 5초.
나랑 오라 같이 나가. 나 프리커. 나랑 오라 두다가 나 위에 왔어.
단호펠 살짝 노펠.
코르키.
빼면서.
진도 프리야.
나 살짝 봐줘.
천천히.
프리야.
위에서 한번 해봐.
여기까지.
천천히 가자. 우리 나쁘지 않아 지금.
결국에 용보긴 할 듯. 1분.
오케이.
마공령이라 중요하긴 하다.
야, 애들 퍼대다가 우리 공좀 빼줘. 나 이거 살짝 볼게. 야, 우리. 야, 불만해.
오라 잡았다.
아, 레오나 쌈.
오케이 빼면서. 파이팅이야.
집볼게.
진도펠.
잡아갈게. 자, 공복해.
천천히 갈게 여러분.
야, 우리 노플. 둘 다 노플. 천천히. 용으로 와. 용. 더블 하나. 더블.
우리 궁도 있어.
나겠다.
끌었어. 됐어. 용아.
한번 볼게.
아니다. 야, 바로 가자. 나쁘지 않네. 바로 가자.
이거 줘야겠다. 다용 마공용이라서 잘 피해야 되긴 하겠다 이거.
내가 기동할게. 라인 들어갈 때 기동 깔아놓을 테니까 더블 했어. 나 이제 천천히만 말해줘. 천천히. 얘 미드 받아야 돼. 구한 볼게.
이번에 나 구한 볼게. 구한 놔줄게 이거.
집 볼게. 조금 안 좋게 나다.
빼야
짜오. 야, 공복해. 짜오 노플이야.
짜오부터 뺄게.
쌈 벌려야 돼.
살피.
뒤를 내볼게.
야, 오로라 노플.
짜오 없어.
오리 볼게. 우리.
봐봐.
볼게.
더 가자.
천천히.
해줘. 끝. 나
나 20초.
내 상태는 안 좋긴 한데.
야, 오로라 이거 퍼져 있어.
오라 막을게.
궁은 없어. 일단 우리 내가 볼게. 오로라 볼게. 한 명 타워 쳐줘. 나머지 타워 쳐줘.
나 타줄게.
에, 잡고 하자. 8초야.
이거 치면서 볼게. 나 나왔어.
나이스. 오케이. 엄마 아빠 나 뛰어 이겼어. 나이스. 좀 위험하다.
그래 축하한다.
감사합니다. 하고 얼마만이냐?
레전드 그룹 분명 그들 사이에 벽이 있었습니다. 언제 넘어보냐는 얘기가 이어지고 있었는데 KT 로서가 먼저 길을 여네요.
이게 KT의 여름입니다.
Hello and welcome to the space. We're here after game number 1. I am Valdez, joined by Ox and Wadid, aka Wax, as we're getting ready to talk about game number 1 of KT versus Nongshim. KT able to take that one down. Looked a little bit tumultuous there in the middle, but then eventually Cuz and KT were able to just shut it down big time. What do you guys think about that game number 1?
Yeah, definitely emphasis on Cuz. You know, some big moments. It felt like there was an opportunity for a bit of a Nongshim comeback led by Kingen, but yeah, Cuz decided he was closing this one out.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I feel like KT is actually abusing this comp, by the way. They always pick Ryze and Jarvan together, and they always try to gank level 3, and they success. And I think that's the key for the early game snowball, and that worked out.
Worked out big time. They were able to get a nice, very good snowball early on, and then they were able to go into this Drake fight here, which you wanted to talk about this one, Wadid.
Yeah, I just want to focus on the setup from Nongshim, because Nongshim is the one who starts as Drake. So I think they need to block the way. So the only path that KT can take is Banana Brush. So if they want to secure the Drake, they should block that way. But see Lihan's on the mid brush, he was actually looking for the catch on the mid lane, which is not optimal, and you're just letting them just walk in. And what happens next is that it's just full of disaster, because BDD is gonna collapse from the bot lane, and Peter is just gonna pull the trigger for BDD.
And the thing is as well, we see Dokkan play it well and avoid the slam from the Poppy, but it's also an Ezreal. It's one of these picks where it's hard to pin down. He does eventually go down, but I feel like they committed so much to take down the Ezreal. It took long to take him down, and the rest of KT got so much value in the fight as a result, and I think it was the wrong priorities in this fight.
Yeah, ended up being a pretty big fight for KT in that one, as you know, just kind of letting them come in and get the perfect angle. And yes, they were able to sacrifice one guy, but eventually did take it down. We can take a look at highlight number 2 as well, which really was kind of interesting. The casters were talking about this one a lot, where it was like just going for the Otacon, and they got punished big time afterwards by Cuz.
Yeah, Kingen actually gets a massive ult here, and he was doing pretty well this game. He gets dove on, but then it sets up for the Galio. And this is really the angle where it looks like Nongshim are going to be able to come back into the game. This is the setup that they would want with that composition. And they then turn on Otacon, and it feels like 4v2, probably not going to be a play for KT to make. And I think this is such a smart decision not to contest the objective itself, but you buy time and you look for the fight after, because that's when your respawns are starting to come in, and they're a little bit low HP from the fight and from taking the Otacon itself.
Yeah, I mean, it was just so smart move from Cuz. In hindsight, it looks like they cannot really do the Otacon, because just look at the champions from Nongshim here. They have Jhin, Galio, and they do not have jungler with them. So that means in objective, they cannot really kill the objective really like quick enough to like just make it clear. So that means, yeah, they couldn't go for the Otacon, but the angle that he actually saw it in game from Cuz was just insane, you know?
I think it's so hard to win that fight in that manner,
yeah,
when you've been behind the game and not take the objective. I think a lot of teams would have just gone for it, and I think it was just a great read from Cuz with the 2 teleports backup to punish them for it. So I don't honestly even fault Nongshim for taking it there. I think it was just KT being really heads up, and Cuz in particular going, hey, we can actually punish them for this.
Yeah, does feel like another performance where one guy, the jungler, is just taking it over. Our casters were talking about how he's going to win POM already if KT do end up winning it. Nongshim just not finding really any success, right? They're just not getting any match wins. They've had multiple losses in a row. It's over in double digits What do they have to do to turn this ship around?
So yeah, even though Calyx is doing great on the mid lane, I don't think you should let BDD have a mid priority with the picks just like Ryze. It was a good idea to ban out Talia on a first phase, but you let them Ryze and Jarvan in the set menu on the mid jungle. So I feel like it felt really bad for him because like we know what Calyx can do for this team, and we know like his abilities. So I just want him to have a good matchup on the mid lane.
I think Kingen was obviously a big piece of that comeback fight and also finding the solo kill on a Perfect. So I think keep enabling him. If you can keep Perfect down, if you can get Kingen to be that big carry, that's really important. So I think if you can play through him, get him ahead, that can be a massive factor. We've seen him carry games before. I think the Aurora is a pick where we can see it crush lane, but not always show up in team fights. It's a bit unfortunate the Rumble's now taken away because of Fearless, but there's plenty of other picks we know he can pop off on.
But also we gotta mention their bot lane as well. Like Nongshim bot lane, obviously they're underperforming, especially I think Jiu, like he didn't use any summoners after the team fight, which means like it's just depressing, you know. After the team fight, you saw your AD carry didn't use the summon spells at all. That's a bummer. You know?
Yeah, that was right before the Elder as well. I think that's something with Jiu, you know, he's clearly been underperforming. And I think there's just a lot of instances where he goes down and doesn't use all the tools available. So I think a step up from him would make a big difference because in those clutch moments, I think that's really where he needs to shine to make a big comeback for the team.
Just feels like he hasn't for a while, and I think that obviously there's been a lot of confidence loss over so many losses, and they've taken losses to KT as well, who does feel like the one team from Legend that they should have a chance against, but it does feel like KT are on their own tier, at least above Nongshim. But guys, we're done here on the space after game number 1. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for breaking down Cuz versus Nongshim there. And we are ready for game number 2.
With that shirt that Valdez is wearing, I feel like I didn't get invited to go out to bowling with him and Jonas Strong after this.
Oh, what?
I feel like they just didn't tell me about it. There's no way.
We were invited that last time, though.
I know.
I didn't make it, so maybe that's why I didn't get the invitation.
I went, though. It was fun.
Oh, man. Very depressing. Hopefully we can get some invitations forwarded to us. There is, you know, maybe 2 more games and then potentially 3 more. So that's like up to like 5 hours potentially for that one to be rectified, because I also want to go bowling. Bowling is extraordinarily fun. Okay, that aside, we need to see whether Nongshim can actually bring this to 3 games.
Maybe Nongshim can still get a spare here.
Right?
Not going to be a strike, but maybe, maybe
and I think they
reverse sweep.
Yeah, and like even if you do gutter ball in the first one, you can then just get a strike for a spare, and a spare is still good, you know?
Exactly.
There is a way to come back. Let's see whether they can do it as we dive into the draft here for game number 2.
The question that we asked a lot at the like towards the end of the first half of the season, as it looks like we may have another draft issue here, so...
I like how we zoom into Kingen as if it's his fault.
Yeah, it's funny.
Like every time.
Well, he gave a great reaction last time, so...
Yeah, this time at least he's grinning instead of just being wholeheartedly annoyed at the situation.
Yeah. But we asked the question halfway through the year when we were looking at who's going to lock into Legend Group. Would you rather be last place on Legend, or would you rather be the top of the Rise Group? We had D+ be at the top. That didn't work out super well for D+. But I feel like some of the questions we had for what happens if you just get destroyed constantly in the Legend Group has kind of manifested in Nongshim, right? Like they don't play with the same confidence we saw from them at the beginning of the year. And I do wonder if, you know, Wadid's theory that he had, you know, long ago about like momentum being against you can actually be a huge detriment is really what we're seeing here for Nongshim. They can bounce back in this series. Kingen is ready to draft now, and you know he had the best performance in game 1. That part is unquestionable, so maybe that's why he was smiling.
Yeah, certainly wasn't on him, as they will stick to the same bans. It would be Nico, Talia, Trundle, if they are going to do exactly the same. Pantheon, Azir, Yunara, paying the taxes with the PAY, and that is looking like it may come in again.
I think you continue to ban Nico if you're Nongshim. Peter loves to play that pick. It warps lanes, especially when your bottom lane isn't performing. It's frustrating. They decide not to ban the Talia right away, go for the Trundle.
Ooh, and we'll see whether that does mean that they're going to go for a different set of bans, because of course they could aim for a Talia first pick. KT could then leave something up if they would like to, but instead they're just going to switch up the order. It will be the Azir coming in last, so exactly the same bans, just not with the same acronym. It's the PIA instead of the pay, which is a little bit of a shame.
I'm a big fan of Yap. I think that's the order you should go in.
Yeah. And this other one, it could have been TNT.
True.
And unfortunately, it's not. So that's a huge shame.
So
big missed opportunity.
There's no Jarvan here. But first picking Orianna for Calyx, just the same. And BDD is going to instantly slam the Annie. And Xin Zhao is going to be a great follow-up here. Ball carrier is what they're looking for. I mean, they might just go Nocturne, I suppose.
Could be one of the options. Of course, Jarvan is the other favorite, so that one not being available, it will be the Nocturne. And with Rumble and Aurora both taken away, means this Gwen does get a little bit more dangerous. The Ambessa, the next thing on the list, and that will be snapped up immediately.
I do feel like about half of the time that Perfect plays this champ, he kind of pops off. Like, he actually has had some really good games on this. He's had some less great ones, so KT fans should be hoping it's going to be a heads that he flips in this one, but it's a great response. I think probably the best response they could have gotten as we end up locking away our top sides.
Feels like a bit of a set play, you know, with where things were locked in. KT still getting a decent mid-jungle, though, is obviously what we're looking out for. Same thing can be said, of course, for Calyx and Gideon, that will have a fair bit of synergy themselves.
There's also no Ezreal available anymore with the ball combo set up for the Nocturne, so it's a little bit less comfortable. Look at this. They also banned the Tahm Kench. Like, whatever Tom is playing, he is our target, and he is not going to be safe. That is the game plan. I think it's a solid plan.
Tahm Kench, Xayah need to be the bans.
Yeah, exactly. You take the Xayah away, and then you're like, Tom, I'm going to kill you over and over and over again, and that's the game plan. Especially when Annie isn't necessarily going to be consistent damage in team fights. Like, Tibbers can be, but it's, again, situational. It's not a Rise, so that is a really smart game plan here.
Yep.
And I think Xayah will be this final ban. Both the Lehen's bans do come through. If they have Shen on top of this as well, it's like, just good luck, Tom.
The good old Shen delivery system with the Nocturne is something that Lehen's has a fair bit of experience playing, so it makes a lot of sense. Wow, it's taken him a long time to find the Xayah.
They might just be thinking about what they want to play.
Corki instead.
Relatively safe and strong in the lane.
I just lock Rakan.
Yeah, you do, and then you get the Xayah on 5.
And no Poppy, no Talia. This is a bit of a freebie.
Because, you know, sometimes I don't like Xayah into dive comps or hard engage because there's just so many tools. Like Wukong, for example, is CC persists, right? Like, but this is the comp where it's like one big boom. You just have to dodge that, and like Xayah is so perfect into this that it just makes so much sense. They get the Rakan here, and
I don't think that they were that scared of the Corki. Like, I think it's kind of interesting. We have seen Corki is extraordinarily strong on this patch, but I just don't necessarily agree with the Corki ban over the Xayah that does just kind of stop what the Nocturne wants to do.
Yeah, I think when your whole game plan is kill AD carry, banning the safest one is probably a good bet.
The classic Rakan counterpick here in the Maokai does give them some very comfy engage as well.
He's laughing. Is he not playing Xayah? He's playing Kai'Sa for some reason? Sivir? I don't know about that.
I mean, Supercharger is actually very valuable. If you do get Dove on, you have a lot of extra mobility. You can break the fear tether after the paranoia with the Killer Instinct, in theory. So, I mean, certainly some options, and gives you a lot more firepower in the dive.
I mean, like, if Nongshim use their combo and it doesn't work out, or they have to use it on the front line for any reason, then, like, the turn from KT is actually bonkers insane. Like, they can actually turn and engage on you so hard, and really it doesn't even have to be onto the AD carry because it can just be onto the champs that went in on you. So it's pretty straightforward. I mean, the identity of the comp did like a whole 180 though when they locked the Kai'Sa instead of the Xayah. Otherwise, then the Xayah just kites back and you kind of front to back it with the Ambessa dashing around through everybody. Now you're like, okay, you did your attack, now we counter attack and destroy you. And if Nongshim are going to play like they did in game 1 and like they have in the last few weeks, a little bit indecisive, then you can just engage first. Like, if they don't go for the Nocturne Orianna combo, you can just find your target and get into the backline very easily.
Yeah, and turning it from what we saw as being potentially a bit of kite back makes a lot of sense when you've got a lot of champions that do just want to go in. And Xin Zhao is the classic example of just wants to go in, and Cuz is the classic player that just wants to go in. So I think the Kai'Sa certainly fits what they've put together a little bit more, even if it's not necessarily the same as the Lovers duo when it comes to the answer to the Nocturne. Let's get into it as we get into game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the second game of our first series of the final day, the regular season here. Round 5 about to conclude. Absolutely crazy.
It is insane.
Yeah, we've also saved the best till last because we have Bro playing in our final match.
Yeah, and it is actually a match of the highest stakes.
It is.
We'll get into that later, but it's a banger, so don't miss it.
There's stakes all over it as well. It's not even just one set of stakes. It's like you get multiple helpings.
And it's not medium rare. It's actually just rare. Like it's a very rare.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's certainly
the rarest.
It's not common. 100%.
So I look at this comp for Nongshim. The more I look at it, the more I'm like, man, it's just such a good comp because it has wave clear with Sivir in the mid lane to play through the Nocturne, to attack sides. You have an incredibly strong side lane in Gwen. If you get grubs in this game, there's like so much power. Like game 1, I like Nongshim's comp. I think it has a great identity. It's very simple. So I think that maybe they could not pull off in game 1. Maybe they will pull off in game 2 here with this.
There are
survive.
Yeah, there are some difficulties when it comes to the early stages of the game. Sure. I think that Nongshim's setup is, like you say, like pretty phenomenal.
It's kind of hard to mess it up. You know what I mean? Like this comp is so simple in its execution, and that has kind of been how Nongshim have played this whole year. Like we've seen the Shen Gallios, we even saw Galio Camille from this team earlier this year. They just love to play comps like this where it's just easy, press R buttons on target, kill target, win game.
And Lehens goes in and shows us that you can just kind of press your buttons in this stage of the game, and things are kind of all right, as the wave, not something that KT have very much control over when it is Sivir versus Kai'Sa here towards the bottom side. So nicely played so far here for Nongshim, but KT will have an opportunity to take the majority of these minions by the looks of things, so not exactly end of the world or anything like that here on this bottom side of the map. And we'll just see whether KT's momentum is going to help them out, right? Because if this is a composition that they do need to get things done early with, then utilizing the confidence that they built up with the victory just prior will be certainly helpful, as BDD playing past the caster minions here, as Calyx is going to be respecting the Annie.
Yep. And BD even getting some auto attack harassed on. Very good landing here. This matchup, very volatile. Both champions, even with low health, can do crazy things because the dashes, the shield, the heals that King can get with stacked Q, the sustainability. It's kind of insane. So, you know, both players playing it cautiously but perfect, getting a nice little edge here in those first few levels. I would not be surprised if we see a solo kill to come through later on when level 6 is reached for either side, just because it's, again, so volatile.
Yeah, we'll see again whether or not Perfect can find himself some mad movie plays as well, like he was able to do on the Ambessa earlier on last week, having a pretty good time on this pick with his Great Escape as they took down T1. I think that is where we're sort of getting these better feelings about how KT have been playing, especially with the fact that our eyes were sort of glued to Perfect and to Dokdam for different portions of the year as well. And since they have been performing better, this team has certainly looked a bunch better. Certainly there was those calibration issues we were talking about in the previous game.
They're going to,
but not really end of the world.
Not match the swap here, interestingly. Perfect is going to go back to the top lane. And so that means that potentially we could see a dive. The thing is, Nocturne early game, not really good at that. So I think the Ambessa is just going to feel totally safe up there to just weak-sided out into the bottom duo of Nongshim. And on the other side of the map, we'll see what Dokdam and Peter can get done into this Gwen. As the reset does come through for Gideon. It's been otherwise a relatively quiet early game. And no shenanigans. Oh, a little shenanigans.
Yeah, Kingen is just looking to try and hit Dokdam a bunch of times. Will successfully do that as he's standing his ground in the 2v1 pretty aggressively. Impressive to see.
Yeah, we have seen a little bit more of top lane aggression in the 1v2s. Doran has been the best at this, I would say, but seeing top laners kind of fight back a little bit recently on picks like the Renekton, and in this case King on the Gwen.
Yeah, you can see Perfect just happily cleaning things up underneath this turret. But Lehens and Ju looking for an opportunity.
This is such a funny scenario where Perfect is like, I know you're in there, and Lehens is like, I'm in here.
Whoa, we're just not going to watch, as now we do come back. As Perfect looking to dash his way out, the sapling not going to annoy the Ambessa. And just taking about 50% of his health bar.
Yeah. He knew they were in there, but, you know, get up on those minions.
He also knows that there's also a Nocturne.
Yeah, now that they get his health, like, he can't actually, without 6, stop this this dive.
But he also didn't teleport, so he can theoretically go back by, you know, an item or two and then look for a bit more, as Gideon doesn't exactly get any joy. And they do spot the Nocturne, and so therefore it's Dragon time here for KT. And this does seem to be their plan on the red side. It was the same plan last time around. Keep your bottom lane in the bottom lane until you've taken the Drake, and then rotate up for the grubs in 2 minutes time.
They love to be the lane duo that forces the lane swap, which I think is why so many Corki bans have been drawn out towards Duckdom, because that's one of those matchups where, same with the Nico pick that Peter keeps getting his hands on, that teams are banning away from him now, because KT will just win lane, force a swap, then put Perfect on the 1v2 on the island. Which is why Perfect often dies, and we've seen so many games where Perfect goes like 0-3 because he's just constantly weak siding and being dove repeatedly, while KT are trying to get advantages with BDD and the bottom duo on the bottom side of the map. This is the same MO from KT again. We see it so often.
Yep.
And it's a smart MO. Like, it's if you're good at it and you can execute it well, and Perfect can absorb that pressure, which hasn't always been the case.
Well, this is the thing. This was his biggest point of criticism, is that he didn't really know how to play weak side properly.
Yeah.
And that has been the biggest improvement to Perfect's play over the last couple of weeks.
I mean, look at
seeing that actually come through.
Look at the difference in farm, what his Ambessa has been able to do in the 1v2 compared to Kingen. Just has not had a great time in this matchup where they didn't match the swap, and he has a significant lead as a result of that.
Yeah. Well, Hens is going to be able to move up with Ju here as they do clear out this bottom wave. Bear goes down, and Calyx just has to deal with 50% of his health bar missing.
Here comes Gideon, level 6.
Yeah, there's the paranoia. The flash out, and Lehen's not quite in range here, but the fear is still going to come on through. And the Bramble Smash from Lehen's. Max range is going to be able to lock down first blood. Really nicely played here. I thought that was not quite in range. I thought that maybe wouldn't be able to find the angle. But Lehen's gets there.
He taxied in off the minions and got the Q to smash him there. It was really well played by Lehen's. The kill does go over to the Maokai, but still a pretty massive win. Both summoners now down for Duckdom as well.
Yeah.
So successful level 6 here from Gideon. Right on 6, you could see his XP bar, and he knew exactly where he wanted to take his spike as BDD.
Yeah, not going to be able to quite find it as the flash comes through. And so Calyx clears out the wave with the shockwave, flashes perfectly to avoid BDD. Looks pretty good.
That was a very scary moment. Cuz, despite being half health here, is just going to come over and start taking out these grubs. Sub-half health, I should say. Much less than half.
Well, Gideon is a little bit alone and doesn't have ulti or anything like that. But Lehen's is level 6. That is actually a big deal. Peter only level 5 as the nature is grasping. Looking for Cuz here, who does get snared up. Now Perfect on an angle here, but he's going lower and lower as Peter is dashing out of the fight. BDD pretty healthy, but I just don't know whether the Annie is going to be enough as Cuz gets into that backline and he just dies. Gideon going to follow suit as now Lehen's being so frustrating. That Bramble Smash hitting 3 is gigantic. And the Boomerang Blade is just going to straight up miss. Still, the grubs will go over to Nongshim, or at least the last one. KT securing 2 as Lehen's moving in. BDD.
That was
just
scary.
Just clear this one out. But that speeds of warfare going over to Nongshim, it's a big deal.
Big win for them. And part of the reason why KT so hard forced there is they really didn't want the grubs to go over the side lane and Gwen, which I think is a very, very wise choice to try to deny. But the value on this Maokai just so insanely high for Lehen's in that fight.
And I mean, something has to be said for KT not allowing Peter to hit that level 6 before things happen, as Kingen going for some needlework here, trying to kite his Duckdom, but you can't really kite it out against this paranoia. As another Fear Tether comes in. Great defense being played by Peter, though, as Cuz making his way down. Doesn't have the flash to get in range of this Wind Becomes Lightning. Let's see whether he can land it. There he goes. Another knock up from Peter. Oh man, we thought that Cuz had locked down that POM. Maybe it's Peter in the end.
Pretty good play from him. Cuz super aggressive on that last Krobs fight. He was definitely trying to make sure those votes stay his, but
yeah, it's not going to be Peter, but it is fun to talk about because he's playing good.
So like here, I was kind of worried about this engage from Nongshim because Nature's Grasp itself doesn't do that much damage. There isn't that much setup, but it's actually Jiu in the longer fight who does a ton of damage here. And Calyx shows up, and now the fight is really, really split here on the side of KT. Cuz decides to go back in, but no one else can really follow up fast enough. And then the smash here is just insane. Lehens cuts them in half, and then Peter barely gets out. Not the best flash we've ever seen, but he does escape, does not get hit by the boomerang. Down here, in this fight, it's a really nice gank, but unfortunately for Nongshim, Peter plays this insanely well, and Cuz is nearby, so he can actually come down here and counter gank. So look at this from Peter. Gets the double knock up, protecting his AD carry. What a support.
And first it was the quickness as well, so charmed them up so they couldn't actually get the damage down, and then catches Gideon here to make sure that Cuz could help lock down that kill as Peter is back again, but he's not going to be able to find too much more. As Lehens trying to clear out some minions. We've seen this before.
This time he has ult, and Cuz is on the top side of the map. I don't know if they're actually going to be able to kill Perfect here. They're going to try.
Yep, they're going to give it a red hot crack. Let's see whether he can ult his way out. There is the spell shield. Very nicely done, but Perfect is not dead yet. One more auto will do. Never mind. It's not enough, and now Lehens taking so much damage here from Cuz. Still looking for the 3-talon strike, and Cuz doesn't have flash, but doesn't actually need it. Just ults to keep himself healthy, and in fact, he wants more. You could tell.
Look at the lead in CS still between Perfect and Kingen, where Kingen has just been left by himself. They've tried to gank for him, but it hasn't been successful. Like that's so much.
Now he's got Eclipse.
Yeah, this is so much of this game has been about Perfect is handling the 1v2 better. Cuz is playing through him and getting more success. He's able to stop the gank bottom side there with Peter's help. They get a kill there, and on the cross map when Nongshim tried to take Perfect out, again he survives. And this is just really a big step up from what we've seen from KT, because they, like you said, have been doing this plan for a while, but it wasn't working, and the weak siding from Perfect was not actually really working out for them. It was dying a lot, wasn't playing it correctly, but now with Cuz's help, in this particular case, does handle it really well. The spell shield was great from Gideon, is able to stop the ult from connecting, but they still just don't have enough damage, and KT, it's not a gold lead for them, but I really feel like they have a ton of momentum off of this.
That's what it sort of feels like at this point in time. Still feats of strength on the cards here, as one more Drake for KT will do it. The Infernal Drake is on the cards right now. As Lehens is moving in, Dr. I'm alone for the moment. As Peter is still making his way back out onto the map. And Nongshim with bottom side control. And things pretty even in that mid lane. As, in fact, Calyx has a decent advantage.
Yeah.
X-Plate done here for Gideon as well.
BDD having that weird, like that angle they went for is, I have a fight here, no, not quite. That weird angle he went for earlier with Cuz that was shut down by Calyx, I think kind of messed up his back timing, ended up finding himself a little bit down on CS, but it's a pretty hefty lead with that kill that also went over for Calyx in the topside fight. Yep, bit of a skirmish.
Yep, in goes Peter once again. They get the double knock-up on to this Maokai. Is Jiu going to be the target now? When becomes lightning, their health bars getting lower and lower as he's delivered a Nocturne here to them, as Peter is just going to cleanse things out in looking for even more as PDD rushing towards his bottom lane as Dr. Oh man, they're all on a silver platter, picks up the double, and it should be the triple here if he can find it, and there it is. They should turn it into a Drake at the same time, and KT starting this snowball early.
This is the exact type of fight I was talking about when we talked about King.
Oh god, it's a solo kill for Perfect.
And BD's got a stun prepped here. Calyx got to be careful.
Oh man, can they make it the trifecta every single lane? They can! As down will go, well, down will go his flash at least, but the slow's going to come in. There's the Pyroblast. Just an incinerate.
AT firing on all cylinders here.
Every lane.
Every single lane. And that bottom fight was the Kai'Sa, picked instead of the Xayah with the turn that I talked about, because it's just so simple. When they use all of their combo, they try to go in, and then you're like, okay, you're out of buttons. It's my turn now. This is the kind of fight you're going to end up seeing. So Nocturne can follow up from so far away, and skirmishes like that one. In this case, so much is used early in this fight, and the wait for it. Nocturne goes through, they kite back. Gio is not able to follow up. That's really, really huge here. He's not able to really get any damage done. And then it's like, okay, it's my turn now. Duckdom ults in. Peter goes back forward.
And Peter with the cleanse from the spellbook as well, making sure that the Nature's Grasp didn't do anything, gets in front of Duckdom, prevents him from getting taken out of the fight. Really beautifully done here by this Rakan.
It's just a really great turn there. Really good reaction. Also, cause right time, right place every time, as this is how this happened up here topside.
I had to check to see whether this was a replay in case we came out of a replay into this happening again.
So an aggressive trade. Perfect doesn't have his ult anymore. Just goes under the turret when the wave crashes. Kingen just gets bopped.
Just kills him, yeah. And
just super ahead.
Yeah, might have also even been a case where he didn't need to flash. We just wanted to make sure that he was as safe as possible as another Paranoid comes in. The three-man shockwave is beautiful this time, and they will be able to take down Cuz, and there goes Duckdom. What an absolute slaughter here by Nongshim, and this is what the comp's supposed to do.
I'm gonna need a little bit more information on how that one all went down, but it looks like Nongshim had prio, had choke point control, and just press the combo. So there you go.
If you see, there are no more R buttons left for Nongshim. So what happened was, KT walked up and the R buttons were pressed.
Yeah, like this is what you can do with prio here with Nongshim. Oh man, that choke point.
Was gorgeous.
Choke point control is so valuable with this comp, and KT just stuck around. Super greedy from KT. So in game one, a lot of moments like this, KT were like, I'm not gonna mess with that fight. This time they messed with it, and they found out, Atlas, that the shockwave combo is very potent.
And it's now all back to even once again.
Yeah.
As once more, it's also the Uzi Kaiser skin, so we're going to see Duckdom signing some dead turrets, which is pretty cool.
Love to see it.
Yep, there on the bottom side. That was. It's also a great way of tracking 80 carries local gold that they managed to pick up. If you're trying to work out where the gold leads are coming from, things like that. Very, very cool that they add that little bit of extra stuff to the whole Legends skin.
The game here went from, it starts to look like KT have too many small advantages and they have tons of momentum, to the strength of Nongshim's comp is showcased in one instant where I have prio, I turn, choke point, you can't enter, you die. It's like so simple, this comp. We mentioned it, like Nongshim, you cannot mess this up, and they did not. When they had that huge angle, Gio is isolated.
Yeah, well, he's just going to get quickness, popped up into the sky 16 times, and the Void Seeker will kill him. There was no way out of that, and I'm not entirely sure what the plan was. Now Lehens is going to be the one caught out of position. Gideon spell shields the stun, but he doesn't spell shield the bear. As BDD is going to be able to get another one. Preps it with that Incinerate. Wind becomes lightning there from Cuz as the shockwave coming through. Doesn't find the same value this time, as Nongshim are all split up. Lehens did manage to get out of the way of Perfect, which is kind of crazy, but there is the killer instinct from Duckdom, and they are angry about what happened before. A bit of an awkward spot there for Duckdom now in between the turrets, and Kingen, he's just going to say, well, I've got my teleport, but I don't think I'm helping anything here, and finally Perfect locks down the kill onto the tree.
Kingen's expression when we had the redraft in game one, I feel like is minus that one smile we saw, has kind of been permanent on his face today, man. He's trying to do things. He's like, you guys are losing over there. You guys are completely out of position. I'm just going to side lane. I don't know. Kind of done with this series. He had TP, but he was certainly not going to press it. And that's just, we saw one example of exactly how this comp can work, and then they're completely split a moment later. Like, look at this. Completely split. Look at where all the champions are on the minimap. Gio just walks into this Chow.
Yeah, it's a bit...
And Lehens is like, I can't help you. I can't do anything. Now we have, like, 3 split champions that all work really well together, but they're not together. And so, like, Calyx actually plays this really well, gets the speed up. Like, Calyx is kind of insane, man. I'm watching this guy play, and I'm very impressed constantly. Look at the timing of the shockwave. Then he's able to just barely get away from the knock-up there from Peter. Actually gets out initially. And then
Void Seeker lands,
It's like he played everything perfectly, but then just got hit by one W, and then see you later.
Yep.
And then Lehens, after escaping, decides to die.
Okay.
What? I saw the end of that. I was like, I'm not sure that happened.
That is what we call bottom lane synergy.
Yeah. I don't know what that was.
We're going to go subpar. That's what we're going to look at there. As a teleport in here from Perfect, looking for the flank angle as Cuz makes his way in first. This dragon down very low as there's the paranoia out. Cuz gets into the pit though and just steals it away. The flash out as well. It's highway robbery. victory here by KT. But can Nongshim punish? That's the question, and the answer's looking a little bit like no, as the bear is picked up by the shockwave, but Perfect dives into the backline. There's no follow-up here as Doctom, his killer instinct comes in, and it's working out real well. Can KT actually lock down any kills, though? That's the question, because this time there is a Gwen here, and the ricochets are starting to hurt. The tree is going to burn down as Cuz goes in yet again. The Void Seeker comes down. Chiu oversteps one more time, but Kingen does, never mind, he does as well. And Perfect has shields for years, and that's an ace.
So close for Nongshim there. Kingen trying to get it done. He's not happy, you can tell he's got a smile on his face, but it's a bit sheepish in the player cam, and Nongshim are routed once again, and it starts to feel like this series is going to be a 2-0, and Nongshim's chances of winning a single series in the Legend Group are shattered. By the way, Cuz has not lost a single dragon this series.
Yeah.
This will be his 8th, including the Elder he picked up last game. He does not let Nongshim get dragons. He will not allow it. He will not let them get Otacon for free. So punishing today. And then at this moment, you're like, okay, maybe they could win something, but then Gideon is cut off here by BDD. Perfect gets into the back line. And then you start to go, okay, wait, it's Sivir though. Kingen does a lot of damage. And then Chiu gets caught here. This is really the rough part of how this goes, because it's like, okay, maybe this is possible. Chiu steps just a little bit too far up. And guess who catches him? Cuz.
Yeah.
Wait for it.
Yeah, just dashes in, catches him walking on the wrong side of the rock.
Because if that doesn't happen, I think this is 100% a cleanup for Nongshim.
And BDD, I think, got like 16 rotations of stun in that fight as well. As KT fans looking anxious as usual. That is just kind of how you wake up as, okay, in goes Peter. He'll find some quickness value as he tries to get himself out. Calyx going to be the first one to go down, but the Annie will follow suit. But now it's Perfect's time to shine. Doctom set up for Lahen's going to be the next one. It's a triple once again for the man wielding the Uzi skin, and the ace comes on through. KT, I think they're starting to get a little too far ahead.
Yeah, KT looking really clean in this game, and KT fans.
Oh, he's 11-2.
Yeah, no, he's big. KT fans, no E words or anything like that. But it is kind of at the height of summer. It is at the end of the season. We saw this right before Road to MSI. We're like, man, this team is good. They beat T1 in the Telecom War. This team is suddenly actually looking like a threat. Just make sure that when you describe their current form, you avoid using specific terms that start with the letter E. And maybe, I don't know, maybe playoffs will be interesting as Peter looks for the engager, takes a ton of damage, but it's 100% worth it. Look at the follow from Perfect, though. Gets into the back line, and he is just a Beyblade shredding them. And it's just really easy when you're this far ahead with all the dive you have in this comp. Just clean up house.
And also, when you actually play it right and split up, don't all get hit by a shockwave, that first opening salvo that can be so incredibly scary if everyone has their ducks in a row. The problem is that Nongshim, outside of that one instance, just haven't had the same level of coordination. And KT have also, to their credit, not actually given them the same opportunity. But yeah, we're having a look at that total gold number, the good old 3,000 gold lead here for the Kai'Sa is the big problematic part.
Yeah, feeling pretty good about his build as well. Like, he has his Onyas.
Oh, God.
And these Void Seekers are upgraded, and it's just...
They are really starting to hurt. As we can see there, even has a cheeky, fiendish codex.
Peter just loves keeping his cleanse out as well in the spellbook so that Lahen's can't do anything to him. It's just such a... It feels so practiced, what we're seeing from KT with this composition. Like, they're so clean with it.
I kind of love it from Doctom as well, like skipping the Nash's Tooth, just to make sure that, like, even he's got a gigantic, like, he literally has a price on his head, right?
Yeah, and so just also, like, you get some value out of the Zonias in terms of the armor as well. Like, it's just, it's just a great build. It's really smart. When you're this far ahead, like, you could actually literally build anything.
And it's just so often that you will just go straight into the Nashes. Like, it is one of those builds where, like, second item Rageblade, third item Nashes is, like, the thing. Unless you go in the AD build that we have seen some players go for as well. But if it is the AP variant, that is just, like, the order that has been pretty set in stone. So I do like that he's gone for this one.
It's perfectly timed to evolve your W, and just a cool take on it, and it's very safe. Like, not that he needs it, but when you're ahead and you have more safety, you're just, like, insanely ahead.
And honestly, it's barely it's barely even a thing that's really worth talking about because he is just so far ahead.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
Like he could have built like a Vajay's and we would have been like, oh wow, yeah, he built a Vajay's, it's great.
All right, one more fight, Nongshim. One more combo. That's all you got. Your last chance to win a series in Legend Group.
Yep,
one more chance.
And Gideon, he's gonna need to win this Smite fight, but the Gwen is dead already as Lahan's caught on the back end of the fight. Perfect will be able to lock him down, and he's got a Kai'Sa in his back pocket as well. As, yeah, Nongshim, they are not going to be contesting this one. So even if they do survive this team fight, as the Void Seeker is going to connect one more time?
Can he get it?
Magnetized?
Can he get it?
Another one will land, but this time it's spell shielded.
I thought maybe he was going to thread the needle and snipe him, man.
Jonas Strong really playing with our hearts here.
I mean, after what happened to Calyx earlier too, man, Noctom just can't miss today. Noctom's trying to get Palm. It's still going to be Cuz for me.
I mean, it better be. This is going to be the big test, though, because Noctom having a fantastic performance here in this game number 2. It's a bit different if it's win-loss-win.
Yeah.
Because that game 1 feels like a millennium ago when you're voting for POM. But if Noctom does get it, then we are going to be asking some questions.
He just evaporated.
Yeah.
And Gideon's trying to get on top of Noctom, but he has that Zhonya's. He doesn't have to ult, of course, and then just ults onto Lahen's. Crazy, crazy team fights here for KT with this far ahead. It just looks...
Noctom is 3 levels ahead.
Yeah.
He's ahead of BDD. Yeah, it's a very, very, very large Kai'Sa. Who now has that Nationals done. He's an entire item ahead of Gio right now. All right, Paranoia is going to come on through as BDD just flashes over the wall into the waiting arms of Kingin. But a bear is going to be dropped on his head. The quickness holds them all in position. And of course, Noctom is ready to murder everyone. It should be a triple as he's going to flash over towards Calyx, but he makes it to the brush. Gio is now facing off against so many people, and he will just die as KT think that this is set up for a Baron. And honestly, who's going to fault him?
Nah, it's a freebie. Man, like...
15-2-4.
Watching KT team fight this, and like even when it looks like maybe there's a problem, like at the start of this fight where it's like, oh, maybe BDD, is he in trouble? Gideon pre-spell shields as well because he expects the stun to come out right away. BDD holds it, flashes over the wall, drops Tibbers on Kingin so he can buy space. Then Noctom shows up. Kingin is just evaporated again. And then they're like, well, I guess we just engage and keep going through. Peter pops his ult. He's trying to get on top of them. Gio is then cut off from the rest of his team. There's no peel for him anymore. There's no front line, so he's just taken out. And they're like, all right, well, that's a Baron.
Yep.
Thanks for the engage.
And like Gio was actually doing decent damage. You saw the health bars were low, right? The ricochets are actually getting in there. He has those 3 items, so he is doing a fair bit of work. Unfortunately, it's just not enough.
I don't think the Sivir pick was for team fighting necessarily in this draft because they're hoping to win fights instantly with the combo, but the wave clear doesn't matter when you're this far behind.
Nope.
You're not playing through sides because your Gwen is 2 and 5. And yeah, it's unfortunately for Gio, he's not set up for success in this one. As in a late game team fight like what we just saw, if it's a closer fight, you certainly can get more done, but they are just not close fights.
Certainly not when Noctom's involved, as this guy is pretty gigantic. Still, Peter does need to be careful, as these Beyblades do hurt.
Yeah, and there's a Baron here. This is the first inhib down. Top is prepped. They could just rotate over towards it. KT playing it safe. Not going to look for a dive here. They have all of their ults available. If Nongshim go in, they just counter-engage, and they're just going to sit behind these Baroned-up minions and say, I dare you.
Yeah, and it's a 14,000 gold lead. Like, this game is so close to just over as they do take down the Annie again. But once more, in goes Peter. Out he goes as well as Noctom is just destroying them. Uses his Zhonya's, keep himself alive. As, yep, he is tanking up the turret, almost dies, but he is just a little bit too rich to go down right here. As Calyx is just going to have to watch as his Nexus explodes for the 2nd time, and KT making short work of Nongshim here today.
Very, very short work. Not really a whole lot in it for Nongshim in this series. Their last chance to win one, and they end up falling. They are winless. No series wins throughout the 2nd half of the year here from rounds 3 to 5. Not the result you wanted, not the momentum you want going into play-ins, but on the other side, or playoffs, on the other side here for KT, you have all the momentum.
Yeah.
You are sitting at like the top of the roller coaster right now.
And the thing for KT is they want to make Worlds, right? That 4th seed is still a big question mark. Is it going to be Nongshim? It's looking a little bit dire, right? But they're stuck in the Legend group where they're just getting, you know, pounded on by all of these teams that are just very, very good, and KT. And then there's DK, who were the kings of the Rise group, but we know what the Rise group is. It's not necessarily the gameplay. They are extraordinarily cultured now, but that may not necessarily be enough to get them into that top 4. KT versus DK, if we get that in the playoffs, that is what we're really looking forward to.
You know, I love it when a player like DuckDom in that camera shot, after popping off, destroying, dismantling the enemy team, just points at his team logo and gives a respectful bow. That's class, what DuckDom just showed us there.
I really liked the little heads with the stick figure bodies in the elevator. That was very, very cute. Ah, the fan signs, just brilliant. As DuckDom, man, like, as far as improvement is concerned, I think that Perfect has been well and truly up and down. His Ambassador, again, proving to be fantastic here in this series. But DuckDom has just been good enough.
Yeah.
And or completely takes over the game, like the example here today.
The recent games, like he's playing like ruler, man.
His consistency level is out of control in comparison to what we saw earlier in the year.
KT have obviously a very specific style, and Perfect's champion pool is very small. And so remember that this is the last best of 3 this team is going to play, until potentially Worlds, obviously. But they are looking for BO5 wins now, and that's where, you know, some of these fearless drafts could get a little bit more tough. But when they're playing comps like this that they're extremely comfortable with, and the execution is this crisp, I mean, how can you not look at this team and think, man, suddenly playoffs looking a little bit more interesting?
By the way, can your comment be Demacian domination?
Something like that.
Because that sounds pretty cool to me, you know, because he played Jarvan and Xin Zhao, and that's Demacian. Anyway, that's what I would.
Well, that's your comment now. It's not mine.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And I don't get a comment. And so if it is that, then I would get a comment, which is just not how it's supposed to work. But I hope yours is also just as cool as what my theoretical comment could have been. Or maybe it could be better.
Yeah, it's probably going to have to do with Cataclysm. It's going to be
Cataclysmic cuz?
Yeah, something like that.
That's pretty cool too. I like just 2 words.
More about putting...
Whoa, Atlas can also send a comment if you want. Yeah, mine would be Demacian domination.
Yeah, send it in.
Yeah.
All right.
Or Cuztacular Cataclysm. Or Cataclystic, no, the first one's fine. The domination, the Demacian.
All right, mine is going to be Cuz's Cataclysm came for Nongshim.
Oh, alliteration, baby.
Yeah, Cuz's Cataclysm came for Nongshim. I'm locking it in. All right. In these fights, by the way, they keep engaging on BDD because he doesn't have Zhonya's. Like, they can't even engage on DuckDom because he just goes golden.
It reminds me of yesterday's series where Chovy was the only one to die playing the Annie, and it was an absolute stomp.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we've seen this before, as you can see DuckDom having the best time ever, surviving there on 1 health in the end, as they do take down the Nexus. But that is a very happy DuckDom, as you can see there. Juice still did a lot of damage. You could see that those ricochets were doing stuff. It just wasn't quite 23k Xin Zhao.
Yeah, he's doing numbers. Those are all. He's getting close to Lucid numbers, you know.
Yeah, that is...
He better get Palm. Okay, I love DuckDom.
I mean, he's getting it, man.
There
wasn't a game 2 in the way, okay? If there's a game 2 in the way, then recency bias takes over, as it will, because there is justice in the world.
All right.
And there is the Demacian Dominator.
I was a little bit nervous. So whenever I get really confident that the right thing will be done, that's when
that's when I'm like, oh, it's definitely not going to happen now. Yeah, no, don't worry, it happened.
That's when it comes up and it's like, BDD, I'm like, not this time, come on.
He sacrificed himself really well for the team.
I think this Nongshim interview will be really interesting, especially with everything they've been through. So we have a full team interview for both teams, but the Nongshim one is the one that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. They can be a little bit awkward at times if it is coming off a loss, especially when they haven't won a series throughout the entire round robin. But the thing is, this is a Legend group, right? It's a little bit of a different story because, of course, they are already in the top 5, whether they like it or not, and hopefully they can get their head straight moving into the next one. First off, we will have KT, though, and so they will be able to have a chat. I think hearing from Perfect is going to be important for me because I really want to see how he's managed to turn things around, but it is now time for that right now.
2025 LCK 5라운드 149
Thank you very much, guys. This is Steer for the full team interview with both teams between KT Rolster and Nongshim Red Force. And we will start with KT Rolster, who took the victory today. Please welcome Perfect, Cuz, BDD, Dokdam, and Peter. Congratulations! We'll talk to Perfect. With that 2-0 over Nongshim, you reached the end of the LCK regular season. How do you feel? You know, while we were preparing, I really just wanted to get a clean victory, but it just feels like we didn't get a clean victory today, so, you know, it's a little bit of a shame. And what did you want to grow the most this year? I felt like I was having trouble moving together as a unit, as a team, so I wanted to improve that. So how close do you feel like you got to in that goal? Maybe about 50%. It feels like there is room for improvement. We expect your growth and a great showing at the playoffs. What mindset do you have? I feel like as long as we're able to prepare well, I feel like we will be able to pull off that clean performance. So I want to make sure that we're able to win. Thank you for that interview. And next, Cuz. Good work during the regular season, Cuz. You finished with a win and a POM. How do you feel? Well, this was our last match before the playoffs. I feel like we were able to showcase a pretty good performance, and I think we will be able to carry on this confidence into the playoffs. And your Jarvan in Game 1 was stellar. You know, during the Otacon fight, you jumped into 4 people so daringly. And you seem to pilot Jarvan especially well, so how do you rate Jarvan? You know, whenever I pick Jarvan, you know, engaging and team fighting tends to go really well, and I feel like I am really good at putting pressure on the enemy with Jarvan especially. And as a veteran jungler, you must be pretty aware of the areas of improvement. So what will you focus on refining for the playoffs? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that we always try to refine. I think we just have to set a right direction as a team that we can actually set a goal towards and make sure that we're able to get as many wins as we can by reaching those goals. And we're really excited to see how far KT rises. So what goals do you have for the playoffs? You know, I want to make sure that we go out and play our hearts out and play games that we just don't leave regrets in, especially during the playoffs. And BDD, this was your final check before the playoffs. What did you focus on during the match? You know, we just, instead of trying to focus on our opponent today, we wanted to make sure that we can get some practice for the playoffs. And by winning the tiebreaker with D plus Kia, you joined the Legend group. So, what did you learn while getting through rounds 3 and 5? You know, I just feel like the regular season is finally over, but at the same time, it just went by like a flash. But I wouldn't exactly say that it was refreshing or it feels like amazing or anything. So how do you feel? How do you look back at the regular season? I feel like we struggled all together. You know, and I'm just really grateful for my teammates who went through so much with me. And what approach will you take to be ready for the playoffs? You know, it's gonna make me so depressed if I don't make it to the Worlds. So I'm just gonna make sure that I have the mindset where, you know, nothing else matters. I just have to make it to Worlds or nothing else will matter. And Dokdam, how does it feel to finish the regular season? You know, I felt like we had a clean match in our last match of the regular season. You know, but then in the end, in game 2, I just forgot that the enemy had Ori Nocturne, so I just kept dying, which was a little regretful, a little unfortunate. It seems like your form has always been improving over time, so we're really excited to see your success in the playoffs. What can we expect from you in the best of 5? Lately, I feel like whenever we were able to sort of work on our low points so that we actually have a high ceiling, but not that low of a low point either. I think that's what we have to work on. And what is your read on how the playoffs will play out? I feel like we'll be able to show what it means to be in the Legends group. And how do you look back to the regular season? I feel like there are a lot of regretful parts, but I think I just really want to make sure that we're the ones who are smiling at the very end. And Peter, this is your first regular season with KT, and you finished 4th place in Legend Group. How do you feel? You know, it's just so surreal. It's so shocking. You know, I always said goodbye at the very end of the season, but I'm able to stay in longer and make it up to the playoffs, so it feels so amazing. And this fan sign says, Peter, this was your summer. Thank you, my fan. And when you look back to all the matches as a part of KT, what stands out to you? I think the most memorable part has to be when I got scolded by BDD yesterday. I don't really remember what happened during the match, but so was that more memorable than when you won against T1? You know, BDD, he really just gave me a wake-up call, and I think that's why I was able to play better today. I see. So BDD, as the older brother, the oldest brother, he was nagging at you, but a very necessary one. So to get riled up for the playoffs, anything you would like to say to your teammates? You know, even on stage and during the practice, I feel like we're such a great team, and I feel like we're just so capable of making it to even higher grounds. You know, as long as we're able to continue improving. And back to the team captain, BDD, please send a message over to the fans. First of all, for everyone who supported us during the regular season, thank you so much. And there's some time remaining between now and the playoffs. I will make sure that we're able to get to the top of our form until then. And please give it up for KT Rolster. Thank you so much for the interview. That's the end of the season and team interview with KT Rolster. And we'll wait for Nongshim Red Force to get on stage.
정말 멋진 이야기를 많이 들어봤는데요. 앞으로의 각오 그리고 지금까지를 되돌아보는 모습들을 저희가 확인할 수가 있었습니다. 그리고 다음으로는 저희가 오늘 아쉽게 패배했지만 정규 시즌 마지막 경기까지 최선을 다해서 펼쳐준
Despite the loss, we'll have Nongshim Red Force who tried their absolute best until the very end. We'll get them on stage as soon as they are ready.
특히 킹겐 선수와 리엔즈 선수를 중심으로 한 베테랑 선수들의 활약도 눈부셨고요. 또 칼릭스 선수 첫 정규 시즌이었지만 멋진 활약 보여주셨습니다. 기도원 선수와 지우 선수까지 활약을 많이 보여줬는데요. 정규 시즌을 마친 지금 어떤 이야기 들려주실지 준비가 되는 대로 바로 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 네, 이제 농심 레드포스 선수분들 만나서 이야기 들어볼 때마다 뜨거운 박수 여러분 함께 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please welcome Nongshim Red Force on the stage for the full team interview. Please welcome Kingen, Gideon, Calix, Ju, and Lihans. Hello
네,
everyone.
인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 먼저 킹겐 선수 만나보겠습니다.
King-gen,
이렇게 시즌을 마치셨는데 소감이 어떠신지 들어보겠습니다.
how does it feel to reach the end of regular season? You know, we're in this spot. I just wish so badly that we were able to say hello to our fans in a good spirit with a victory, but I'm so sorry that we weren't able to deliver some good news. But this is not the end, so I hope that we're able to come back stronger. And so we have to put the past aside
네, 팬분들도 굉장히 좋은
and we
마음으로
need to
응원을
work on
해주실 것
moving
같은데
forward.
시즌 내내 항상 탑에서 솔리드함을 제대로 보여줬던 킹겐
You know, you've
선수였는데
always
이번
stayed
정규
so
시즌에 가장
solid
만족스러웠던
at
포인트가
top.
뭔지 좀 아쉬운 점이 있으시다면 이 자리에서
If there's anything you were happy regarding the regular season or anything you're regretful about it, what is it? I feel like it's just full of regrets. Honestly, I can't even remember all the good parts or anything that I was happy with. So, you know, upon returning on stage after a while, I feel like all I can think of is all the things that we need to improve on.
항상 돌이켜보면 다전제에서 더 강한 모습을 많이 보여주셨던 킹겐 선수였는데
You know, we just remember you always being stronger in best of five. So what are your mindsets for the plans? I feel like best of fives is such a completely different game. So I think we're able to make sure that we deliver a better performance. You know, aside from all the regret that we had in the past, in the best of fives, we want to make sure that we're able to show you guys what we are made of. And Gideon, how do you feel about the regular season? You know, we went winless in the last rounds, and I feel like I personally did have my own shortcomings, but I hope that I can show a better performance during the play-ins.
선수입니다. 기억나는 장면들이 많은데요.
And you showed up with so much potential this season.
적으로 준비하실 예정이신가요?
So what will you focus on in the plans? I think I need to brush up on all the champions that I lack in and prepare some pocket picks that I can bring out during the plans. And what is your the mindset for plans? For best of fives, it's going to be completely different, and I believe that I'm quite confident in best of five. So I want to make sure that I can show you what I have.
이어서 칼릭스 선수 만나보겠습니다.
And Calix,
LCK 1군 무대에서의 첫 번째 정규 시즌을 무사히
this was your first regular season in the LCK.
소감 어떠신가요?
So how did it feel to join in as a rookie? This was my first regular season in the LCK. I feel like I did well. There are a lot of failures as well along the way, but because of all the support from my fans, it was very fun. You were hardly the rookie on the stage. So what were you personally most satisfied about? You know, looking back, I felt like, I noticed that I had a lot of solo kills. It just makes me feel like, I guess I'm capable of getting a lot of solo kills. So how will you manage to supplement those areas you lack in? I think as a team, we lack a lot of things. So I think we'll have to go back to our dorm and have a lot of discussion and, in-depth talks. And what is your mindset for the plans? This is my first plans. I'll make sure I try my best to show up in the top form, so please continue supporting us. And Jiu, our AD carry, looking back at the regular season, you must have a lot on your mind. How do you feel? During rounds 3 to 5, I just really wanted to at least show at least one time that we can win in front of the fans, but it just leaves so much regret. And of course, your legend group journey wasn't smooth, but you guys never faltered. So what are some takeaways along the process? Since we were always against top tier teams, I think I was able to learn a lot from how they played. So what mindset do you have for the plans? for the play-ins. It'll be best of 5. And I'm going to need a lot of champion to be able to play and widen my champion pool.
발전한 지우 선수 응원하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
And I want to make sure that I can come back and show my improvements during the best of 5s.
합류해서 보낸 첫 번째
And Leihans, this was your first regular season with Nongshim. And as the team captain, what did you prioritize in communicating with the team? Well, honestly, there was nothing special. But I think we just tried to I just try to communicate as kindly as possible and just stay professional at all times. And you'll be playing best of 5s next week, so what areas will you focus on? You know, nothing in particular that pops up, but I think I'll just prepare like I usually do. You know, for your teammates who worked so hard this regular season, what do you want to say ahead of the play-ins? You know, I have nothing to say to my teammates, but I really want to, you know, I want to call out my fans that went through so much because we weren't able to give you a single victory. So I know you guys went through so much. So I want to make sure that you are aware that we're going to try our absolute best to make sure to deliver an even better result during the play-ins. Let's give it up for Nongshim Red Force. And that's the end of the team interview with Nongshim Red Force, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation and all your hard work. As we got to hear from both of the teams there, from KT and from Nongshim. Good stuff on both sides. But KT, very dominant victory in this one. And we are going to jump straight into the Palm votes and see where we did. So we had one vote for mid. What do we think about
Soup. Yeah, I think it's just appreciation for our mid laner, you know, BDD. I mean, carried all along, so
I like BDD.
That's all I can say. Who doesn't like?
I guess
BDD?
Soup also likes BDD.
Yeah, yeah, that's how it works.
Where's the Soup comment? Can we get the Soup comment? What did they have to say about their?
It's gonna be spicy.
Probably is just I like BDD. You know.
Actually, we should get someone get one of the comments from the Soup and Chijijig, no?
Yeah.
Statesperson to represent it. You know, defend your comment, your
be
palm.
like, okay, now's the time to put in your comments.
Oh yeah,
like you
definitely
pick like a good one. You know, that's actually a good idea.
Pick a bad one.
Maybe next year.
Oh.
I'm glad that there were no duck down votes. Actually, I feel like
I'm going for the boom boom
no,
down.
I voted for Kaz. It was a cold and sharp judgment led to a clean 2-0 victory today. Especially, it was impressive Ataka moment where like he was actually 1 before at the moment, but he decided to go in once again. And for the game 2, it was decent Jinzhao game as well. So like it was pretty easy vote for me.
Yeah, mine was a little bit of a quote, which Brendan, you said you were going to do the voice for this.
No, I didn't say that.
No, I'm pretty sure you said you were going to do the voice.
What?
You promised
your comment. It's your comment,
you know,
dude.
if I had looked it up and I actually prepared it, I would.
None of you seem to understand. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
That was good. That was good.
Really good.
That was really good.
There you go. Just when he cataclysmed all 4 of them, yeah, that's the vibe I got.
It's a very good comment.
Normally we have Degon do the voices. He's very good at it, you know.
Yeah.
Missing him today.
Where's Degon? He wasn't here yesterday either.
Slacking.
I think he's slacking, yeah. Because his cataclysm came for Nongshim. Good one from Wolf. Demacian domination, no vote by the way. Doesn't get a vote.
Play-by-plays don't have rights.
Play-by-plays, hosts, yeah.
I think this is great though. Like I
think it's great they don't have votes.
I mean, no, it's great to have the comment.
Can't believe
You hear this
from the caster. No, I didn't say that. I said it's good
He's
to have their.
happy you don't have a vote. How do you
Why
feel
are you
about
so
this?
happy?
Okay, they don't deserve it.
Why? What is that? What do you mean by this? What did you mean?
You forced me. It's your statement as well, right?
Let's just.
Oh, you thought you're leaving?
I'm instigating.
Nah. All right. I'm done.
Any other good comments here? Whose jungle path is the best? Cuz, Score, Helios, or Cloud Templar?
Well,
I'm gonna go with Score.
that's pretty clear, yeah.
What do you guys think? Who deserves the best jungle pathing here?
Probably not Helios. Sorry.
Cloud Templar was really good at getting all the camps very efficiently. You know, Master Chef Cuz cooked Nongshim. That's another alliteration. Pretty good. Come forth, challengers of the Rise group. The 4 kings of the Legend group await you.
Pretty cool. Yeah, setting up the.
I had nothing to say.
Kind of the aura of the Legend group teams going into playoffs. Throwing it out. We have a lot of comments this time.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, we did have a little extra bonus comment from the guy who doesn't have any vote. Spot the enemy's weakness and craft the perfect play. That's Cuz for you. He really did. He was like, you know what? They're weak at this moment. While they're doing Otacon, I'm just going to go kill them all.
No, I'm going to say
4 kills.
I feel like I've been struggling with my comments recently. I feel like today, I was happy with my comment, but also it just feels like everyone has kind of come back into form for the last day of the regular season.
Do you think you won the comment war this time?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I think everyone made a good resurgence. We got a lot of comments in sometimes because not everyone always submits it. Sometimes it's hard to think of them, but it feels like everyone put in some good effort today, so it's good to see.
My favorite was yesterday, Cloud Templar. So good.
Yeah, that was just out of nowhere, right?
Yeah, we gotta...
That was a great one, yeah.
Yeah, that was
really
just so
straight
random.
to the point, you know.
Yeah, mine yesterday, King of Kaiser.
Yeah.
I really thought hard about that one.
Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. I think today was a hit for
That's a good comment.
you guys.
You should have done that one.
Maybe that was my comment. So this is the standings of Legend Group. KT, I mean, this was going to be the standings before, but really solidifying the idea that KT is a better team than Nongshim right now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel more confident about the KT right now because before I think Perfect doing not great on the sideline, but now he's actually doing great when it comes to like the dive situation. Like he consumes all the pressure from the enemy team, and I think that definitely helps KT as well. And also Dokdam, solid performance from Kaisa as well. The King of Kaisa, is he considered as King of Kaisa too, or no?
I mean, he's been having some great plays, though. I think some work to be done.
All right. So, anyways, I think pretty good performance in general from KT here.
So this is what's going to happen here with the playoffs bracket. If you guys are curious, the top 2 teams do make it to round 2, so they get kind of a bye through the first round, and then T1 gets the first selection of the 2 teams that make it through play-ins, who are going to be 5th and 6th seeds for the playoffs here, this playoff bracket, and then KT gets the leftover team, which, I mean, at this point, you're probably thinking Nongshim and DK, but BNK, they've got a choice. They've got a chance. There's other teams in the mix as well.
I think it's hard to read, when we're looking at the play-ins. Nongshim obviously have struggled in Legend Group, but it's against much harder competition. Rise Group, who knows, right? Really, at the end of the day, we never truly know.
You just never know. You just have no idea. Speaking of which, DRX up against Bro is up next, guys. We're going to take a break, and we'll get into that match right away.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.
자, 이번에 만나볼 경기는 바로 KT1 T1의 매치가 기다리고 있습니다.
T1 입장에서 2위 싸움이 아직도 하기 때문에 승리를 2대0으로 해야겠고 KT 입장에서 이기면 플레이오프 진출이거든요. 그렇기 때문에 오늘 두 팀 다 물러설 수 없는 매치죠.
분명히 최근 공세를 봤을 때 KT로서의 공세가 좀 다르단 말이에요.
그렇죠. 양 팀의 첫 번째 세트입니다. 지금부터 만나보시죠.
이거 라칸 미드 한번 가겠다 조심. 확인하게. 미드 봐줄 수 있어? 봐줄 수 있어. 미드 봐줘. 기다려. 좀 해볼게. 디봐줄게. 갈게. B 한번 볼게.
나도 있긴 해. 나 스킬 5초. 레오나 올게.
들어와.
레오나 거의 잡았어. 너 먼저 지
오케이.
갈게. 나 노플이라 미드 죽을 거 없을 거야. 잠깐만.
아쉽다. 천천히 하자. 네. 이거 우리 노플일 때 미드에서 나는 교전 보고 싶긴 하다. 야 이번에 여기 있다 지나가면 선 보고 싶긴 하다. 우선. 나도 왔어. 나는 좋아. 야 우리 봐줘. 우리 노플. 우리 노플이야. 우리 노플이야. 우리 볼게. 우리 봐줘. 우리 빨았어.
나 빼면 가봐.
레오나 잡아.
나 빼만해. 나 뺐어.
봐봐 나 공부 줄게 천천히. 공복해. 우리 노플. 우리. 잡았어. 나 잡게.
아 이걸 맞았네. 갑이다.
내가 계속 커버 다닐게.
나 커버는 필요하다 계속.
우리 전령 하나
내리자.
오케이.
나 푸시하고 갈게.
야 나 우리 볼게. 봐도 돼? 야 우리 봐줄래? 봐줄게.
나 10초야 10초. 오라고 있다. 야 탑 좀만 봐줘.
내가 없거든.
우리 전령 쪽이야 될까?
탑필.
여기 아래.
아래.
집 뺄게. 자, 이거라도 먹자. 오케이, 자, 빼고.
먹어볼래?
먹었어. 오늘 살짝 볼게. 천천히 얘들아.
얘까지 봐줘 일단. 이속 줄게.
나 뺐어. 보온 3초거든. 오케이.
여기까지.
확실하게 하나만 해야 될 듯?
위에 쌈이가 나서.
이거 근데 반대 수비하는 쪽은 좀 의식 좀 잘해줘. 그냥 게임 많이 좋으니까 강가부터 계속 하자 정대대로. 알겠?
미드 시야 나올란다.
일단 여기 쌈 좀 볼게.
야, 짜봐줘 천천히. 나도 왔어. 살짝 볼게 우리. 짜볼게. 짜볼게 우리.
내가 빨라 거기.
여기 좀 빠졌다.
앞라인부터.
너좀 볼게.
야 우리 쪽 볼게 이거. 야 우리 보다. 짜오도 프리야. 야 맞아.
와 궁합돼. 이거 괜찮아. 나 크리스.
야 볼만한데. 천천히 짜오도 프리. 5초.
나랑 오라 같이 나가. 나 프리커. 나랑 오라 두다가 나 위에 왔어.
단호필. 살짝 노필. 코르키.
그러면서
진도 프리야.
나 살짝 봐줘.
천천히 프리야.
위에 살짝 봐.
또 여기까지.
천천히 가자. 우리 나쁘지 않아 지금.
결국에 용복이는 할 듯? 1분.
오케이.
마공령이라 중요하긴 하다.
야, 애들 퍼져다가 우리 공좀 빼줘. 나 이거 살짝 볼게. 야, 우리 오라. 야, 볼만해.
오라 잡았다.
아, 레오나 싸네.
오케이, 빼면서. 파이팅해요.
집어게.
진도펠. 짜오볼게.
나 공복해.
천천히 갈게, 여러분.
야, 우리 노플. 둘 다 노플. 천천히. 용으로 와. 용. 더블.
우리 궁도 있어.
나겠다.
그렇지. 됐어. 용아.
한번 볼게.
아니야. 야, 바로 가자. 나쁘지 않네. 바로 가자.
이거 줘야겠다. 다용 마공용이라서 잘 피해야 되긴 하겠다 이거.
내가 기동할게. 라인 들어갈 때 기동 깔아놓을 테니까 더블 했어. 나 이제
천천히만 말해줘.
천천히. 얘네 미드 받아야 돼. 공항 볼게.
이번에 나 공항 볼게. 공항 놔줄게 이거.
집 볼게. 조금 안 좋게 나다.
빼야
짜오. 야, 공복해.
짜오 노플이야. 짜오부터 뺄게.
나 벌려야 돼.
살피.
딜을 해볼게.
야, 오로라 노플.
짜오 잡았어.
오리 볼게. 우리.
봐봐.
볼게.
더 가자.
천천히.
해줘. 끝. 나 됐다.
나 20초.
내 상태는 안 좋긴 한데.
야, 오로라 이거 퍼져 있어.
오라 막을게.
궁은 없어. 일단 우리 내가 볼게. 오라 볼게. 한 명 타워 쳐줘. 나머지 타워 쳐줘.
나 타줄게.
잡고 하자. 8초야.
이거 치면서 볼게. 나왔어.
나이스. 오케이. 엄마 아빠 나 뛰어 이겼어. 나이스. 좀 이겨봐 나.
그래 축하한다.
감사합니다. 하고 얼마만이냐?
레전드 그룹 분명 그들 사이에 벽이 있었습니다. 언제 넘어보냐는 얘기가 이어지고 있었는데 KT로서가 먼저 길을 여네요.
이게 KT의 여름입니다.
요즘 꼴은 너무 조용해 밤을 태우던 악기들은 모두 어디에 럼블콩 맞은 전적 위에 의지를 가져 악기 토끼가 깨어난다 숨을 고르고 큐를 돌려라 사라진 불꽃이 다시 불러 난 원래 악기였던 거야 Now it's time, here I go 마음을 다잡고 뛰어들어라 승리의 감각을 다시 깨워 난 take way less time than that. I've been there before a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. Can't hold me down for a minute longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
DRX 화이팅!
DRX가 화이팅! 플레이 가자!
DRX 화이팅! K브리온 화이팅! K브리온 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. We now have the final series of the regular season. It all comes down to this. This is the ultimate match of the entire season. That is why we saved it till last. Always, the best is saved till last. That's why we brought Wolf here onto the desk, a known eat the vegetables first man.
That's right, I do eat vegetables first.
Every single time.
I never eat dessert before dinner.
Nope. And that's why we couldn't have Chronicler, we couldn't have Orcs, because they would generally have at least a little bit of the main course before the vegetables. Not Wolf, not this guy. He saves the best till last, much like we do here in the LCK. I do as well, but I'm here, so it should be obvious. Okay, Bro versus DRX. This is a battle for the play-ins. If DRX manage to get a victory in 2-0 fashion, then they can clinch their spot. They will be able to win that head-to-head, and even though the game score will be the same, it will not be enough for the Bros. So, Bro need to win a game.
Yeah, this is the win is the decider here, and like for DRX, their form is higher than Bro's right now. I'm a Bro. I'm not a Bro anti, but I am not a Bro predictor in this series. I think DRX is going to take it, but Bro can show up today. It's just one best of 3 that you got to take, get that final spot, and for DRX, looking for a clean victory here today, and current form matters the most because it's just one series, right? This is the literal decider. It's practically a tiebreaker.
Yep.
And you can see it every single time they have faced off against each other this year, it has gone the full 3 games.
Exactly right. Of course, DRX are very good at 3-game series just in general, but especially against the Bros. That is the way to make it work. Let's see whether the Bros can do it again. As, of course, first couple of times in this round robin, they have been pretty good. Well, and since MSI, they have been pretty good since we made it to the Legend and Rise group. As our 9-year LCK veteran Teddy is closing in on 2 records. And it's actually very cute. We have Umpty sitting with Edgar here in Lowell Park today, and not only will he be supporting his former team in Bros alongside Edgar, but also supporting his former teammate in Teddy here on the other side of the Rift. Definitely a lot of value for Umpty as far as supporting people that he has played with in the past.
Certainly. I think in this 80 carry meta, you'd be hard-pressed not to get 2 kills in this series if you're Teddy. But I don't think you're going to make it to play-ins if you're not getting 2 kills in this series either. So
he's going to have to get that milestone and more, I think, is probably how it's going to have to go.
You know, with how 80 carries are looking right now, we might be talking about 2,600 by the end of the series, depending on how it goes again, because we have seen 180 carry on one side get the snowball. The 180 carry on one side ends up getting, you know, 5 to 10, and perhaps even more kills. That we have been seeing recently. Teddy is the late game guy, and in the direct matchup against his opposition in Hype, he has been by far the stronger performing of the two. Teddy looking much better right now. And, you know, Bro just have not been able to snowball their leads the same way that we saw them do in rounds 1 and 2. And at the beginning of round 3, you can see the key player matchup here is going to be in the jungle, where both of these players actually have pretty good stats in DPM, damage per gold as well. So the difference between these two is actually quite minute. So yes, Croco has the red lines there, but they're very close.
No, exactly right. Croco has been playing pretty well, to be perfectly honest. I actually thought when he came in to replace Humbug that maybe the Bros were making a bit of a mistake. We saw a lot of potential out of that guy in Challenger, but wasn't quite getting it done here in the LCK. But I think going back to the closer Croco synergy that they had on Sandbox in the past, it has certainly been a bit of a boon here for the Bros. And the top side of the map is just fine. And the guy that we all thought was going to be a huge performer here this year coming up from Challenger was Hype, and it just hasn't really hit, unfortunately.
I think he had a stronger start to the year. You know, Kespa Cup, LCK Cup, looking much better back then. And, you know, once he got towards the middle of the year, he was doing fine, but recently has just not been able to step it up. And when the meta has shifted into so 80 carry focused, you really need to be at your best. You need to be playing S-tier League of Legends in the LCK. Otherwise, if you're given opportunities and you squander them, or if you get picked constantly, which has kind of been the case for Hype, has been the case for Geo as well, your team is going to struggle. So I think this series is going to be close, but I am very concerned about Teddy. You know, I think Teddy is going to get it done, and I think Bro need to play dive comps, like play any, like kind of play like what Nongshim was doing in the previous series, you know, just try to kill the 80 carry, bar none, just run Nocturne, run away. There's Edgar and Umpty themselves.
Just over here to our left, as of course, the global broadcast is on the Bro side, as Umpty, humble as always, making sure that Edgar does get the cheers. Of course, world champion coach from 2017, then with the Bros for quite some time, and left somewhat abruptly is what it kind of felt like to us.
Yeah, it was a bit strange. Although I think Duke has really stepped up the drafting a little bit.
I would agree.
Bro. I'm not trying to throw any shade on Edgar after he's just on cam there, but things have looked a little bit different in terms of the drafting, a lot more bold from Bro. But they were winning more when they had Edgar, so you can look at it a bunch of different ways. I think the drafting has improved. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be enough here, but I think that's where it starts. And Bro is going to keep their play-in spot.
Also handy that you don't have to face off against Harmor Life Esports, T1, Genji, KT, or Nongshim, as well. As the Yone going to be the first ban here as we dive into the draft for our final Rise game of the season.
That's right.
Technically, we will still have the matchups, but we won't be in the Rise group anymore. I hope you guys do take this time to say goodbye to the Rise group, the Fries group, the group that we have all fallen in love with for its boundless culture and impact that it's had on our hearts more than anything else. We will miss you, Rise group. Okay, let's get into it.
We'll have it again like halfway through next year probably, so.
That's true. I mean, you never know. Maybe we're just going to have a different format every year from now on.
Yeah, it could be something different.
I wonder what's going to happen in like 2037, you know?
We have 8 groups.
Yeah, it's going to be like a million different groups. It's like one team plays themselves, actually, just for the entirety of the season.
So Annie's going to get taken, even though Wukong was banned as first pick. We have discovered it was not Wukong Annie that was strong. It was just Annie. So that is unsurprising. The Pantheon is given up because they take the Annie instead. So that's going to come through. The question is with what? If you want to put closer on Ahri, you could throw a curveball and go for that matchup. You already know the Annie is there. It can be a favorable matchup. Could instead just take Jarvan.
Yeah, we call this the bear trap because you can put Tibbers in a Cataclysm,
Yeah.
theoretically, if he's standing on top of the target that you're targeting.
Yeah, that certainly could happen.
We call it a bear trap. I kind of want to call it the bear trap. As the Orianna going to be picked alongside it, this is something we've seen many times.
All right, bro, no. They're like, okay, we kill Teddy. That's the plan. We're drafting for killing Teddy. Okay. Pantheon can't necessarily do that as consistently, so I'm going to get the Jarvan in. Take away his Sivir as well. If you pick the Jarvan this early, it means he's likely not to pick the Sivir. It's just not very strong into it. We knew the Pantheon was gonna come through here.
I'm sorry, it slipped. I was busy doing my homage to the Rise group.
Yeah, it's up, and he's going to take it. The question is with what part of this draft do they take it? Do they blind a top laner? Do they get a prio support here? That is the question. Like, Nico is still up. You could just go Nico here. Instead, blind Gwen. They banned the Rumble.
Huh. Blind Gwen is kind of interesting because Morgan has actually been pretty good at the Aurora that is still up and available, but the Ambessa is another option that we've seen sort of rise in priority. And Morgan looking bored about the fact that, I just get to play Ambessa again.
Ambessa, I think, was coming in no matter what because game plan is kill Teddy. And so that's what they're going to aim to do. Kai'Sa needs to be banned from DRX. I think that Hype would be happy to lock it in here with this draft. To, again, kill Teddy. That's the game plan.
We'll see whether we get a Nico look in. I think
Nico 100% gone too.
Yeah, Polo's had some ups and downs, but the Nico has been something that the bros have utilized in the past. And getting some Wombo in there, certainly going to be powerful. But the Poppy, going to be the first one to leave.
Bard banned away. Nico's gone now. So, taking those off the table, I think that Kai'Sa ban still really makes sense here. And I would advise DRX to ban it.
See whether they do actually go for it here, or whether it is going to be staying in the realm of supports.
Yeah, we'd see something like Illusion instead.
Rakan, Alistar. Yeah.
Rakan, Alistar, the supports they're looking for. And if you want to have the counter matchup, okay, well, we're just going to lock Corki. Okay, well, this is similar to Kai'Sa. Very safe, but also follows up very easily. Does a ton of damage. And is one of the strongest AD carries on the patch for lane dominance in the 2v2. And speaking of Lucian,
there it is. And it's going to be one heck of a chase down composition. And like DRX are really representing some powerful stuff.
Yeah, every single time Teddy plays Lucian, man, you know he's just waiting to avoid the engage and then clean up the fight. It's happened so many times this season. As there's the Palu Rakan. Was not banned. They weren't going to take it away with the Lucian pick, so the Rakan feels great here with their comp, but also gives you the sustain to trade with the Lucian in the 2v2 lane.
Yep. I actually feel like the lane is going to be quite okay for the bros.
Feels good for them, and all of this comp for bro is don't fall behind early, team fight at every opportunity, and always hold control of the dragons and try to take fights using the dragon to pull DRX in. For DRX, they have a side lane threat in this Gwen, so if you're not in control of the dragon and the Gwen is side laning and Teddy's chilling and pushing mid waves, then you're not winning the game. And the long term for the draft for DRX in my mind is way better, and they have the consistency of the Annie engage that's so terrifying. And then Gwen Pantheon is scary because the side laning Gwen has backup basically no matter what, all the time.
Yeah, this is the semi-global is actually absolutely terrifying as, collecting the DRX balls. That's definitely a very cool Shenron that he's got going on there.
That's very cool.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad artwork there at all. Man, and also, this is a bit of artwork as well, this particular draft for DRX, how they managed to get all this priority in one draft, not looking down the barrel of an Aurora either, as Morgan did go with the Ambessa as the response this time. But they're going to have to put their money where their mouth is on the Rift. Let's get into it.
수간사의 흑백에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for our final series of the regular season. I do need to clarify that basically winning this series in any way will get the team, whoever it is, to the play-ins.
That's right. I can tell you guys why, and it's because the game score is just too different. So The Bro are negative 15 and DRX are negative 17. So if it's a 2-1, they both ended up negative 16. But because they're tied right now, 2-2, the fifth and final round match will be the decider. They'll break the tie. So they win the head-to-head directly, whoever wins. And so if you win as Bro, obviously you're 11-9, so you win that one. If you win as DRX, you're both 10-19, or sorry, you're both 10-20. And then even if it's a 2-1, you're both at the exact same game score, but you won the final fifth series. So no ties there. You win, you go to play-ins.
Yep. I think I got a little bit mixed up, but that's just what it is, and I will just concede and assume that smarter people that are not doing math on stream have figured things out.
That's why that win for DRX, that one game win they got earlier this week, was so important, because now they don't have the 2-0. Because before that, you were correct.
Yeah. All right, there it was. Maybe I'm like outdated or something like that on my sheet. A little bit confusing. Anyway,
it's still a banger, and there's more stakes on the line.
It's actually even better with the fact that it's just cut and dry. You know, just win. That's what you have to do.
And that's what's also the win con for both you and I for our predictions. Because
exactly. That's what we have to get into next.
Yeah, because whoever wins, like if DRX win, then I'm 10 out of 10 week. If Bro win, then you're 10 out of 10 week.
Yep. And so is Valdez, and so is Prince. All three of us versus you in this particular matchup. That, I believe, is why we have Valdez on the space today as well, so that he can also represent Team Bro in the Preds. Because, of course, you predicted DRX.
Yeah.
We predicted the Bros.
And Digon is, of course, at home, like, very, very stressed out.
Yes.
Could not be able to host today. It's just too hard, too much for him.
Yeah, no, it was a bit overwhelming.
He has to stay impartial and all that. And
yeah. Does he?
I mean,
no. I was going to say, like,
never does, actually.
If that's actually a stipulation, then he would have been fired a long time ago.
No, I mean, he just wants to be impartial, but he's obviously very bad at it, so he had to stay home today.
Aha! It all makes sense. And that's why we brought Valdez, who is definitely not biased in any way for any particular dragons or souls or anything like that, for or against.
Yeah, or like cones or anything.
Yeah, or like plants in general.
Yeah.
That's all right. Sponge going to walk over a ward here, looking for a bit of a gank potentially, but mainly just setting up for this crab that is going to be spawning. Croco, I believe, was seen on vision as Yahoo is going to move away, and it is just going to be a bit of a drive-by for the Jarvan. He'll be able to trade and collect himself the crab on the top side, so no real advantages being put together one way or the other. Just DRX with a 100 gold lead because a crab was taken a little earlier, and that lead will disappear momentarily.
This lane has been pretty even, but the Rakan is the difference maker here, and obviously Braum doesn't offer much range damage. So you're kind of, if you go in as Braum, even with your door, like, you will just get shredded by hype. So you just kind of have to try to queue as much as possible, and if somebody steps up too far and you can get your concussive blows going, then Teddy can play the game, but this matchup is a little bit tricky. They are going to try to maybe make something happen on Apollo here, but he's ranged, so he can just walk away.
Yeah, nothing too much to worry about. You can see Sponge now moving over towards his top side. Looks like it is going to be the Gromp just started up, though. Not actually going to disrupt the Lord, but that's a big trade here for the Bros. Getting some value towards Andal and Teddy towards the bottom side of the map. Not going to show anything as far as farm is concerned, though. Teddy doing a pretty good job making sure these last hits are still coming in as Rich dives forward. Morgan dives back. Okay.
Yeah, that's the end of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not a whole lot of much of anything at all, as, man, we are definitely doing some Bro and Brew. And, of course, Bro and Brew was conceived in this moment, right? DRX versus Bro.
Yeah, it was. I'm pretty sure it was.
I think so. It was definitely a Bro series. We don't necessarily know where the Brew really came from.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really have much of a dragon vibe to it.
I think I was casting with Valdez when I mentioned it, and I think it was DRX, though. I think that's accurate. Is Sponge is looking for an angle here.
Yeah, Closer is going to try and shield himself up. They get the stun to layer on in, but it's not really going to be too much more. And there was a Demacian Prince off to the side, looking to see whether he can go for a bit of a follow-up. Still a decent amount of health taken away from Closer just after a teleport. That will feel pretty good here for DRX.
Yeah, and it's an early game that doesn't have a lot of fighting just yet. With the lane swap being matched, no strong prio for Dragon means that both junglers are posturing around it, but will actually need to help their top laners out if we're going to have that fight. Is faster rotation from Croco here.
Yeah, there's a public execution here onto Rich as well. He does have the needlework available. Morgan does avoid the first salvo. The next one went wide. But Croco not going to quite find the flag and drag he was looking for. And will back away. Sponge will move his way in as Croco going to find the brush. See whether the Jarvan is going to be able to find an angle here. Looks like he just wants none of it.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to actually fight this one out now, and so they do give up control. But the timing of this back for Yehu means that Closer can just come over here potentially. Like, it's so close to actually try to force the dragon right now. You can see they're like, I don't like that. I'm not sure about that. I want to clear this vision. Interrupting the back, and I'm not sure if he like necessarily needs to do that, because if he's not there, then they can do the dragon. But he's verifying. This one is still there. And we'll see him on the ward there as well. Knows he's clearing raptors now, and ultimately, no one gets the dragon.
Yeah, nothing too much of anything really happening here, as it's only Yehu that's making a little bit of an advantage known this game, ahead by about 5 CS, but it's not really end of the world or anything like that. Bear comes down. Closer is just going to be a little bit annoyed about what's going on. So Biffo here in the river.
Yeah.
As there's like almost a lot of action, but also like a lot of nothing in this game.
Near action. Morgan's going to get a plate actually, because Rich just went for a back without TP after that trade there, and picks up his haunting guys, but it's otherwise just going to lose a plate. So that's a pretty significant win there for Morgan.
Yep. Grand Starfall is now done as well for Sponge. Yep. So level 6 is being hit across the board. Going to be a big deal for DRX, I would imagine. And 50 gold over to Closer. Oh dear, the first bear is going to go down.
Okay, no Tibbers for a potential Grubs fight. It's actually quite significant. They do have the Pantheon ult, like you mentioned, but a great target just yet. I think if they want to do Grubs, they probably have to get a pick first. But Croco is not here. He's rotating over slowly now, and Sponge is kind of getting away with this. He has control vision on this.
Yep, they have a lot of control, in fact, of the area, but Croco just wanders on in, and it will be Sponge that does smite away one of these Grubs. Won't have that available for the next one, though, as Croco will be able to secure that, and then just runs away. So Sponge coming back in, should be able to lock in the last one.
There's an error, like, in my mind, like, I'm getting this vibe, like, that there are no tempo vibes, actually. Like, there's actually zero.
It's a stalemate.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like, actually, there are exactly zero tempo vibes in this game. And I think the players know it. Like, some of the timid play we're seeing is really personifies the stakes here, as Rich is going to ult.
Yeah, doesn't quite find too many of these needles, but does land 2 of them. And there's the public execution. Let's see what Morgan can do, but immediately disengages with that last dash.
See, no tempo vibes.
Absolutely none.
It's actually the first time, I think.
Or maybe
I can't sense them.
It's not even that. It's just that they are so in sync. You know, they're like exactly the same rhythm. You can't. Oh well, there's a flash in from Morgan, looking for the solo bolo, and there it is. There's your tempo vibes.
All right, Morgan got it done. First blood. Waits it out there and just catches Rich off guard.
We were too busy focusing on how synced up the tempo vibes were that we couldn't feel Morgan's.
Yeah, you know, a perfect like wave graph where it goes up and down. It might be something like that. As we'll see if they can strike back here on the top side. Paulo ulting.
That was tricky. He does get away, but did have to invest a lot in order to escape.
Dropped his heal there as well, as they're trying to get Morgan back into this top lane. He will be able to TP over.
Oh, and he also has the ult back up again as well, because he's got Ghost. And so he now ults to lane.
Yeah.
With the Ghost. Because the quickness is obviously just Ghost, right?
Yeah, it's just Ghost, that's all.
Yeah,
That's what, like, Ghost says go quickly, right?
It's
that's
just,
what the ability says.
Yeah, it's like Charming Ghost.
Yeah.
Is what the quickness is. All right, the bear is going to get pulled back. And yeah, who's going to deny 50 gold this time around. The bro's going to take a late dragon here.
Yeah.
Been up for 5 minutes time.
It's in part due to the fact that they were able to get that kill bottom side and then get control of that lane. Top side, they were unable to catch Palu. He holds the wave, then Morgan TP's back top side, and they are able to use just that little bit of extra tempo, not tempo vibes, just tempo, to get the dragon itself. And it's still a relatively even game here. You know, 1 kill on an Ambessa is not going to be game defining, very likely.
Well, you say that, but it's Morgan.
That's true.
And he is the Lord. And
he just swapped back down to the bottom lane after TPing top, so he's going to lose a little bit of that advantage, but nothing too crazy. Rich picks up a plate.
Yeah. Bros have moved their bottom lane towards top side. Next objective will be the Rift Herald, I guess, but the Dragon is going to be coming up immediately afterwards. Just a cheeky Hextech Drake. Don't know what the soul is going to be just yet. Could be a Kentech, haven't had one of those today. But it's not going to be a Cloud Soul, it's a bit of a shame.
Yeah,
haven't seen very many Cloud Souls recently.
Yeah, it's been a little bit lower, a little bit less. We had one like really big Cloud Soul game the other day, but nothing too, it's not too common these days. It's certainly not our top at the moment, sadly for you.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough.
Morgan?
To be me, as Rich taking more damage here. That is what we like to call in the business a good trade.
Yeah, that was definitely the Morgan favored trade, and then now they're trying to maybe set up into a gank here because he pushed through. This allowed Croco to get into the brush undetected, but Rich is just going to back.
By the way, did you know that on Twitch now, you can actually donate Brotax?
Yeah.
It's not highlight your message.
Yeah, no, it's actually just tax.
It's so cool, man.
It's discounted as well.
Yeah. Absolutely.
All right, though, they wait for him to TP back, and even if he doesn't die here now, he has no TP. This is such a long con play from Croco, but this is going to work out.
He is being very patient as they just wait for him to put down the circle. More needlework is in there, and there is the Grand Starfall as well. Cataclysm comes down, and Morgan just dies. Croco going to have to drag the flag out of there. And DRX, this is why the Pantheon's so good.
That was a very, very impactful counter gank there from Sponge.
Heck yeah.
That was, I didn't even realize he was in Starfall range because I was just looking at this play. The zoom in, oh man, Rich is about to really get boomed. But no, he's actually coming down the bottom lane. Rich is very aware this is a possibility. And look at all the vision on the top side of the map they have. Like, there is just so much information, and that I think they're just able to suss it out.
Snip as well. That was a lot of value.
That was just overall just a great read, great communication here from DRX, playing around their vision. That was actually kind of beautiful to see play out.
Yeah, excellently played here by DRX. That puts them 500 gold in the lead. They've got those couple of grubs as well, and if this Gwen continues to get some advantages, it's going to be a big deal. But didn't get the kill, and so Morgan will still have a little bit more money. As Yahoo taking some damage here, just drops a bear onto Morgan, who will then also get stunned up. Doesn't have Merc Treads or anything like that just yet.
Yeah, the bear still being in the lane is a bit of a problem for Morgan. As he was going to go wide on a few things here, but able to pick up the cannon. The bear drop was interestingly placed, but ultimately still gets the end result he wanted. Get prio and rotate out. The Herald and Dragon are spawning at similar times here because of how late the first Dragon was taken, so it could be an interesting situation where teams decide to trade those.
Hollow is just going to have to, cleanse, so he just gets himself out.
Yeah, nothing too big there.
It was definitely weird watching him just, 50 gold over to Morgan. Big deal. That's 2 bears that have been taken here by the bros.
Sponge up here with Andel rotating over, but again, diving at Zambesa, pretty tricky.
Yeah, punishing the royalty of bro.
Now they know that Closure doesn't have TP. I suppose they can just go for this, charged up.
Yeah, it's going to interrupt the back there for Morgan. Does give him information.
Now they get the next wave.
There is a sponge in the area. Yeah. This one's moving forward. There's the public execution. Let's see whether Morgan can survive. He flashes, but he gets stunned up, and the quickness comes in! And Morgan will survive! The shockwave is there! And the bros answer back!
I guess the moral of the story in this game is don't gank.
Whoever makes the first move loses.
Yeah, that's what's been going on in this one, as it looked like a nice setup there, but because they had to take so long to do it, Morgan was able to clear that wave. By the time the second wave came, he can ult, and then his teammates show up, Palu in particular.
Palu? Oh, he just battle dances and he's fine.
Oh, buffer the concussive blow?
Yeah.
That was clean.
That was nicely done. It was a grand exit, by the way, not a battle dance, but that's fine. Okay.
Was it concussive blow that stunned him at the end there, right?
Or it was Pantheon.
Oh, that's kind of even
There's
more
a few stuns.
Like the concussive blow part, I thought it was, and I was like, that's like kind of ironic that happened that way. But then if it's a Pantheon, so it's really impressive that all worked out. Let's go back to this. where you see the rotation is coming over. Again, there's no TP for the Orianna, but they know this is happening. Like 3 steps before it happens, right? Obviously. And then Polo comes over here and helps set up the defense. They have the shockwave, and it's a kill in exchange.
Morgan gets the kill as well, which is a huge deal for the Bros. They want him to be able to go toe-to-toe with this Gwen in the side lane. With a bit of extra money, it certainly is going to be pretty good. Has those Merc treads that we were talking about as well, so if he does get ganked again, going to be feeling less worried about it.
And this game continues to be incredibly close. Double Dragon goes to Bro after that defense. They're on the top side. It is Ocean Drake, so not the most high value for really either team here. Still, some value can be had in the side lane for this Gwen, especially.
Yep.
And they're going to take the Herald now top side, or at least it started.
And also, it's like, these are 2 very brawly compositions as well. I feel like fights will go for a while.
That's true.
Although I guess Shockwave does mean that, like, if you do land a big one, then likely they're, you know, people are going to die very, very quickly still.
For DRX, you're hoping
if that doesn't happen, if that doesn't happen, then they could be fighting just for a really long time. Rift Herald is just going to be taken here by DRX. They will successfully lock that one down as Secret Agent Croco is just going to make his way out the same way that Polo did. And speaking of following Polo, they're just going to go back home.
Yeah, so they just get this. Not like necessarily traded for the Dragon. It felt like because the Dragon was taken, they had the better setup, so it feels like a Drake trade, but not like at the same time, just to make it clear. But they end up getting this, which is pretty massive for DRX. A lot of power in this, and we haven't seen a real 5v5 team fight. We haven't seen that objective fight that Bro is wanting because DRX just have tried to avoid those, right? They gave her both dragons. They successfully slowed down the first dragon. And Teddy's on 2 items now, and the solution is starting to come online. And DRX, I think, still happy with the situation, especially because it is that Ocean Drake and not something like a Hextech or an Infernal or even Mountain. And they're going to get that charge here in the mid lane and look for the turret take, and they will get it. So I think DRX in a pretty nice position right now. Sure, the gold is basically still dead even, and the game is very close, but DRX feeling comfortable right now as Yeho for the flash.
Yep, flash bear is going to come on in. There is the stun as in goes Polo yet again and finds the quickness to save his mid laner. This guy is actually just an ambulance, man.
Yeah, has his Mikhails at the ready, and he is fixing problems everywhere right now.
Yep. This is like a hyper-speed paramedic. It's just getting around. Nice double knock-up here as make it a triple. I guess a quadra. As now Hype making his way forward. Finds a lot of damage onto Yahoo. Yeah, there's no saving him this time around. Another knock-up comes through as Croco continuing the aggression. Hype, what was that flash? That was absolute insanity. But it might actually work out here as the culling is not going to land. The flag drops. And so does the Braum. As Morgan teleported in to try and get in on the action, but it was already over.
Yeah, he's just not going to be able to have any fun here. He will be able to rush this turret down.
He did want the minions, so there that is. That is going to be Feats of Warfare over to the Bros. Next objective gets Feats of Strength.
Absolutely. Bit of a trade there. Rich is going to be able to get this turret because Morgan TP'd down. This fight is, like in the initial part of this fight, you're like, okay, that was nice. DRX were able to, or Bro were able to get out, but then DRX just stay around here. And there's really nothing to fight for here. They just really wanted to get a pick. They really wanted to force here, but Bro were like, no, our comp is really good at taking these scrappy fights. Thank you very much.
The flash from Hype was just, like, I like the vibes, right? Like, I'm playing aggressively. I just don't know whether it was even a little bit necessary.
I think he really wanted to be a little bit further away from where he was at that moment. And so he...
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's true. He wanted to be in very melee range when he took down Sponge to send a message. As Morgan going to get slowed down by the Winter's Bite, but he's Ambessa, so he does not care about that even a little bit.
That flub from DRX really hurts the momentum they had in this game. Still have a lot of control over the bottom side of the map right now where that third dragon is going to spawn. They're going to go ahead and take this turret out. Rich getting a lot of money. Got that top turret, gets this one as well, so he's still behind in the direct matchup, but this Gwen is hitting turrets, which is where you want to be. And DRX, again, full control over this objective. Flanks could be a problem.
Yeah, Croco on a great angle here. Handel puts up the door. They can't wait for that one to wear off, though, as he puts them in the Cataclysm and leaves them there. Let's see whether this is actually going to work out, though, as Hype is free hitting, and there's a public execution, the Shockwave, the Ambessa Oriana combo! That is so sick from the bros as Yahoo's gonna go down. That's a triple for the Corki. And that's what he was doing when he was flashing into melee range. He was sending a message that he's going to pop off this game. 5-0-2 on the Corki.
Yeah, we've all seen the Otacon take. You've seen the Otacon with Drake. Paulu's trying to...
Yeah, what about the Otakagen?
Yeah, the double.
The good old Otakagen. This is something from ancient times.
I mean, this is going to be the feats of strength that you talked about for the objective. They do end up getting both because Paulo holds that aggro. Speaking of Paulo, the beginning of this fight looks really rough for him. Like, he ults and he's not finding anything, gets locked down by Sponge, and they get the double knockup. It's what happens next year with the Shockwave combo that's pretty insane. The Tibbers value relatively low there onto Morgan because he's already gotten done what he wanted to get done, and they just clean up the fight. And Teddy just doesn't have a front line anymore. He's not able to play. Like, he's the target they normally want to be killing, but if you can actually just front to back and blow up the front line that quickly with a really nice combo, then Teddy's like, I'm alive, I'm ready to fight. Oh, well, there's nothing I can hide behind.
Yeah. And at the beginning of the fight, his culling just went into a crater. Because Croco went in with the Cataclysm, immediately flashed out of his own one, kept the fight sort of in limbo, ate the entirety of the culling that just went to Narnia, because there was no way that he could actually get through the terrain without dashing into a Cataclysm, which I don't think you want to do.
No, not a good idea.
And so it was just kind of checkmate for the Lucian as far as his ult value is concerned, and afterwards, bro just had more utility. Kind of crazy. It was really impressively played, plus Croco on this job, and I'm starting to realize why the Pantheon was left up, because I imagine they probably just thought maybe Jarvan is just fine.
I think that Jarvan is a more reliable ball carrier and is just in general able to get better access of backlines than Pantheon can. And that's why, because their game plan from the draft was very clearly like, Teddy is the target. In this fight, he kind of was, but it was more about killing the front line with that really nice Shockwave combo. And Ambessa, Jarvan, all of these champions get on top of the backline so easily, and now they have such a big lead that it's really hard to operate as DRX in these upcoming fights now. I think they're going to have to slow the game down, try to play through this side laning Gwen a little bit more, and maybe gank for her as well.
And
man, there's flags for stopping backs today.
Yep, that seems to be the way. As Croco is certainly continuing on with what Cuz started earlier today with his incredible Jarvan performance. We've seen Pantheon do just some ridiculous things here in the LCK, but Sponge isn't quite having that day just yet. He's not too far behind or anything like that. In fact, no one really is. It's only a 2.5k gold lead here at 24 minutes. Not the end of the world.
Yeah, this ain't Legend Group. This game could get crazy real quick.
But we do know that bro have the tempo vibes. That is absolutely true. Polu going to get stunned up here as the culling going to come on through. The battle dance gets Polu well and truly out of there though as teleport comes in, and I'm not sure whether that's where Yahoo wants to be. He brought his bear, but his bear is just going to die in hype. Stands his ground, still 1,000 gold. Goes over to the Pantheon, but Teddy is too far up and so is Rich, and Morgan just puts him in the ground.
Just a really uncoordinated fight here from DRX, and you know, we said the gold lead was relatively small. It was only 2,000, but a near clean ace there. They barely got the kill onto Hype. It means this game, it may have been decided right here. And it's super unfortunate for the side of DRX because they have the numbers advantage initially here, but Yahoo is not in this position.
Oh, he didn't even teleport in, he flashed in.
He just flashed in to try to set up a big Tibbers, but he just kind of gave up his life for it. And then look at Teddy here trying to clean up this fight. He's like,
oh, got hit by the shockwave.
Yeah, there's just no way out for him. Shockwaved, and if he goes up, he's in trouble. If he goes down, he's
well, the thing is, he doesn't go down because public execution immediately gets laid in on top, and you get that little grin from Morgan who says, I am sorry, buddy, not this time. 5,000 gold lead here for the bros. Soul point available for them as well.
I think the shutdown gold went over to Sponge as well.
It did.
So that's like...
So I was talking about the Pantheon not really finding advantages. He's now the only one with an advantage.
That's really not...
That's a cost of something that just happened there. There's a beautiful knockup from Paulo. Puts him in the Cataclysm yet again as Croco, as Sponge is just dead. And now Flag and Drag gets Croco towards Yahoo. Will get knocked up by that grand entrance from Paulo, and now he's slowed down and has nowhere to go. High Valkyrie's in, takes down the Annie. And man, this is just business as usual for the bros as they are dominating in this game.
I guess the fear was they were just going to do Baron on spawn because they have a ton of damage. 3-item Corki here. So Orianna's, going to do a decent amount of damage just sitting on a Baron. That's when Orianna's going to get some consistent damage value. But they, at this point, just walk up to try to get vision, and then Paulo says, okay, we fight. We have the numbers. Yehu's in the top lane. They know it. And they just crush this fight before the Annie shows up. Then they isolate the Annie, so Tibbers gets no value, and it's just so broken up here for DRX. I think DRX definitely could have played it a lot slower, especially considering it's Baron on spawn. It's not like it was just going to be gone already, because it was literally like spawning about 10 seconds before they went in to try to clear that vision. And now it's just not playable, the game.
No, it isn't. It's 8,000 gold, and if you have a look at the score lines, man, 2-0-10 for closer, 1-0-13 for this Jarvan.
Teddy only needs one more kill to hit his milestone. He might not hit it in game 1.
What is it with the Jarvan performances today? It's absolutely ridiculous. Junglers with names starting with C, ladies and gentlemen, pretty good at Jarvan, which I don't think that it correlates very much. But the flag comes in, spots out Sponge. This is for Ocean Soul. As Rich, the first one to dive in. The Grand Starfall comes down, but Croco says, that's my dragon. Paulo is just going to quickness them all up, and Croco going to be able to put Rich into the Cataclysm, finds the flag, and Dragon Morgan gets the follow-up. They take down the Braum. Teddy is still standing, but he's in melee range with an Ambessa, who just dashes forward, takes him down, and it is destruction here. A clean ace, and the Ocean Soul here for the Bros. And that will be game over.
Yeah, Bro just demolished DRX again. And some of these fight setups for DRX, I mean, earlier I was watching the fight setup being like, ooh, this is a little bit iffy, it's not great. But later on in the game, it's like your setup is like this and you're 7,000 gold behind. How do you approach this fight? Is Yehu is once again just able to do nothing.
And again, the culling does absolutely nothing as well.
Teddy is an air culling. I don't know, man. He just culled the air.
Yeah, he's basically just doing finger guns.
Yeah. I think when you're trying to set up like this, if it's a fairly even game state, or your Annie is giga fed, I suppose you can look for a flank like that, but this is just not that type of game. You've got to just front to back. You've got to just play for stun whoever you can get and hope Teddy can do the damage. He's 3,200 gold behind now in this game, and it is just watching the Nexus explode is all that DRX can do now.
Yeah, the Bros really making short work of them. Things were close until they absolutely were not. As there's the last-ditch effort here for DRX, but it is not going to be enough. The Nexus turrets, the first to fall as Sponge's health bar just evaporates. He has to limp his way out of there. Rich, not going to be so lucky as Teddy gets hit by one attack dissonance and just dies pretty much. The Nexus is going to follow suit, worth the same as a Tibbers, as we know. And the Bros get themselves up 1-0 in this series. And it's looking good for the play-ins.
Yeah, this Jarvan comp was just so easy to execute, and they punished some of the really greedy choices there for DRX. Teddy gets one of the 2 kills he needs. Now, mind you, if he does not get a kill next game and he loses, then that's the end of his year. Like, he doesn't go to play-in, he doesn't go to Worlds, and like maybe he never gets that kill. Maybe he never hits that milestone. We don't know, Atlas, but
the milestone's 700, right?
Yeah.
So he's going to sit on 699 for like
how
next year.
Gorilla sat on like 499 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Oh man,
we do really need Gorilla to come back and play one game.
One more game.
Because it really is bothersome. Isn't this damage graph like kind of exactly the same as what we saw in the KT series as well?
It's very similar. It's a thing.
Yeah, because that was what? Rumble, was it Aurora? And then Corki or something like that? I don't know. But it was very similar to that. And the Bros also making it look pretty clean. But we know this is the Rise group. This is Bro versus DRX. We deserve 3 games. No matter what, DRX has to get back on the horse. Let's see whether they can as we jump to a short break. And the space is going to break that one down. Then we'll have game number 2. See you soon.
타워 쳐봐. A 쪽 내가 막 할게 이거.
천천히.
타워 깨면서 결국 싸움 봐야 돼.
천천히 처음만 쳐봐.
어째 들어올 거야? 아 괜찮고. 앞에 거 때려 얘들아. 앞에 거 와봐. 앞에 거. 타워. 얘들아 루션 봐야 돼. 자 끝났어. 까볼게 이거. 프라운 높여. 들어. 들어. 나이스.
아 지렸다. 나이스.
Hello and welcome back to the space. Love Tombach in there just continuously clapping forever. As Bro was able to take down the win here in game number 1, and it was a very dominant victory. As the Bros are looking strong today, DRX not quite able to get it done there. What do you think was the issue with that one, guys?
I feel like some of the setups in all of the team fights, you know, I think there was a big one really where the coordination was a lot better from Bro, and also just getting members there in time. It just seemed a lot more decisive from Bro in comparison.
Yeah, I want to talk about the draft as well, because especially whenever you think about the game plan from DRX. So you got the Pantheon and Annie, which is kind of snowbally for the early game. But you have the losing match with the bot lane because they got the Corki first and they got the counter pick on support. So I think you have to do something more on the mid lane with Gwen on the top side. So like you have to like be able to get the mid priority with the picks that you have, and also help to the side lane so Gwen can have a good scaling option. But what happens in game, in fact, is that I think Kyehu, like he didn't have flash for every single team fight, which is really critical. Like when you play any, I think you should be able to make the play by yourself, but he had no flash at all. Like every single team fight he had no flash, and Gwen was struggling in the early gaming phase, and I think that was what went wrong for DRX this game.
One of my concerns is obviously we talked about the bot matchup being rough, but also having the Gwen into Ambessa. Like they got kind of picked in both their side lanes.
Oh yeah.
And then, you know, the Annie Pantheon has to do a lot to kind of make sure those lanes get ahead, but we often seen DRX kind of rely on Teddy being the carry. I've heard that Jarvan Orianna really shut down his ability to do that, and then leaning on the Lucian, it's not that sort of hyper carry pick. You know, a lot of DRX games have been, okay, well it's fine, Teddy's on a hyper carry, we'll fall back on that. Didn't really have the ability to do that in this game, and we saw that just not really come through later on.
It's really interesting to see the Pantheon dropped for the Jarvan first pick on red side, and having Kroko play as well as he did was really awesome to see. As Morgan, congratulations to him. He has picked up his first victory on the Ambessa. He is now 1-10
Whoa!
on this champion. He did it, guys. Nobody beats him 11 times in a row.
This just shows commitment, determination, right? Our Lord is locked in. He doesn't stop. Some players would go, you know, I've been struggling on this pick, maybe I should retire it. No, Morgan just keeps on trucking. He's confident, and he brings it through.
Vibes are real. As we are going to take a look at this first fight, this is where Bro really got the ball rolling.
So the big thing for me is you see Hype is moving down. Teddy is still dealing with the wave, and this engage comes in. Immediately you have the Corki backup. We actually saw Polu playing around with the aggro going in and out, and they don't really get a good engage from the side of DRX. And Bro is so confident to charge forward. Only now is Teddy joining, and yes, he does take out Polu, but the fight is already lost.
I mean, I just don't feel great about Pantheon and Braum together as well. They don't really do anything into Jarvan, so he was like just chilling and waiting for the moment that he could actually go in, and the moment when he went was perfect because Corki was coming in hard.
It's so hard to lock down Jarvan and Rakan in a lot of these situations, and I feel like they were playing around their mobility really well.
They did a great job, and we can take a look at the second highlight as well, which is really kind of the nail in the coffin. This fight was excellent from the side of Bro, as they were able to set up and knock it down.
I really love the patient approach we actually see from Bro in this situation, particularly here, the Cataclysm flash out. You see immediately the response attempt from DRX, and it kind of just baits them in. They don't give a chance to focus the Jarvan, and then the Ambessa goes in, soaks so many cooldowns, and that's when we see the re-engage.
Yeah.
And Bro just laser focus from there.
And also you could see it from this team fight as well. I think from DRX, Annie was the playmaker, but he had no flash again for this team fight, so he couldn't do anything at this moment. I thought they could have really great chance if he had a flash, so they could actually go for the front target, but they couldn't do anything. So I think the summoner spell-wise, I think the usage was pretty bad.
We also have a very interesting thing going into game number 2. DRX have selected the red side. Again, this is do or die for play-ins, and DRX, after losing on the blue side, have gone over to the red side, as I believe the graphic was wrong based on, just got a confirmation. So they are going to the red side.
Even the graphic got caught off guard.
You can make. What do we think about this, guys?
I think, given the context of, so we had bad matchups in the side lanes, right?
Oh yeah.
I think maybe they're thinking about that. They're like, look, we had bad matchups. We got kind of picked in support. We got kind of picked in top lane. Clearly their focus coming out of game 1 was like, we just need to ensure we have good matchups, and they're going to try and rely on counter picks to favor in that regard. That's my thought process, at least.
Yeah, and also you already played Pantheon in game 1, so you don't have to ban Pantheon on the red side. So that means you are kind of more creative. You can be more creative on the draft as well because the Pantheon is already gone.
Hey, you can ban Yunara, Azir, and one other
Something
thing.
else.
For some extra context, Wadid is also on the train of if DRX wins, he gets 10 out of 10 for the Preds this week. What do we think? Is it going to happen?
I don't know. I was expecting Teddy to carry, but the game was already over, like before Teddy can like do something in the game. So I don't know. I think they should have better matchup on the mid lane. Again, I think mid lane is just most important thing in this meta. And Orianna was gone. Orianna is gone already. So I just want something like Galio, like work with really well with the AD junglers. So like Galio, Jin Zhao, those kind of comp is gonna help them.
Strong mid jungle combos.
Yeah.
I feel like as well, maybe like something like the Sivir has been really good for Teddy, but with the Jarvan coming through, you just weren't able to play that. Jarvan now gone, so maybe higher prio on something like that. I feel like leaning more into like a hyper carry pick for Teddy can make a big difference, and Lucian is obviously not going to be able to provide that, and also the fact that we didn't have the engage from Andal on the Braum, so an engage support, a more hyper carry pick for Teddy I think would make a lot of difference.
Well, I don't think Bro is gonna end like with 2-0. The clean performance, you know. I don't trust them
They're too
anymore.
generous.
I don't trust them anymore. I trust in DRX.
I think, bro, there's really no notes for Bro. They did everything very well. They drafted excellently. They had a great plan coming into the first game.
It was a stomp, yeah.
And if they win, then I'm 10 out of 10 with the other play-by-play guy, that Atlas guy, over with Wolf on the desk. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Valdez. I am indeed that Atlas guy. That is what Twitch says.
I think you're wrong. I think both of you are wrong. And me and Wadid are going to get the 10 out of 10 week. It's a reverse sweeping coming.
All right, but the tiebreaker is Prince, who is on our side.
Is this the first cast where we're just going to intentionally be biased for the entirety of the best?
What do you mean? It's a bro game. Of course I'm biased.
But I mean, like, spelling it out, like, directly, you know? Oh. Like literally after a bro team fight win, I get mad. Okay, I get annoyed at DRX, okay?
I mean, that's allowed. We could do this. We could try it out, see if we can, like, just inject a whole bunch of emotion.
It'll be hard because like everything that I know, every commentary I've ever done, like it's not supposed to be like that. So
it's always good to try new things, and that's what we're going to go with here. As you did hear, there was a bit of an ooh in LoL Park as we once again bring up the red side decision for DRX.
It's pretty interesting. Let's see what they end up getting with it in the 1-2.
Yeah, I think the draft will tell us what the plan is.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just you want counterpick for Rich as well. It could be part of the game plan.
Yep.
We'll find out, as Nico's still going to be banned here. I think that's not going to surprise anyone. The Pantheon went through already, so you have an extra ban on red side, so that's a good thing for DRX on red side here. And they ban the Yone away from closer.
Nico Poppy going to be the first two removed. So Talia, the only thing that is going to be stopping those dashes. We'll see what the first big priority is going to be, as Yunara and Azir likely to be things that DRX do need to consider, unless they're going to be throwing some wrenches into the works. And yes, the monkey is still there. The Yunara is going to be banned, but it's why? Ooh.
I like, the thing is, I think they just first pick Wukong, Brodu, and that's like, that's kind of a problem.
Yeah.
It's kind of an issue. And
they can't pick Annie Rakan with it though, so
Rumble.
There's that.
Stock's going up here as well with the Aurora ban. Talia gets taken away in that final moment. Talia's been pretty crazy.
So now it's, do you want Azir or Wukong?
And if you're a red side, the way this is set up for DRX, like, you can get two of these.
The Rumble is also there,
yeah,
and
so
they will
Azir,
lock that one in.
Azir Wukong could just be the lock.
And that sounds pretty strong.
Yeah. I'm trying to, I mean, it's not a strong mid-jungle duo per se, but it is two really strong champions in this meta, so I think the Azir comes 100%. Jin Zhao makes a lot more sense in terms of the mid-jungle synergy, but then that means that you give the Wukong up.
I was going to say, yeah,
so there's that.
I mean, it's like, it can make sense in isolation if Wukong didn't exist in the current power level that he has. As Croco's cycloning them with an equalizer on the top. I mean, that sounds pretty good, but instead he's going to play Vi. And
Ooh.
Ari Vi is going to be the answer here.
As a biased
Galio top for Rich.
As a biased DRX commentator, I'm worried about what's going to happen to Teddy in this game, no matter what scaling AD carry he's picking here.
All right, no. So the way that you be biased is you now just need to say everything that DRX is doing in this draft is genius. Okay.
Yes, it's perfect.
They have them right where they want them.
Galio top. Rich has, I don't think, ever played this, but I'm going to check. But it's exactly what I want. Yes.
I think being biased sarcastically doesn't count. Okay.
Why?
We're teaching Wolf how to do it. He's figuring it out slowly.
Yeah.
People like Chronicler and I mean, we have massive amounts of experience being utterly biased. If you've seen any T1 Gen G match, you'll know. It's absolutely repugnant.
No, I'm not trying to look up Richu's stats. I want to look up Rich's stats. Give me Rich's stats.
Yeah, but what has Richu been doing recently?
I didn't see. I just clicked away really fast.
Oh, that's a shame.
So he has not played, obviously, any Galio top this season. Across his career, he has played it 2 times, 50-50.
Oh, wow. We're breaking a tie there as well? My goodness.
I can tell you guys he's never played any top Azir.
So he's not quite at Dove's level. Not quite up there.
So the Rel ban makes a lot of sense because of the setup they already have, and it's Palu's favorite champion to play. Seemingly, he always just goes to it when they need engage, and that makes
also,
sense. Kaisa,
this looks like a pretty beautiful Rel draft out of the bros for now.
It's actually insane, and
they are instead going to play Nautilus though.
Is this a Zeri angle for Teddy, I wonder? I think, obviously Vi is great into Zeri because you can just lock her down no matter what, but they need a scaling pick in this draft. I don't think there's anything to go for.
He's just going to play Sivir, man.
I think Sivir is pretty good here, too.
Yeah.
And it scales incredibly well. It's relatively safe because of the ability to block charms with Spell Shield. I do like the Sivir pick here.
I don't mind it. The cease and desist is still pretty much guaranteed, though, because you just, drive by smite away.
Smite the shield.
And so it is just a bit difficult unless you, Spell Shield right at the last possible second. And
Yeah, it's
the game
really hard to outplay that.
Yeah.
And
there's that Nautilus.
Gets picked unshockingly.
So now they have 2 inescapable forms of single target CC.
I mean, he can play any AD carry that does burst. Even Jinx here kind of makes sense because you have so many ways to set up the reset. Scales also, if you're not getting the leads you want in the game, have a little bit of a late game insurance policy.
Yeah.
I think it's a very smart pick, but the Zeri that he's known for instead will come out. Some all-in potential in this 2v2 as well at level 6.
It is a bit of a scary one to play Zeri into, though, right? You're looking at Heroic Entrance, Emperor's Divide, even the Crescent Guard is going to mean that, if you're trying to, dive in, you can get that completely negated.
There's a lot of ifs to catching this Zeri, though. I like the Zeri because of the power in the 2v2 lane. There's the level 6 all-in. There's also the fact that, all those different ways to catch Zeri means that, she has to be kind of out of position and is not cleaning up the fight. And there's so many ways to go in and set up tons of damage with the Equalizer, and then Zeri just cleans up the rest of the fight. That I really like this for hype here. It doesn't seem like it fully fits the theme when you look at the dive part of it with the Vi. But when you think about how it works with Rumble, it's kind of an insane pick here, and it's one of Hype's best, if not best, champions. So everything kind of coming together here for for Bro, not for DRX, not for my Pred.
I mean, I do think it's a very stable composition out of DRX. If they are able to play it slow and keep these team fights front to back, as man, that is a lot of DRX fandom here. Well, let's see whether they are going to be rewarded. Valdez said something really interesting as he threw it over to us.
Yeah.
Or was it Wadid who said he doesn't trust the bros?
That was Wadid, yeah.
Yeah. So, but do you trust the bros to give us 3 games? Because that's what true generosity looks like. Let's see whether they can give us that.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Man, Galio is the only skin that's popular, by the way.
It's so good. I just noticed that it has, his face is so serious.
Yeah.
Underneath the outfit. Oh, spectacular. spectacular.
Once I locked that skin in, I've never changed. I've never even flipped through the other skins. I'm just not even interested.
Yeah, no, they shouldn't exist. I mean, Hextech Galio, I mean, what even is that?
Yeah, not interested.
It's a silly robot.
Did you notice that Faker didn't pick Galio for his world skin? Because he knows the chicken skin just...
Yeah, like, why would you even use it? Yeah, exactly. Right.
Everyone wanted the Galio skin. He's like, nah, the chicken skin exists. Why,
Yeah,
why would I do such a disgrace to Galio?
Yeah, no, exactly.
I wanted that Galio skin. Oh, well.
It's also revenge against Zeka as well for beating him in 2022, so he took away 2 of his champions.
Oh, there you go.
That's the long con. That's my headcanon anyway.
All right, so I do like where the draft looks for DRX4, how they play League of Legends, like what their win cons are, sit back scale. You know, with how Yehu was playing game 1 as well, I think this is your pick will probably be a better look for him. And my biggest question mark is Rich on the Galio. Doesn't really feel like a Rich champion to me. It's a little bit too passive and supportive and not going in enough and being aggressive enough.
Would you say that Twisted Fate is the most Rich champion? Or is it Gangplank?
If you're talking about money, yes.
Yeah.
Which I knew you were. So
I was being cheeky.
Neither of those champions suit Rich's playstyle, really.
Oh, okay.
Gangplank, actually, Gangplank, I'll give him Gangplank.
There's a bit of Gangplank vibe.
Yeah, a little Gangplank vibe. TF, absolutely not, though.
No, okay. There was only a few moments that we had TF top being a thing.
Yeah.
And those have since gone away.
Rich is definitely not the dainty drop a gold card and let his teammates do the fight type of player.
Yep. I like the dainty, the good old dainty gold card.
Twisted Fate is such a dainty champion.
He is a bit of a... I will give you a card. Yes.
There's a hand gesture like, yes, stun for you.
Yeah. I wish you guys could have seen Wolf do that because it's exactly how I imagined the word dainty to be acted out in every way.
Yeah. Why isn't there a skin for that where you just
it's like
that?
Salt Bay. You know, it's pretty much how it works.
Yeah.
Have another card. Brilliant. Okay, this bottom lane, Teddy is just going to be throwing Beyblades around, and otherwise not too much more is going to happen. This was the original Zeri lane, was Zeri Nautilus.
Yeah.
People did like to play this one quite a lot. I think it was back when Nautilus did have a whole bunch more power and was a lot more first pick priority, but...
You just picked it also because you didn't want them to have it.
Yeah, denying it.
So, because Nautilus is a great answer into Zeri, which, you know, Palu did lock that one away, and Andal ended up on the Leona, which is fine. It's not really the top of the tier list right now. It is the top of the engaged tier list in Fearless games, where some of them are gone, a lot of them are gone. So that's where we end up. Pretty good to deny dives, but I don't think, you know, we're going to be really talking about that in the 2v2 all too much.
Yeah, we had Nico, Poppy, Alistair, Bud, and Rel all banned in this game, and the Rakan was taken away alongside the Braum, which is not engaged in game number 1. So yeah, there were a lot of things removed.
Yeah.
Leona next on the menu. Leona and Sivir together do have a bit of synergy, where you get to like Zenith Blade the wave, and Teddy then ricochets through it, does a lot of damage, so you can clear waves very, very quickly with this combo.
True. That's a good point. Andal really wants to stun. He really wants to desperately, but he's thinking about it carefully and deciding not to do it.
Don't you think that that particular Nautilus skin looks a lot like the loader from Aliens?
I don't know if I know what that is. Like, weirdly, this time I think you lost me.
Oh, really? Have you seen Aliens?
No.
My wife and I are actually watching the whole Alien set of movies.
I watched the recent one that came out, and that was the first one I've ever seen.
Was that Romulus or whatever?
Yeah.
Really? You watched
that? That was the first Alien movie I've ever seen.
So you haven't
that I remember anyways. Maybe I saw it when I was a kid and don't remember, but...
Oh, man, you gotta... Like, it holds up. I watched Alien 1 just the other day, and it's still just as good. There's like one scene that looks a little bit awkward. It's where, okay, and we're going to get hooked back, but not too much more.
I didn't know it was like a whole universe, really. And so
I mean,
when I found out,
there's not a lot of continuity there, and
but
some
it's like,
things contradict each other, and it's a bit weird.
It's like Final Fantasy, right? Where it's kind of loosely related the world, right? Or is it?
Oh yeah. It's theoretically related, but the timelines are all a bit weird. Canon is a confusing thing in the Alien world. And is it in the same universe as Predator? We don't know. I think they just wanted to make a movie with Predator and aliens in it, and they just figure it out afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, that's what people did back then, you know?
Yeah. That was like that whole era of everything needs to be this versus that.
Yeah, there was, that was, I mean, it gave us Marvel versus Capcom, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That one will give a W.
Like now we do crossovers where everyone's friends, but back then it was crossover everyone hates, everyone has to fight.
Yeah.
It's like Superman and Batman are both heroes, but actually they need to fight for some reason. Let's make it happen.
Yeah. And they somehow figured out a way to make that one happen as well.
Yeah.
Wasn't my favorite movie.
No.
That it was okay.
That was back before I was really tired of superhero movies. I haven't watched superhero movies in like 10 years, man.
Yeah, I think I met you and you were already tired of superhero movies. That was a long time ago.
So done.
But you could watch the Alien movies. They're definitely worth it.
Yeah, there's no caped men running around in that.
No capes.
I will say,
what about The Incredibles? You should watch The Incredibles because they also don't like capes in that one.
I did enjoy the sequel to Incredibles that finally came out, and also Ox showed me Invincible, which I really enjoyed. I didn't read it, but I watched it.
Yeah,
it's one of the best shows I've seen in a while. I really enjoyed it.
Oh man, okay.
And it got all the memes, so you got to stay up to date on the memes, and it's all in there.
That is actually very important. I need to do that. I'm not very good at staying up to date on the memes.
This is a very slow bro and brew game, isn't it?
Yeah,
Dragon did go over.
We've been talking about absolutely nothing to do with the game for quite some time, as the hook is going to come through from Polo. Ask and you shall almost receive. As Rich is just wandering around.
I kind of feel like in the brew style of game, it insanely favors DRX's comp.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, there is a Zeri, but oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like there's an Ari also and a Rumble, which can do well in late game team fights, don't get me wrong.
I do think that, like, it's not early game that the bros really want to win. I think they want to take over in the mid game, so we're not quite there yet.
Yeah, they need to have the grub team fight with level 6s online. That's where they want to fight. Like, this definitely could be a certifiable Zeri here on this grubs fight if DRX take the fight poorly.
Yeah.
It certainly could happen. Happened with Ruler yesterday. And where's Proxying? Like, he's having fun in this matchup. Like, we haven't really talked about, but Rich is not hitting the minions at the and killing them with the set hits. He's down a lot of farm. This is a really it's a matchup where it's a matchup where you don't get prio. You're not supposed to lose this hard. He is losing very hard.
Yeah. So he's down 1 level, right? It looked like 2 levels because the numbers were too different, but. Does just level up now. DRX are able to take 2 of the grubs away. Is now Closer. Pops the ulti. Is going to look for a reset here as Andal going down low, but Closer can't quite find that one. Nice charm. Connects onto Sponge as the Solar Flare comes on through, but Croco, he's going to be the first to go down, and it's Teddy that locks in the kill. Now Hype is looking to punish him. Extendo Beam not going to connect. There's a heroic entrance as Hype just goes bananas and dies. And that is a great team fight for DRX after they are able to lock down all 3 grubs.
Oh man, that was so scary for DRX and the DRX Predator right there when the Zeri was untouched and super low on health, by the way. And Terry lost his barrier. I was like, I don't know. And then Zeri just put himself in the engagement. And by the way, that kill will be the 2500th or 2500th. 2500.
And in fact, 2501.
Yeah, and actually
as it turns out, as Wadid is pretty psyched about this.
That's how the inner mechanisms of my brain, machinations of my brain look right now. Mechanisms. My mechanisms are Wadidding right now.
Yeah. You've got Wadidding mechanisms. That's actually really good to know.
It's been a short day actually. Weirdly enough, I'm just losing it. It's a long season.
Maybe it's been a long week. Yeah.
Okay, so the engage here. There just isn't really any of it onto Hype. Like, the Solar Flare gets the slow onto him. So I'm watching this going, this is not looking good for DRX, so I think we're about to certify it. But then he just goes in here when Rich is here. Like, why did he do that is the question that probably bro predators like you and Valdez are asking.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a, like, sometimes Hype, we need to ignore the voices.
Yeah.
We need to ignore the voices.
Because Rich is like, I'm here. I can't get to him, by the way, guys.
But also there was like the full health Rumble that made his way in, right? Like there was a possible angle for if he hadn't have decided then to flash into the Dragon Pit, maybe there was a chance. But he was also trying to avoid the Emperor's Divide that was going to get him.
That fight was like the encapsulation of why I worry for DRX in this game, because there just isn't a easy way to get the Zeri. If the Zeri goes into taunt range, then you can taunt her and kill her. But like that moment was like, ooh, it's not looking good for not only this team fight, but for the whole game and for my Preds. And then Hype was like, I got you, Wolf. Generous Giga Chad Hype says, I'm going to try to kill Teddy. Wink, wink, Wolfie.
Wait, Wolfie VGC mentioned?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
I don't even know what that means, but like, for the absurdity of everything I just said, I'm like, sure, yeah.
You know nothing about the world champ difference, Wolf? Oh my goodness.
No, I think I don't.
Oh, okay. He's Pokemon player. Okay, Equalizer goes down as Morgan is looking to stop Sponge from killing him. I don't know whether that is going to be something he'll allow, but he does make it to the turret and will be able to survive for the moment.
All right.
There we go. We don't have...
Near action there on the top lane, but...
Yeah. Polo just going to walk into the brush once again. Does manage to get some control. As
vision.
We are one away from everything for DRX as far as the feats of strength are concerned, as Croco wanted to come towards his top side and take down Rich. No flash available. Cease and desist is going to be there and will be used to try and get rid of him. And yeah, Rich has no options. He's just really dead.
Rich was like, I went into the shop, I clicked the filter for magic resistance and bought the items, and now I'm playing the game. And then Croc was like, you're not playing the game, actually. So I know you've been sitting around waiting to play the game.
Yeah.
He's just booting up the game.
Yeah, where is your like punch resistance, buddy?
So he did not have any resistances. He got a health crystal after that, so at least he's a little more HP.
By the way, on the subject of Galio, with that particular skin, I have a petition. Can we now... Okay, not going to quite land there. Needed another link in the chain, I'm pretty sure. Can we call the Winds of War with this skin Wings of War?
Ooh, I like that.
I think we should do that.
Let's try.
Because he actually throws out little chicken wings.
Yeah.
I think they're drumsticks when he throws them, but I just want to say Wings of War.
Yeah, is he gonna do it?
There it is.
Oh, it's like
buckets,
a bucket.
It's buckets. So they could be wings in there, or at least no, it's probably not. But it's still a bucket of chicken. Yeah, there are wings in buckets of chicken, right?
Yeah,
yeah,
there can be. It depends on where you get your chicken from, but yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely incredible. All right, so Wings of War it is. Lock it in.
So there's a hole in the map on the top side, right? Like that's where DRX are struggling.
Dear Eliza?
Yeah. Yes.
Let the Bronx
it took a second.
Really sink in too much.
It took a second, but yes. Yes, in fact, I hope Eliza is aware of it now.
And we were talking about buckets before. It really worked.
Well, when you get to the part of the song where, what's the guy's name? Henry? When Henry decides to figure out what to fix it with.
I'm looking for that answer as well, actually.
It's Teddy in this case, because he has 2 kills. He is very accelerated on this server, has an extra BF sword over his opposition right now. And the scaling is still there, and the fact that Galio is behind doesn't necessarily matter because he's still just going to entrance into a team fight and then empower this Sivir to pop off. It may be that the engage that DRX need to kill Zeri is just Teddy's auto attack damage. And maybe Teddy, if he kills the Zeri, then that's all you need.
Yeah, and honestly, like with a short-range composition like this, reliably getting ricochet damage onto a Zeri, it's something that could certainly happen. Morgan, though, is going to make the ground very toasty. Which is
He's cooking the chicken!
It is good for frying the chicken. You're exactly right. But unfortunately, Rich doesn't like that. He's like, it's already fried, man. Don't put it in the microwave as soon as it comes home. That's crazy.
Burning the chicken.
At least use the oven. The microwave just sounds like that was sacrilegious.
Oh,
actually,
God, like liquefying it.
I cringed a little bit when I said that. It was just very uncomfortable.
They want to dive Rich again, but he has flashback. I don't think they should. It's a race for first turret, by the way, that DRX are going to win.
Yep, they also then managed to secure feats of strength.
Yeah, and it
denies
Closer some farm as well. And they can actually slow play this. They should not fight now. Just take turret and walk away. Yep. DRX Predator, I am begging you, please.
As the Sun Disc is going to take the cannon, but thankfully that belongs to Azir. So that means it's not a -1. Feels good, man.
That's a +1.
That is definitely a +1 in a DRX Predator's book. 100%.
All right, so now we're just moving to mid, and Sivir is going to clear some waves, and we're going to have prio for the objective. That's why I like to see DRX playing our win cons, don't fight, just kill the objectives. Well, double dragon into Hex Tech with the Simmer comp. That slows this area down. DRX, I think they're onto something in this one, Atlas. They're going to get this Herald for free, surely.
Well,
surely.
Croco is Hex Gating. So they're not going to be getting this Rift Herald, but can there be a team fight found here for the Bros as Croco gets in behind? Morgan going to be the first to go down, though, and he doesn't really get to do anything at all. Voltbreaker gets Croco kind of out of there, but Sponge is there to finish him off.
All right.
Man, the generosity of the Bros continues as it's looking like they are providing us with a Game 3.
That's right. Pred Dream alive.
Oh, yeah. As all right, the Rift Herald is going to charge on in. Closer does get knocked up momentarily, but it looks like the turret will stay alive for the minute. Yehu just chilling out towards the top side.
He's got Nashor's Tooth first. He's got 3 grubs, and that's a dead turret. It's just dead. There's no stopping this turret from going down. It's a full wave with cannon, and he is just going to take it out. So big wins everywhere for DRX. It starts off here with Croco looking for this flank, and then they just engage on the Rumble and say, whatever, nice flank. He hits Yehu here.
And he dies with Equalizer up.
Yeah. He did not press the button to burn them.
The Lord did need to use the ultimate to win the fight. They did not, and therefore, it is just not going to be anything really found here.
He did not lord over them in that moment.
No. He, in fact, it was under because he died, as it turns out.
Yeah, good engage there from DRX, snap call. And now they're going to get another turret. Actually, maybe not this one. Not yet. But it looked like they wanted to, and Bro said, no, you can't get that right now.
But they might be able to get Soul Point.
Yes, I think they will. Hextech Soul Point, in fact, and they have full prio here. Vision control taken away. There's one ward in the pit. Otherwise, this ward is disabled in the river entrance brush.
Wow, let's see whether the Bros are, in fact, trying to lure them into a false sense of security with the first couple of fights. Because things are going to have to improve. They want to make something happen. Charm connects onto Ando, but he gets to press the Eclipse button, which he doesn't even need to do.
Spell shield for Teddy. He's just
Croco caught on the flank. Rich is just going to be able to find him here. Needs to Volt Break to get himself back into the fog of war.
And they just burst this dragon down.
All right, Croco gets into the back of the pit here. Let's see whether the Bros can actually coordinate as Sponge finding him. And now the burst could come in, but they're holding on to the dragon. Will we see an equalizer? Yes, we will. This time it's doing a lot of damage. Teddy just walks forward, though. The heroic entrance to come on down. The knock-up connects as they're looking to burst the Drake, and there is the Soul Point, as now the Bros need to try and find an angle. A big taunt from Rich, but now Hype, can he actually find it? Flashes out of the Emperor's Divide, but unfortunately, you cannot flash the Beyblades, as Teddy just raises him up, as Morgan is going to be taken down here as well. And raises him up. Not like, that's not lifting him up, it's like hitting him with raises.
Yeah.
That's what I meant, but it didn't really
He got raised.
very well. As Rich is going to throw buckets at Morgan eventually. And there is the last kill. It is going to be the turret taken down there as well by Teddy, who is now looking for even more. Yehu in the bottom lane. Man, this is a shellacking just the other direction.
It's just, I mean, that just might be the game. Like, Yehu has this Nashor's Tooth and Grub still, man. He's like, I'm pushing this inner. And they even got the Andal TP down just to cover for him, as they didn't have full vision of the jungle. The play from Rich on the Galio, maybe I misread Rich, you know? Maybe he actually, this is his kind of champion. Look at this play. He goes in for the ult, and then he's ready to taunt. And Dragon goes down here first for DRX. Sponge actually makes the call to re-engage. Rich flashes and gets the triple taunt. Morgan is so low, just has to exit the fight, and Hype wants to go in again for another aggressive play.
Teddy just destroyed all of them.
Yeah, no, he didn't have his IE, by the way. He was sitting on pickaxe and BF sword in this fight. Imagine if he had the IE.
Are you saying it gets worse?
Yeah, I'm saying it gets worse, yeah. He has now 2-item IE, I imagine, after that fight. He does, in fact, and an extra crit cloak and a dagger. That's the cloak and dagger he wants in his inventory.
Oh, golly.
And, yeah, last team fight, he did 3,000 damage. Hype did a lot, but he wasn't able to secure the last bits of hits. He needed to get eliminations to clean up the fight. It was just a little bit too broken up. Rich's taunt was pretty phenomenal. And Bro on the back foot, much to Bro Predator's chagrin.
Yeah, it's not quite working. However, Bro do have a game in pocket, okay? And they are very good at delivering us 3-game series.
They have won the last 2 in Game 3 as well.
This is how it's supposed to go. It is written as DRX starting the Otacon in the Rise group, should be making everyone nervous, but they are very far ahead. So maybe we should not be nervous. Should we be nervous? Maybe. Okay, Charm misses. Less nervous. Maybe more nervous.
A little nervous. I'm a little
Morgan
nervous.
has the equalizer. He can stop the retreat as Paulo just throws an anchor to Nani as Closer gets closed in on and will get taken out. Devi is dead as well and Hype thrown into the meat grinder. And down he will go. And yeah, the nerves not quite there anymore as DRX have only lost one throughout this entire game. And it was a Rich who did not care about it at all.
No. And in this case, it's Yahoo who does the massive damage. And Teddy was sitting super far back. He was really safely positioned there. The equalizer positioning was amazing for Morgan, but it was just too little, too late on that fight. And DRX, at 20 minutes into the game, are practically able to break open the base. They're going to get this inner turret, like using it to deny minions right now. As look at Teddy's positioning here, it's hard to engage. And if a few things go wrong, Paulo misses his hook here, and that's the call to go on to Closer
and
instantly.
Immediately denying any attempt from Closer to escape over the wall there as well, of course. Has the Spirit Rush available.
Rich
but
also
wasn't actually able to get there. Got knocked up before he could even get over.
Rich gets the punch at the end of the Zeri getting knocked in by the Emperor's Divide. It's just, it was a disaster. And this Zeri is just not ever going to be relevant, I think, in this game. This hit the 2-item Runins as Teddy hits his third. He's got the Flicker Blade online. 3,000 gold ahead. That's about a Flicker Blade over his opponent that he's holding.
That's pretty close to just IE ahead. And that's kind of what it looks like if you have a look at the inventories as well. It's a little bit of a worry.
And this Ahri isn't going to be able to do that much from behind. Like, look at the items for the mid lane as well. Like, Yahoo is so massively ahead. He has the extra arm guard. I think he actually had it in that last fight, didn't need it, and is just chilling.
Yeah. And Morgan has hit 2 items, I guess. Might be something that they can do something about, but the problem is that every single time, like, the DRX front to back, the phalanx that can be set up for this team composition is just too good, and they have all of the tempo in this game, so they get to dictate when these fights happen. Another hook finds the air. As we know, for anchors, it's not how it's supposed to work. It's supposed to at least find water, and does want to find the ground afterwards.
I never doubted DRX, I just want to make it clear, you know? I knew all along they were going to get the stun.
I'm sure they appreciate that.
Yeah, no, I never thought that they wouldn't be able to lock down this area or anything. I just want everyone to know it.
Yeah.
I was a truster.
I remember that you said that.
Yeah, I know. At the end of the draft, I was like, they win this easy, like you suggested.
Yeah.
I did say that,
yeah. You were practicing for the bias and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Obviously that happened.
Okay, one more fight for Bro. Good luck. 3 items severed.
So they do have to try and contest this. Let's see whether Croco can steal it away. They can see the health bar. And the equalizer goes down as it's a steal. Okay, there's something for Croco. Andil going to be taken down low. The heroic entrance just defensively to save the Leona. And Bro, get out.
That was a really nice play there. Morgan drops the equalizer. Croco's ready to go in and snipe it. And they get the Dragon Steal.
And guess what? DRX are just as close to winning the game.
Yeah, no, I was going to be the punchline is like, wow, they really didn't stop. They did not get the soul, but I don't think they care because there's other things they can get, like Baron. That'll be spawning relatively soon. In fact, probably has already spawned in live. This fight here, Hype really doesn't get anything done. Like, he's just so afraid of all the engage tools, but they get the steal. Hype, he wanted to do something. He wanted to find an angle there, but they get the dragon. They don't get the team fight win. I don't think they were ever going to get the team fight win. As even a good old safety. You see that item in Teddy's inventory?
Ooh,
Hex Drinker safety?
The safety Hex Drinker?
Yeah, he's like, I don't like Rumble ulting on me. Remember when he walked over the equalizer the other day on Lucian and died?
Oh yeah.
He's like, I need to get some magic resistance so I can step across those.
He could also just not step across them anymore.
Yeah,
that instance bothered me quite a
Teddy just likes to walk the red carpet, you know?
He is pretty famous and cool. And that's generally the people that do walk red carpets.
He's got LCK awards coming up, man. He's just getting ready.
True. That's true. Probably getting that suit dry cleaned as we speak.
Yeah.
Although probably not.
I do like it when the players dress up and look nice.
Yeah. It's very, very cool.
Looking forward to LCK awards.
I'm wondering when it is. I know that we are voting on it as we speak. Do need to get those in pretty soon. I don't like to do it before the regular season is over, though.
Yeah, no, I will be doing it probably like literally right after the series.
Yep. That's normally my plan as well.
And this game feels like a foregone conclusion. Like, it is Zeri trying to get an LDR, trying to have that third item, trying to be relevant. Maybe there's some sort of wild engage, but now you need more than... Like, the problem with Zeri, like I said, it doesn't fit this composition because it's not the best fault to single target, which is the engage that they have. They don't have a rel, you know, or anything like that. Is DRX is just going to do this Baron now. And there is no vision here. Bro, looking for another miracle steal, but there is just too much in the way.
Looking for a bit of a turn here as the Baron down to 6,000. Polo looking to make his way in. The equalizer does calm down. That's the explosion on this Leona. They've taken one down, but the Baron does go over to DRX. There's the flash out from the Lord, though. Flash out from Teddy keeps him safe. Rich is diving on top of him. But it's not really going to help out. Pro, can they find the angle? That is a great charm to connect the extendo beam. Not doing too much, though. And Hype doesn't even really have an opportunity to press the ultimate button. They're taking Hex Gates while Polu's going in.
That was...
Get Polu back in comms, bro.
Yeah, that was... I'm actually kind of like... I was really scared for a second because Hype has ult flash. Like, I thought maybe if he finds the angle there, I mean, he has the Hex Gate. He's going around DRX. If he cleans them up there, suddenly it's a playable game for Bro. So I was a little bit concerned, but he's just not able to do it. Like, watch Hype. He's just focus on Hype this entire fight. He's like, oh, this is almost the angle. Like, it's almost the angle. It's almost the angle. It's almost the angle. But he's just not quite. He's like, I'm like, I can't go in on that. And then he backs away, and he's slowly front to backing this. And if the team is all together here, and maybe if Palu has ult, if he used it a little bit later there, maybe they could actually make a fight happen with Hype. He's so badly wants to go, and he takes the Hex Gate here.
And they're all taking the Hex Gate as Polu is anchoring.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
They just think it was not communicated there, what they wanted to do at the end of the fight. That's the kind of thing that you just kind of have to know. You know, you don't say it out loud necessarily, but Polu, well, on the same page as everybody else, and DRX, the miracle fight, they avoid it. They do not get punished. They get the Baron, and they're now pushing to break open the base.
Yep, it's going to crest 10,000 gold pretty quickly here, as DRX will be able to take this one down. That is a very nice solar flare as Closer. He's able to at least limp his way away with the Spirit Rush, but that is now not going to be able to be used offensively. And Rich just lumbers over towards this mid inhibitor. Will be able to help bonk that one down with the help of his team.
They have the third wave in the top lane coming in as well, so they can just triple inhib off of this. Not take any unnecessary risks. Play-in's on the line.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been joking about our Preds, but for these two teams, this is everything. The rest of your year, opened up or closed. DRX playing this very, very carefully. And they will actually back out of the base the time being. Grab Hextech Soul. They could use their Baron to try to get that first wave of super minions in, but I mean, with double super minions in all three lanes and Hextech Soul, how could you lose this game? Just impossible. Instead of trying to end it now, which they definitely could have, they're like, you know what? Let's win it 100 out of 100 times.
Yeah, Hextech Soul with Sivir. That's going to be a thing. Not to mention the Azir as well, who will be just dishing out so much damage. More of Malmortius is now done for Teddy as well, so retains that one full item lead over Hype. And yes, to say that the Bros are circling the drain would be an understatement.
It's starting to make those like slurpy noises, you know? Like it's getting to the bottom.
Yeah.
The last parts are about, it's gonna make a little whirlpool.
Yeah, the little whirlpool in the buff.
When I was a kid, I loved that, man. I was like,
yeah,
a little tornado in there.
I used to get so excited waiting for the noise to start.
Yeah. And wow, we're such children as adults.
I was gonna say, like, actually, I think I still do. That's why I'm looking forward to being a dad, so I get to run baths all the time.
Yeah.
That's gonna be the best part of it. Get so much of the water going down the pipe. Anyway.
All right, so now we got 6 super minions about to crash. They're not synced up here, but I mean, Sivir can just kind of throw Qs out.
All right, well, we're ceased and desisted, and Croco's dead. The rest of the Bros, they will get redeemed momentarily, but I don't know whether it's much redemption of anything at all.
Human Nexus, you go into the fountain, you die.
Yeah, Polo goes in as well, and he does also die, Wolf. As it turns out, you're right on multiple fronts. as now Hype doing his very best to keep himself alive, but oh my god, that is not going to happen, not in this game, as DRX just roll over the top, and the Bros deliver on their promise with aplomb as they take us to 3 games.
Unfortunately, Hype not able to make the impact he wanted on the Zeri. Makes an aggressive call early on in the game. Looks super disappointed with himself after that one. But that was the beginning of the tempo going over to DRX and them taking the lead. And then Teddy just became too large. They did not get the leads they needed early on to snowball this game. And then the Azir side lane, you know, with Nashor's Tooth, 3 grubs was just so potent. It took all those turrets out. They had map control for the rest of the game with Sivir to clear waves. Like, there was just no way back in at that point for Bro. And it goes to 3. The last series of the season, the one that means the most. The stakes are at the highest. 1 game left. It's basically a best of 1 with a ton of champions removed to decide which one of these teams has a chance to make it all the way to be an LCK champion, or the year ends here. They don't play any more professional games until next year. Insane, the stakes, Atlas.
Oh, it is absolutely ridiculous. Not to mention the predictions as well, which are, of course, on the line. But that means nothing in comparison to their tournament lives and staying in those play-ins. We'll see whether the Bros can actually bite back. We'll see what side they select as well, as they also might select the red side. So far, that's been very successful in this series. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space will break it down with a very smug we did, and then we'll have game number 3.
천천히 치자. 우리 탑 바이야 바이 노플 쟤 궁적 나 피가 안 나. 잘 천천히 보자. 다음 라인 디라인 온다. 나 탑 끝다이 보고. 나 끌렸어. 나 상관없어. 안 주고 알았어. 나 제리 뛰었고 제리 노플 받은 거 걸렸어. 할래 말래 잘해보자.
자, 이번에 만나볼 경기는 바로 KT와 T1의 매치가 기다리고 있습니다.
T1 입장에서 2위 싸움이 아직도 하기 때문에 승리를 2대0으로 해야겠고, KT 입장에서 이기면 플레이오프 진출이거든요. 그렇기 때문에 오늘 2팀 다 물러설 수 없는 매치죠.
분명히 최근 공세를 봤을 때 KT로서의 공세가 좀 다르단 말이에요.
그렇죠. 양 팀의 첫 번째 세트입니다. 지금부터 만나보시죠.
이거 라칸 미드 한번 가겠다. 조심. 확인. 미드 봐줄 수 있어? 봐줄 수 있어. 미드 봐줘. 기다려. 이쪽에 볼게. 뒤봐줄게. 갈게. 뒤 한번 볼게.
나도 있게. 나 스킬 5초. 레오나 올게.
들어와.
레오나 거의 잡았어. 너 먼저 지.
오케이. 갈게. 나 노플이라 미드 죽을 거 없을 거야. 잠깐만.
아쉽다. 천천히 하자. 네. 이거 우리 노플일 때 미드에서 나는 교전 보고 싶긴 하다. 야, 이번에 여기 있다 지나가면 선 보고 싶긴 하다. 우선. 나도 왔어. 나는 좋아. 야, 우리 봐줘. 우리 노플. 우리 노플이야. 우리 볼게. 우리 봐줘. 우리 빨았어.
나 빼면 가봐. 빼면서 가봐. 나 빼만해. 나 뺐어.
봐봐, 나 공부 줄게. 천천히. 공복해. 우리 노플. 우리. 잡았어. 나 잡게.
이걸 맞았네. 갑이다.
내가 계속 커버 다닐게.
나 커버는 필요하다 계속.
우리 전령 할만하다 이제.
오케이.
나 푸시하고 갈게.
야, 나 우리 볼게. 봐도 돼? 야, 우리 봐줄래? 봐줄게.
나 15초야. 오라고 있다. 야, 탑 좀만 봐줘.
내가 없거든.
우리 전령 쪽 해야 될까?
탑필.
여기 아래.
집 뺄게. 이거라도 먹자. 오케이, 빼고.
먹어볼래?
먹었어. 오늘 살짝 볼게. 천천히 얘들아.
얘까지 봐줘 일단. 이동 줄게.
나 뺐어. 부원 3초거든.
오케이. 여기까지.
확실하게 하나만 해야 될 듯?
위에 쌈이가 나서. 이거 근데 반대 수비하는 쪽은 좀 의식 좀 잘해줘. 그냥 게임 많이 좋으니까 강가부터 계속 하자 정배대로.
알게. 미드 시야 나올란다.
일단 여기 쌈 좀 볼게.
야, 짜봐줘, 천천히.
나도 왔어. 살짝 볼게 우리.
짜볼게.
짜볼게 우리.
내가 빨라 거기.
네, 좀 빠졌다.
앞라인부터.
너좀 좋고요.
야 우리 쪽 볼게 이거. 야 우리 보다.
짜오도 프리야, 형.
맞아.
와, 궁합돼. 이거 괜찮아. 나 크리스.
야 볼만한데.
천천히 짜오도 프리.
5초.
나랑 오라 같이 나가. 나 프리코. 나랑 오라 두다가.
나 위에 왔어.
단호필, 살짝 노필.
코르키.
그러면서
진도 프리야.
나 살짝 봐줘.
천천히 노필이야.
위에 살짝 봐.
여기까지.
천천히 가자. 우리 나쁘지 않아 지금.
결국에 용복이는 할 듯? 1분.
오케이.
마공형이라 중요하긴 하다.
야, 애들 퍼대다가 우리 공좀 빼줘. 나 이거 살짝 볼게. 야, 오라. 야, 불만해.
오라 잡았다.
아, 레오나 싸네.
오케이, 빼면서. 파이팅이야.
집어게.
진도필. 짜오도
잡아갈게. 나 공복해.
천천히 갈게, 여러분.
야, 우리 노플. 둘 다 노플. 천천히. 용으로 와. 용. 더블.
우리 궁도 있어.
나겠다.
그렇지. 됐어. 용아.
한번 갤러 볼게.
아니다. 야, 바로 가자. 나쁘지 않네. 바로 가자.
이거 줘야겠다. 다용 마공용이라서 잘 피해야 되긴 하겠다 이거.
내가 기동할게. 라인 들어갈 때 기동 깔아놓을 테니까 더블 했어. 나 이제
천천히만 말해줘.
천천히. 얘네 미드 받아야 돼.
구한 볼게. 이번에 구한 볼게. 구한 놔줄게 이거. 집볼게.
조금 안 좋게 나다.
빼야
짜오. 야, 공복해.
짜오 노플이야. 짜오부터 뺄게.
나 벌려야 돼.
달피.
딜을 내볼게.
야, 오로라 노플.
짜오 잡았어.
오리 볼게. 우리.
봐봐.
볼게.
더 가자.
천천히.
해줘. 끝. 나
나 20초.
내 상태는 안 좋긴 한데.
야, 오로라 이거 퍼져 있어.
오라 막을게. 궁은 없어.
일단 우리 내가 볼게. 오로라 볼게.
한 명 타워 쳐줘. 나머지 타워 쳐줘. 나 타워.
에, 잡고 하자.
8초야. 이거 치면서 볼게. 나이스.
오케이.
여기까지.
엄마 아빠 나 뛰어 이겼어. 나이스. 좀 이겨봐라.
그래 축하한다.
감사합니다. 하고 얼마만이냐?
레전드 그룹 분명 그들 사이에 벽이 있었습니다. 언제 넘어보냐는 얘기가 이어지고 있었는데 KT 로서가 먼저 길을 여네요.
이게 KT의 여름입니다.
We are back at the space after game number 2 goes the way of DRX, and we have a series on our hands. It will be one game to decide who will be making it into play-ins, and it will be one of these two teams, Bro or DRX. DRX looking great in that second one. They honestly just had a great composition, a good scaling draft, and from there, were able to close it out pretty early, actually.
It was always going to go to 3, right? We knew it. Had to be this way. But I think they ticked a lot of the boxes for what we wanted from them. You know, the hyper carry for Teddy on that Sivir. But it really came down to as well the execution in the fights. A lot of what we talked about in game 1 was the fact that the coordination, the target selection, and having the right members there for Bro really seemed ahead. This time, I think it really favored DRX.
Yeah, I really like the idea, but the responsibility was not there. So I think like one of the player needs to take that responsibility to pull the trigger, but no one did that for the comp. So I feel like the team fight was just so one-sided by DRX right there.
You got something to say, Ox?
I'm ready.
Seemed like you were ready.
I'm ready to look at that first fight.
Yeah,
you know?
like
I'm
he
gunning
was
for
like,
it.
All right,
he was like so
first fight.
Yeah, so I think with the composition that Bro has here, you're very momentum-based. With the Zeri, with the Ahri, getting the first kills, you have so much ability to clean up. But in this fight, they start onto the Leona. Leona soaks a ton of damage and then ends up flashing out. And then they turn onto the Xin Zhao, who with the ultimate, again, great at soaking damage. And in the return, you see all this damage coming back. And I think just the target selection was the wrong choice. If you go in front to back against this composition, you're really going to struggle. And you see in the end, the Zeri goes in to try and clean up these kills, doesn't end up working out. And imagine if the Ahri had gotten some resets there on the ultimate, how different that skirmish could have been.
So it was like, I could feel that they were just following the call from Polu, because they were just waiting for Nautilus to pull the trigger there. But I think Ahri and Vi was in a good position where they were actually sitting in the brush, the banana brush, so they can actually approach to the Azir with the flash on. I think they should be the one who is actually going on the target, and Polu follows up with the flash. I think that works really well, but yeah, as I mentioned, the execution-wise, it was not there.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, the draft does a lot of killing, a lot of backline access, a lot of attacking one target and huge amounts of damage over the top of the equalizer, but we just never really saw that, and I feel like that does repeat itself here in the second fight, which we wanted to highlight, which also went heavily the way of DRX.
Yeah, felt like a bit of a recurring issue. They get a bit of poke here onto Andal, which is great, but then again, we see this setup coming in for the Dragon, and it's a bit slow. We end up seeing there was like a flank attempt from the Vi, which is kind of cleared out. I think it's good work here from Rich to scout that away. But we see maybe a bit from the hesitance. It's a return from Bro to, okay, we're all grouped on one side, and it turns into a bit of a front to back again, which is not how you want to play out the composition. And when the fight starts playing out, we see that Teddy's kind of untouched other than getting like a little bit of a clip from the equalizer. So he's just free hitting for a lot of the fight. Once more, it's Andal taking a lot of damage, and then it's Sponge who's going in and ends up getting focused as a Xin Zhao, which is not the target you want to be on.
Yeah, the disengage from Jinja was perfect as well. So again, I think whenever you play this kind of full dive team composition, I think someone needs to take the responsibility. Like, so how we're gonna fight is we just want to actually get access on the back line, right? So I think someone needs to like chip in and like, hey, I'm gonna flank. Hey, I'm the one who's looking for the flank. It was Vi, but I think he just panicked too much about the Galio, because like Reach was actually doing great on like just pushing out the Vi and denying those flanks from him. So I think it was just great work from Reach just in general.
The thing is as well, you have like an Ahri and a Zeri and a Rumble. If you start a fight and you're far away, the Ahri and Zeri can get there pretty quickly, and the Rumble can equalize on top. And if you play front to back like that, when your front line is Nautilus, Vi, Rumble, and the enemy front line is Leona, Xin Zhao, Galio, and it's a tanky Galio, you're not going to win. You know, the Civic getting so much ricochet value, and I feel like Teddy just able to free hit in these fights. I think they just need to approach it a bit differently and have a bit more confidence. It feels like the nerves were getting to them.
Absolutely. Well, there is so much on the line in the series. I mean, we've got Preds on the line. We've got, you know, a bunch of play-by-plays that want Bro to win for their 10 out of 10. Bro are going to select the red side, by the way, here. So DRX did it for Game 2. It worked. We weren't so sure about that. How do we feel about Bro for red side in Game 3?
Well, I think, again, we talked about the theory from DRX quite a lot, potentially being around, getting that counter-pick potential. We saw that with having, like, the Leona into the Nautilus, having the Galio into the Rumble, and it feels like Bro wanted to take that power away from them. You know, both winning games have been about having counter-pick in that side lane, and it seems like Bro are continuing with that theme.
I just don't want to see Yorick from both sides. I think whoever picks Yorick on the top side is gonna lose. I'm smelling it, seriously. Like, I think they just want to like have a good matchup on the top lane, and someone is just gonna lock in the Yorick, and they're just gonna lose.
But Morgan loves picking Yorick.
Yeah, that's my guess, actually.
Say what, dude? What are you trying to say, Mr. DRX over there? All right, guys, we're done here on the space for Game 2. It's one more game to decide who will make play-ins. Let's throw it to our casters for the final call.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, I know exactly why Wadid doesn't want the Yorick, as 700 games for Teddy as well. He will make it, and we won't have another Gorilla situation until 2026, as we will check out Teddy here. Second, 700 games as far as our bot laners are concerned. He's the second to do it.
Yeah. Some of these champs are all very, very powerful meta champs that he has, and that's not a surprise. And Teddy is he's one of those players that no matter how long his career gets, he just, or how old he gets, like his career just gets getting longer, he keeps playing well. All right.
There it is. Yeah, we'll see whether the Bros can come through for Dagon and only Dagon.
So I was kind of on the theory, as they're going to pick red side as well here. I was on the theory with Degon about the Yorick, so with Wadid about Yorick. So I did some digging. Morgan in rounds 3 to 5 is 1 and 2.
He was the first one to do it, Wolf.
A third of the time, he does win on Yorick.
Well, let's see whether we'll see whether we can make it half of the time. As the Yone is going to continue to get banned away here. Yunara as well. Maybe Yorick has to be banned because it also starts with Y. But we'll just have to see. His second ban going to be interesting here. Nico up and available. Poppy as well has been banned throughout the series.
I think Nico is definitely going to get banned right here. Oh, okay, they banned the Lord's Renekton.
Oh, no Crocodile for the Lord. That is a scary one.
Look, I think take away all forms of engage if you're DRX. Teddy is today the stronger AD carry, and we have already lost so many engage tools, like Nautilus is gone, Leona's gone, right? Rakan's gone. If you just take away a lot of those supports, take away the Nico, Teddy gets to play the game how he wants, then I'm a 10 out of 10 Predator. So that's kind of how I'm feeling right now.
Yeah, we'll see whether we do see a bit of higher priority on the bottom lane. Just with that, like, a lot of game threes do move towards bottom lane priority instead, as far as our picks are concerned, just because that's the one that's been pinched the most as far as engaged supports are concerned. So the Scion going to be the final ban here for DRX. That is really mixing things up.
He is really playing Yorick this game, isn't he? He really is.
I mean, I think Rich is angling for it. We have seen Renekton picked into Yorick quite a lot. And taking our time at the bros, and let's see what it is going to be. The Nico will finally hit the deck, and Wukong is up and available once again. Remember, just wasn't even looked at in the last series.
I think it's just
in the last game.
It should be an easy snap block for the Wukong. It's one of the best forms of engage that's left. You want to have that. You can peel for Teddy with it, and you can team fight with it. You know, and look for engages, look for early grub control. I think it's kind of a no-brainer to me, but these teams are just shying away from it today for some reason.
Yeah, we've really seen a drop in the Wukong priority, and that is going to continue as the Aurora flex pick is going to be locked away for Rich. Or for Yehu.
Yeah.
Of course.
Matchup dependent. Ryze stocks are way high right now, like super high.
True.
But you need a side lane champion to pair with it.
What about the Wukong Ryze? As there is the man, the myth, the Maverick himself.
He cares so much about predictions that he came to watch it live.
Yeah, he did. As Wadid is also there. As there is that Yorick.
We knew it.
That we were talking about.
We knew he was like, they banned Renekton and Scion away, and Morgan's like, well, I've got one champion in my pool left that I'm super confident on. His name starts with Y.
I mean, we didn't really put the Ambassador in his pool, though, until he found a victory on it. And so maybe we need to do that with Jace as well, that he's famously not very good at.
Well, he just doesn't play it ever, either.
Yeah,
so it's hard to judge his Jace currently. Like, he could be the best Jace player in the world. As we're going to go Wukong Kaisa, snap lock it.
There it is. And Teddy has been absolutely amazing on this champion, and I am extraordinarily bro-biased, but I'm a bit nervous because the Kaisa has been locked in. I wouldn't mind it if bro just priority lock in something like an Alistair or something like that just to allow Polu to have some engage, but instead the Ryze will be picked up.
I mean, closer on the Ryze, this is great because you have side lane power in the Yorick. Like, I get that part, but how is the team fight going to look is the question I have now. It's really tough with this Trundle setup. And there's a world, okay, Cassiopeia makes sense. Rich is going to be playing the Aurora, which he likely is.
Renata. Interesting.
Yeah, they just want to make sure they can hard dive here. By the way, the Renata ban makes me feel like this could be a mid-Aurora. Rich does something crazy and plays like Aurelia top and counter pick into the Yorick. Like,
I'm kind of expecting the Aurora to be mid lane for some reason. I don't necessarily know why. Rich isn't going to be playing a tank, obviously, into a Trundle.
Yeah, I feel like he might just lock Aurelia, like, unironically.
Aurelia? Oh, the classic!
Like, I actually think he might do that. They're not considering it. They're taking away that Prio Alistair you were mentioning, the Cassiopeia into the Ryze, just in case. No, it is going to be the top Aurora.
We have seen it work overseas, right? I'm pretty sure in the LEC, the Aurelia has worked out. Was it Osgrinnen that played?
I want to say yes, but I'm not a LEC connoisseur per se. Rel taking away from Paulo again. Never going to get to play that rel. All right, so what's this bottom lane going to look like, Hype? And this is the real question. I'm going to save the counter pick for support. They should.
Yeah. By the way, if you spell out all of the bans on DRX's side, it says, yes, sir. Which is pretty cool.
Dagon has been known to say that.
Yeah.
Like that, with that pronunciation.
And so that's why DRX banned it.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that Dagon wasn't allowed to say that. Although we can't hear it anyway.
Okay, it's going to be Jin.
Okay.
I don't like this comp that much from Bro. Okay, he said no Irelia, it's just Jax time.
I mean, Jax is basically Irelia, but does more things in teamfights. That's not true, even a little bit. But they did used to both build the same builds.
They do get picked in drafts in similar angles, and the Jax is pretty good in New York. We've seen this a lot. Rich has given a nod. I think he's confident in this pick. And like the teamfight power of this draft for DRX is kind of insane.
Oh yeah.
And with Teddy's ability to play Kai'Sa at an incredible level, like I'm feeling good about my pred at this moment in time. I don't think any support pick here could throw me off.
Well, let's see what Andal has prepared for you, because we know that Polo is going to slam Bard, and we're all going to be anxious. As the Poppy angle to come through against all champions that have zero ability to be steadfastly presented.
Well, it's definitely going to be the Bard now.
Yeah.
I just don't, unless Paul is just not comfortable on it, then, which we've seen a lot of supports actually are just not willing to play, because it's kind of a weird support. You have to have high mastery, you have to have a lot of experience on the pick.
Yeah, you also have to have the right mindset.
Like, we don't talk about support champion pools too much unless it's like you're picking 80 carry support or anything like that, but Bard is one of the ones that some players just don't have. And he is going to go to the Maokai instead.
I kind of love this, though. It gives you that very easy, I'm going to press the R button. We did recently see it lose pretty horrifically in our first series today.
Hands, yeah.
But we'll see whether Polo can find some redemption for the tree.
What I like about it is it's budget Renata, basically. Like, they're all melee champions trying to run at you, the Wukong, the Jax, and it's not a hostile takeover, but it's like, stop coming towards me. And also sets up the Jhin aggressively. If you want to use it to control space, you certainly can. You can use it to siege.
Yep. Does allow the shots to line up. That is a very good point.
It's definitely a really high value pick here, actually. I still would have liked the Bard. I like having a range support in a matchup like this into the Poppy, where you can try to punish the Poppy a little bit more in lane. The lane feels relatively free now. And the Yorick pick, you know, we have to talk about it. There's some side lane power with it, with the Rise for sure, but team fighting here for the side of Bro is what I'm most worried about.
Star walking. Bit of a shout out there. Yeah, they're going to sing it. Yeah, and the Bro fans are saying, turn it off. We do not want to hear it around here. And of course, a lot of those players are no longer on this team. And by a lot, I mean all. So it's not really the same DRX that they would be celebrating as the Bros. Let's see whether they can make this eclectic composition work as we get into the Rift for Game 3. I'm anxious, guys. Oh, God.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 3, the decider. Which team will go to the play-ins? Will it be Bro or will it be DRX? That is the question, as Polo already has his pajamas on. He is ready to go to bed.
Think of this, like, possibility. For either of these teams, DRX has done this once before, right? But for either of these teams, this could be the beginning of the streak that has them lift a World Championship trophy.
That is true.
And otherwise, we'll never know. Like, if you lose here, what could have been, you'll never know, because you'll never get those opportunities. You'll never have that opportunity to play through play-ins, and then try to play through the playoffs, to upset some of those legend teams, to win the LCK, to go to Worlds, and compete with the rest of the world. It is... You know, you're on the precipice right now. That's how high the stakes are. Like,
they're just...
The options are either 0 or unlimited, okay?
Yep.
And so...
You're basically a world champion by winning this. This is pretty much the world final.
Yeah, like, Rich, if he wins this lane against Morgan, he might be lifting a World's trophy in just a few months. I mean, it's...
That's what it means.
That's what it means.
And I think we will all have doubts in our mind, depending on which one of these teams wins, when someone hoists that Worlds trophy, we're like in the back of our minds, this could have been Bro.
You know,
this could have been DRX.
The meme that goes around every time Bro like upset D+ or, you know, would upset Gen G, for example, people would post that like, I'm not trying to overreact, but is Bro gonna win Worlds? Well, like, if they beat DRX right here in this single best of one at the end of this series,
they could win Worlds.
Could win Worlds, yeah. Like, are they gonna win Worlds? Is a viable question.
Yeah, and look, maybe is probably the answer that we're gonna have to go with here. As, I mean, I haven't seen, like, since MSI, I haven't seen either DRX or Bro lose to Gen G.
Oh my god.
Yeah, right? Let that sink in for a second.
Yeah, they have never lost to Gen G or T1.
Yeah.
Or even, like, frankly, KT or Nongshim. KT's kind of hot right now.
Yeah, right?
They seem immune to KT so far as well.
It's extraordinary. As we're going to have a look at
this is why
the
they're not
loss
picking
streak
it, huh?
for the Wukong.
Yeah, they just don't really want to pick it right now.
And it's kind of crazy that his win streak has since ceased here in the Rise group. Still working in the Legend group, as we did see prior. Although I believe it had recently lost, because was it Nongshim that picked it up? Can't quite.
I don't know. It's a 5-game day now. I deleted that part.
Yeah, no, I needed some system memory.
Gotta focus on the stakes
back as well.
Yeah.
As we are seeing that everything is extraordinarily even. Teddy is taking a bit of a beating as far as the farm is concerned, but he might be able to... Oh, never mind. He's not going to be picking up this wave because he is no longer here. He is a little absent.
Even though they didn't end up picking, you know, a ranged harass support, they end up winning the lane pretty handily here. Rich is going to have to come down here, TP, to allow them to swap. And the timing of this works out pretty well because Teddy went back so quickly, he can get up there to the lane in time to not lose anything. This is not looking great.
I'm also thinking that this is probably one of the worst drafts to pick Poppy into ever.
Yeah, no, it's... I mean, outside of the fact that the bottom lane is kind of okay,
it would have been worse if Croco played Nocturne. Because then he definitely gets to just come back to the fight.
Yeah.
You know? That would be worse. But right now you've got, like, you can Realm Warp your way back in. Morgan never wants to be in a team fight anyway.
They're like,
Yorick.
There's like not that great, that many great subjugate targets. Oh, and now there's Poppy. Cool.
And then, like, Hype is like, oh, I got ulted away from a fight. Now it's perfect. I can use my ult without worrying. And probably, if he has good timing on the Twisted Advance, can actually just avoid it entirely. It is an interesting scenario here. Of course, Poppy can just be game warping regardless.
Yeah, I think that's the real reason here is just, like in a volatile series like this, knocking the right person away before a big Baron fight or an Elder, like, might actually just be what wins you the game. So I think that's part of why she's so high prio right now. There's a lot of lane matchups where you just hard win, and you get a lot of value, you get a lot of ability to, like, shut down a Rakan, for example, but this is not it. This is not the one.
No.
So Rich is doing really well in this lane so far, which is...
Yeah, the Jack's having a good time. I think the last time we saw this matchup, the Jack's completely crushed.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly.
I want to say...
Was it Zeus?
It was like Zeus or like maybe Morgan, weirdly. Like, I don't know, something like that. I want to say Zeus, though, because when I think about Jax this season, it's all Zeus in my mind.
Yeah, there's a bit of Doran there as well, with his sick play a couple of weeks ago.
He did have that one as well, yeah. Yeah, we'll see where this Grub fight lands in 2 minutes, because Grubs impact both of these incredibly strong side laning champions very well. Really, all 4 solo laners across the Rift are very, very good with Grubs, and very good at pushing, so...
I think the Bros really do want a few Grubs if they can get it, because it will give Morgan a lot of power in that side lane.
And that's like why winning these lanes is so important, because if you fall behind, then your side lane power is worse, and your opposition directly, who's also good at side laning, is really enjoying themselves. I don't know if Rise will ever really start putting down an Aurora, but if the Aurora really messes things up, could certainly happen. Got great wave clear and Realm Warp just the same. As nothing really is happening in this game except we're watching, like, Teddy and Ando catch waves repeatedly in the match lane swap here.
Well, they're trying to catch waves. I feel like Bro are throwing them waves, and then DRX are just kind of like stumbling all over the place, and waves are going everywhere.
Yeah, no, it's...
is what it kind of looks like to me, with the 45 to 60 that we can see built up.
Yeah.
That is being made up for, though, in the bottom lane here, as Rich is doing a pretty decent job into Morgan.
Teddy did get the call on the first back when they did the lane swap initially, so he's going to eventually have that cashed in. And so that's something that feels a little bit less bad when your lane state is like this.
Yeah.
As a DRX Predator, I'm just looking at that, feeling like, well, maybe in 61 more last hits, it'll get better.
There it is.
A Dark Seal pickup as well here for Yehu, so some kind of economic buys here early on in the game for DRX. A little budget DRX.
Yeah.
Thrift store.
Croco does have his subjugate now.
He does.
Haven't seen a dragon. I feel like dragons have been taken pretty early so far today.
Yeah,
Wants to be the case this time around.
Yeah, again, it's like game one where the tempo vibes are unsensible.
Yeah, it's not very sensible.
No.
This is the Rise group. It's not about being sensible.
No, of course not. But in all seriousness, like, this means so much to both of these teams that you don't have enough control over Dragon to take it for sure. For teams like this that sometimes do struggle with decision making,
yeah.
Like, you know what? Let's just not flip the game right here and flip our entire future right here on this Dragon. Let's wait until we have a little bit more of our win cons online.
And it looks like those are going to involve a few grubs that could potentially be taken, as Closer is going to be trading a little bit with Yahoo.
Yeah, doing a little trade of objectives as well, as is going to be the pickup here for Splash.
Oh wow,
Dragon.
We are just straight up trading.
Yeah, no, it's a 1-for-1 trade of objective feats of strength. And the grubs, arguably more value, I would say, especially considering the side lane win cons we talked about.
I mean, it depends on Double Dragon. I think if DRX can lock down the next Drake as well, it puts them in a fantastic position. However, if this next Mountain just goes to Bro and they just trade for Herald or something like that, then it kind of does nullify it. And this Yorick in a side lane could be problematic. Problematic. Hype is now a very long way away. The flash comes in as Andil looking to hold Hype in position. He's just trying to walk his way out, but he cannot do it. As now we've got Sponge over here perfectly catching Closer on the Realm Warp. As Rich is going to be inside the Ghoulie wall and does not care about it whatsoever. So that is just first blood going over to DRX and with not much recourse.
Closer Realm Warping down there to try to patch that up means it's going to be a free play for Yehu in the mid lane. And, I mean, it's not like Closer's not getting any farm here. We'll be able to pick up this wave and can stay down here for a minute, but this is really not what they wanted. Going back to the play, Hype here steps really far up to get that auto onto Teddy.
And they thought, like, they had, like, sort of pseudo vision control, but it was like captive audiences sitting around brushes and things like that.
Yeah, that was
so
just
Andil
like
just walks up and kills him.
Yeah, that was just like almost like not paying attention moment. It feels like he's just.
It's really not Hype's day today.
Yeah, no, that was a rough one. I mean, he had such a lead in the lane, and now with the cult, when the cult completes, like assuming nothing else happens, like Teddy will catch back up. And
the best news for the Bros is the fact that the kill does go over to Andil.
Yeah, that's the other thing
Teddy
that's kind of weird,
it
because Andil took that away from Teddy.
I mean, he doesn't have control of the second proc of the Q, so
yeah, that's true.
A little bit of a shame.
Yeah,
good for the Bros.
The grub here, by the way, was pinged several times, I think by Rich. There was a bunch of question mark pings on it. They did not secure the last grub, so now Sponge will eventually come over here when he has a little bit of extra free time to secure that. So it's not a 3 grub for Bro, just 2 that get picked up by them. Still good, but it's not as good as it could have been.
Indeed. Next Dragon up in 3 minutes' time. As let's see where this next kill could potentially lie. As Morgan having a pretty good time at this point in the lane. Both of these top laners building towards their Trinity forces.
Yeah.
Morgan has caught back up decently, you could say.
Yeah,
it's the Morning Mist and the Maiden just making Rich's life annoying.
Yeah, when Maiden isn't up, it's pretty tough, but once you get it, you can do a lot of stuff in this lane. Very annoying.
Wow,
Rich.
That's a big boop. And that's 2 plates that have been removed from the top side. Of course, it hasn't all been Morgan, as they did do a little bit of swapping around.
Yeah, still though, pretty significant little chunk of gold picked up for Morgan there in the end. We'll get the TP out of Rich. He is still sitting at like 80% of his health bar. If he could force Rich out again, then he could get a huge lead, but he's going to try to take it back himself. He's going to find himself at an item disadvantage in the side lane.
It's going to be a little bit difficult for DRX to fight for the next Dragon now, perhaps.
He has no flash, by the way. He might just die here to Wukong ult.
Yep. The Cyclone is going to come in, and Wolf you may have been onto something, as he is going to go down once again.
Like, Sponge and knows he has control vision there, and he has Flash Engage. They track Hype Summoner, and they're like, that's a dead Jhin. Stepping up too far again. And in Hype's defense this time, you know, you don't necessarily expect that range of engage from a Wukong because he didn't flash for it, but the Wukong's engage range with Flash and Warrior Trickster is quite high, and he just gets on top of the Jhin, who is flashless, and kills him. Now he's 0-2. Teddy has the Cole cashing in soon. He picks up the kill there. He has a lead now. And it's once again Hype trying to get that fourth shot in.
Yeah, really wanted that fourth shot.
And he is just going to get taken out. And Hype really struggling today.
Yeah, this is certainly not Hype's day. But it is the year of Closer, and he has a run of ages, okay? That's something. Croco also has finished his Trinity Force alongside Sponge as he finishes his. So now the bros, 45 seconds until the Dragon is up and available. It's 1,000 gold in the lead for DRX.
It's not an issue that Hype is behind, per se. It's just an issue that Teddy's ahead, if you know what I mean. And Morgan may no longer be ahead.
Yeah, Morgan is not looking to be too far ahead. And in fact, he is dead.
Sponge is just like, this is my game now. Just with 2 ganks, completely warps the entire game state.
And Morgan didn't even flash, just didn't really feel like he had an option to, as Rich still had his up and available. And DRX now looking for even more. Croco is going to come in. They will take a plate. That looks to be all they're going to be able to collect, as Rich has to flash out of the way of Croco, who is just going to eat him. All right, this Trundle is a monster. He's going to take a bite out of Sponge as well and says, you can live. Tell them what happened on this day.
That was actually almost shocking. Like, I was like, I don't know if he can actually get the kill here. It's going to be close. Because, I mean, he had Sponge there.
Someone on the bros has that killer instinct. Yeah. We hadn't seen that from Morgan or Hype so far in this game as their responses, but yeah, Croco's like, come on guys, get it together.
All right, Andil looking really uncomfortable on the player cam. I've noticed it for a while and just had to mention it.
He's like, hang on a second, why am I playing Poppy again?
Yeah, exactly.
No,
I was going to make the same joke.
he did manage to catch out Hype there towards the bottom side of the map. You could argue that even if he was Soraka, he might have been able to do it. But no. It's the heroic charge and the ulti were able to hold him in position quite nicely.
All right, well, that's a nice get back here by Croco. Not going to change the overall game state too much, but was able to punish the plate take there from Rich. Like I said earlier, it's not that Hype is behind, because he is Jhin, right? He's going to be able to have a ton of utility in team fights, but it's that Teddy has a Kraken Slayer already. Teddy's got a pickaxe. Teddy had to cash in the call. Suddenly, Teddy had this massive, like, 1,000 gold swing and is just really going to be a huge menace in these team fights on the Kai'Sa that I'm concerned about. And let's see what this one is going to look like. In fact, it is this Mountain Soul now being started up by DRX. They have full prio here.
Oh, Closer is just going to walk up, though. Let's see whether the bros can actually find an inroad, as Polu, level 7, will be able to throw down the ulti, finds the snare onto Sponge, who's taking a fair bit of damage. Warrior Trixie gets him out of there. It is Croco locking up this Dragon, but he has to, okay, just eats the monkey. And now Teddy dives on forward. It is going to be a Chemtech Soul as Hype wants to get this damage down. Closer kills Teddy, just flash executes him. And there is the keeper's verdict, but the verdict is in. You are dead. And there is nothing you can do about that. As we have a bit of Biffo in the top lane, but it's top lane.
I guess that's another reason why Poppy's not great in this composition, is you just get shot before you...
Yeah, gotta watch out for those line skill shots.
Yeah, while you're channeling your ultimate, you're very easy to get hit by a Jhin ultimate. That's actually really problematic. I think that's maybe you shouldn't have picked this champion. All right, so
Jhin wasn't the problem.
I don't know.
The good old flash rise.
I was saying the it's an 80 carry meta right now, but I don't know. Today it's a jungler meta, man.
Oh,
The jungle impact we've seen today is kind of insane, as Croco is able to get in here and actually secure this. And then, like, things get a little bit hairy here in this fight, as Teddy is doing a ton of damage, gets on the back line, is able to take Croco out. But then,
that one chomp with the Trinity Force, it's absolutely massive.
And then Hype is like, no, my ultimate.
That was very comical in the end.
Yeah.
As all right, DRX are looking to take down this Rift Herald. It will be secured, as now Croco going to just walk on up, but he's a little late to this party as they're guarding the eye. DRX haven't been able to lock that one down just yet. And Croco just placing kennels in the area.
I think, bro, like this is a fine win here, but don't overstep your victory on this skirmish, as they may do that. They may overstep slightly. Not going to commit. And actually now going to go for the turret with more reason.
Yeah, what are we doing here? We're not allowed to be here! Oh god, Closer just takes him down. That is going to be first turret going over to the bros as well. As Rich
Atlas
in this bottom lane, we're going to check it out, but the teleport will be able to defend.
The tempo vibes are not
The pendulum do be swinging, Wolf!
They're not with me right now. They are not with DRX Predators. Me and Wadid starting to get a little bit stressed out.
Yeah, we're going to need that Wadid cam back. We need to see both sides of this. As never mind. I mean, DRX still in fine position. It's only 500 gold the difference between the two teams. And this is Rise Group, baby. We will never know until we know.
The vibes are gone. And that's always a big indicator of who's going to win. Sponge here looking for Closer.
Yeah, he's going to get dove on as Polo just a little late to the party. The Realm Warp not going to work out. The Bramble Smash looked kind of cool. Kennel placement, great. But unfortunately, the tree is still dead. And the vibes,
just like that, Atlas.
Yep. That's what a pendulum does.
I'm so back.
This is like a swing set, the video game.
Yeah, you've basically just described how momentum works.
In a swing.
And which is what Tempo Vibes is.
Well, Croco is trying to eat a Poppy, and
that's
Poppy says goodbye.
And that's another reason not to pick Poppy there.
Well, I mean, did disengage relatively well. Teddy going to be able to lock down this turret at the
I'm
same
just
time.
making every reason. All right, so Closer here does go just a little bit too far up. Sponge has been if you cross the line, like the line, the kind of equator of the rift,
yeah,
I will police you. And he has been finding these angles. This time, of course, set up by Rich, but he came down to finish the play there and to get the punish onto Closer.
Very nicely done.
Game state, hard to define. I think Teddy is the biggest problem here on the rift, but Rich is becoming a larger one. But on the other side, like, you still have the scaling Rise, and the Yorick is not going to be able to team fight, but has been pretty effective in sides thus far.
Yeah, we'll see how Morgan is going to play this one out as the game continues. As 1,000 gold lead here for DRX, as we were talking about, it has swung back in their direction. Croco, oh man, he's like, thanks, Teddy. Preparing some honey fruit for me? Fantastic.
Yeah.
We'll be able to wander on in. I think so far, Croco certainly has been the most important member of the bros. His assertiveness.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, still making the confidence plays.
I think like
some of the other players seem a little paralyzed in this one.
I feel like I can write the jungle palm down now. Regardless of who wins.
What happened in game one again?
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, I can't quite remember. Hang on, who was in it? That was the Jarvan. Yeah, no, it's Croco. He played Jarvan on this day.
Yeah.
It's the day of the jungle.
The setup here for the dragon is better for Bro, but it's a Chemtech dragon. It's not even Chemtech soul point, so they're a little bit timid to.
It's also Otacon topside as well. So it's a little bit mixed. As Rich here hanging out in this lane, Polo in position as Andil going to be walking over this sapling. Bro have started off this Drake, but in comes Sponge with that Mega Cone. Closer looking for Yeho on an angle, and the Bros have so much vision control. It is absolutely insane. There is still a ward in here, but Sponge, can you win this 50-50? Keeper's verdict is in, and the verdict is goodbye, Mr. Trundle. And now we got a Rune Prison. The curtains have been called, and this monkey is not long for the world. Down he will go, does get a fair bit of work done. But the sacrifice is monkey for dragon.
Yeah, and I don't think there's really going to be too much that Bro can do to capitalize on the lack of a jungler here. There's no way to get... If Otacon was bottom, you could try to do some shenanigans there, but I just don't see it.
Oh, they just run towards top lane, maybe take that one down.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to head up there. It's taking a little bit of time, but they have Realm Warp, so I suppose with Realm Warp, you kind of can pull this off. There is a TP for Rich, but the DRX need to come over there like ASAP. Like, where do you think they went, Teddy? Yeah, they're up there doing Otacon.
They are going to spot him, as Teddy does find out, but that is just information that it is going to go down that they would have got anyway. And Morgan looking to defend this, so the Otacon in trade for the Dragon, and they get the kill. That feels like a pendulum swing to me, baby.
Yeah, no,
it's not enough to make the gold do that, though.
No, it's a big win, though. And they did get the bottom turret, but they were unable to get mid. And that was just the call. Okay, push turrets. We can't stop this. And at least they got something back. DRX, that is. This fight was a little bit wonky. Morgan's on the flank here, but he's a flanking Yorick, so, you know, not really this fight setup I think the Bro needed to definitively secure the dragon. Ends up going over to DRX, but Sponge has to sacrifice himself for it, doesn't have flash. And like you said, he did some damage there at the end, but not too impactful. I didn't think that Bro were going to be able to get Otacon, but with Realm Warp and how quickly they made the call, they were certainly able to do so. DRX kind of caught with their pants down on that one.
Yep, a little bit unfortunate, and like with the fact that it wasn't Double Dragon. We mentioned the Double Dragon being so important.
Yeah.
And that steal away from Croco and that Mountain Drake certainly is coming up trumps here.
Because I actually think for both these comps, Chemtech Soul can be kind of insane. Especially when you consider the Wukong.
Yeah. Oh, and Trundle, man. Trundle really
already,
likes it.
Yeah, he's already got so many resistances.
Yep. I mean, Maokai with the Sap Sipper, you know, there's a lot of options.
Jax, too, if he lives a little bit longer, gets one more Counter-Strike off, you know, it's...
As it turns out, Chemtech Soul is, in fact, the best right now.
It's actually pretty good.
Yep. Justice for Orcs. Thank you for the Chemtech Soul, my friend. It's all right. Bro's now pushing on up. I can feel... So they may not necessarily have a lead. They're down a dragon. I can feel the Bro tempo vibes, though, man. I can feel them.
Yeah, this is... a lot of tempo that they actually have with literal tempo on the bottom side of the map here.
And a cleanse has to come out here from Teddy.
Okay, we're going to see a collapse on Morgan.
Flash in onto Morgan. Can he stick around? Oh my god, gets so much health back. Everyone turns up as the jump scare comes in. They might be able to just take down this turret. They may need to as Crocu's going to walk in. Puts a kennel on top of Sponge. He's got to fight off to the side as to keep his verdict. Does get rid of the Yorick. And now Rich is just trying to run away. Finally, the Trundle takes down the Monkey, but that flash in from Morgan will get denied by Rich. Andal doesn't have the same level of safety, though.
They're gonna
and Yahoo is chilling out in the top lane.
They're going to get this turret in the top lane. Teddy had a really strong push in mid as well, so it's not like DRX get nothing back, but this is definitely a trade up for Bro, who will also get turrets in exchange during these backs here. They have a huge wave in mid to take the mid turret down. They got Demolish here as well because it's a Yorick pushing this one down. They get the bottom turret, and DRX, they're gold.
Oh, God!
Gone. They're getting another one.
That's going to be an inhibitor turret?
Rich is TPing into mid.
Another inhibitor turret, and he's straight into a baby cage as the Ghoulie Wall is going to pin him down. So, yeah, that is a lot of money towards the Bros, as if the pendulum wasn't already swung back.
I think it got stuck.
Now, yeah, it is now up on the Bros side, well and truly.
Yeah, I think it just got stuck up there. I think it's caught on something.
I'm really looking forward to when it starts swinging back to. What is that going to be? The next Drake fight? Probably where DRX is going to make something happen.
This fight, this scenario here where the collapse happens on the Morgan and then they turn into a Realm War play is just fantastic. Like, this is not the kind of playstyle that Closer is known for, is actually making like really good macro plays and reads on the map, but he's had several Realm Warps now this game that have been possibly game-winning for Bro. Like, he was able to make the call to go to Otacon, he was able to make the save here happen on the bottom side. He's utilizing the Rise so incredibly well, and what looked like a potential pick there and taking the Yorick out of a side lane actually meant that Yorick gets insane value, gets that mid turret, they got the inhibitor turret in bottom lane, and suddenly DRX and all DRX Predators are in big trouble.
Shambles all over the place. And it's feats of strength versus this Otacon that the Bros now have as well. The Bros going to be feeling pretty good about that one, I could imagine, especially with the fact that they have the Rise, so it's level 16 for Closer here at 25 minutes. 3 items now complete. This Rise is very large, and I would hazard to say in charge.
Yeah, I think he's the boss right now. He might be, he's like Croco?
It's him and Croco, but honestly, I do feel like they're both the kingpins of this one, if you know what I mean. Both of them sitting on 4 and 1 as well.
Yeah, sometimes you can actually have 2 equal bosses.
Yeah, right? It's
usually
like,
they're like twin brothers in a video game.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The twin brothers in the video game, man.
Yeah.
And,
exactly.
and they have all those lines where they're like saying each other's, like finishing each other's sentences and stuff like that.
Yes, brother.
Yes, exactly. Oh, it's perfect. You've been playing a lot of Yakuza.
Yeah, well, they're also like the, they could be like the twins in Invincible, which you haven't seen yet, so you don't.
Yeah, or in the Matrix Reloaded.
Closer is going to get Blast Cone engaged on, but he's aware that this could happen.
He also has a Zonias.
Yeah. Valdez is.
I tried that pronunciation on, didn't like it.
No. Valdez is knowing that cone.
Yep.
Engage angle. Like he's been talking to closer. He's like, watch out for those.
Yeah. They're really annoying.
And he just respects it. Doesn't know where the rest of DRX is. Not going to push up too far. They did successfully shut the Rise out of a side lane for a moment though, and gives Rich some time to breathe. He needs that TP up badly.
There is so much about this bro comp that I love for the Rise group though. And that is
it's
the
Rise
amount,
also.
Yeah. The amount of macro training wheels that it has.
Yeah.
Think about it. Saplings for vision.
Yeah.
Throw them into a brush. No need to face check. No need for added information. Throw in a little sapling and you're fine.
Yeah.
Oh, you're caught on the wrong side of the map and there's a guy that doesn't have teleport that's near closer. Oh, that's okay. Just bring him on up with a realm warp.
Yeah.
It's fine. Mispositioning has been sorted out.
If you're a top laner who's not sure when to ult, just ult all the time.
Yeah, exactly. If your AD carry is like struggling moving up too far, which Hype is currently maybe doing, no, never mind. There is a Maiden and a Yorick in front of him as another inner turret is going to fall down.
Don't want a side lane? No, just with this comp 5-man it.
Yeah, but what I was going to say is like the Jhin just stands a billion miles away and you're at no risk. You just fire the shots. It's fine.
Was optimistic from Yahoo. I don't think there's really any fault, but they are going to keep everyone around here, so Rich gets some extra time with his turret. His TP is back available now. We'll get the Demolish here, and should be able to take this turret out and escape.
Yeah, Morgan is going to come in, puts Rich in the ghoulie wall, as Deadly Flourish not going to quite find the angle here.
Ooh, this is a lot of
interest.
This is a lot of people chasing this Jax, and now DRX have been able to get some vision control around this Baron. Things getting a little bit scary here for Bro all of a sudden as DRX really pulled them around the map. Maybe they needed those training wheels after all.
Pendulum. You can see it has swung back to neutral as far as money is concerned. Drake's now even as well.
Elder flip.
Oh, this is such a Rise Group Game 3, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. The last Rise Group game, potentially ever.
Oh, God. There will never be another Rise Group game in 2025.
That's true. That's never going to happen. Unless, like, I suppose there's a world where like that we have to regame this for some crazy reason. Like some fan just runs out of the audience and like breaks Closer's keyboard over his knee. We're like,
yeah,
why
Chronicler is here, but he was a bro predator today. Okay, but he's sitting on the DRX side.
Oh my God! What if Chronicler intervenes in the game?
Do you know what that means?
There he is. Look at him.
See how blue that is?
Do you see him scheming?
Oh, he's so scheming,
He's scheming so hard.
And you know how he doesn't? He constantly says that he doesn't believe in curses. Like, this is the ultra curse. He's a known bro anti, and he predicted bro today?
Yeah.
If there's, like, that's the definition.
And he's sitting on the wrong side. I don't trust like that. I don't know about that.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. All right, Sponge gonna get realm warped on.
But he's got blast cone.
Oh, Valdez. Tell us how it is.
-1 realm warp. The pendulum swings back a little bit towards DRX.
Not the pendulum again!
As side lane win in the top lane for DRX as well. Although it's quite minor because they can't really threaten that turret. And Morgan does have TP and will be able to answer the wave.
Yep.
But they have vision. They didn't really get that much vision control around the Baron.
You know what? I need Morgan to sell these control wards and just buy a Dead Man's Plate, because then I think he has just a full outfit.
Yeah!
He's got shoes, a top, a cape, pants with the Dead Man's Plate.
Yeah.
A fan for some reason, and a sword-ish. Right?
Is Trinity Force actually a fan?
I mean, it looks like a fan to me. It could be a shield.
What
it could
is
just
it
be a
supposed to
triangle.
Wait, do we even know what it is?
I think it's a coaster.
Okay, there we go. I like that.
I imagine it's just a coaster.
Yeah.
It's a triangle coaster. They're trying to be a bit hipping with it.
Yeah.
Triangle coasters are the way these days.
Triangle coasters are a little bit hot now.
Yeah.
All right,
you do need to get a quite large one. It's not great for spatial efficiency.
This is potentially the beginning of a fight that could decide this game. The dragon is up, but it's only soul points, not soul. And Baron Vision is where the real action was happening there for just a moment there on the top side.
Oh, real action I think is a bit rich. Oh no, sorry, he's Jax.
Yeah. So Closer's gonna solo this dragon.
He's gonna wander up to the dragon and kill it.
Rich is sussing this out. And they do not have TP for Closer, so this might have been a bit of an error.
Well,
Or?
There does need to be a teleport to come in, as Croco is just going to walk on over and eat the dragon from 200 health.
What am I watching here?
Well,
what you started the Baron? He doesn't have TP, and you were on the top side with more members.
This is what we like to call caught napping.
They came over to watch the dragon get taken, and then they're like, all right, well, I guess you got it.
Have you heard of hypnotism?
Yes, I do. I am aware.
Bros in action actually does have a secret property.
Now Bro gonna get the Baron started up first? Come on, DRX!
Look at this hypnotism, man.
Second World Championship possibilities might be fading before your eyes.
Exactly.
As this is just a dead Baron. They got the ult followed, it's own him away. There's no way.
They just walk up to the dragon, take the dragon. And then their master plan is walk up to the Baron and take the Baron.
They removed the pendulum.
Yeah, do you know what they didn't remove? The training wheels, baby. That is those macro training wheels on full display.
There you go. I mean,
this game makes no sense.
Closer literally just walked over to the dragon. They were like, I think he's doing dragon. They identified he was doing dragon. Instead of doing Baron and trade, they were like, let's show up very slowly to the dragon and then not secure it. And
the only explanation is hypnotism.
I think it was the tempo vibes.
I mean, the tempo vibes definitely another thing. As Morgan has completed the Thornmail, so he now has shoulder pads on his outfit. Still doesn't have pants, unfortunately. We do need to make sure that Dead Man's Plate comes in, so he doesn't look silly. But that's okay. We don't necessarily know whether Thornmail goes down low enough. Maybe it's got a kilt attached.
It could.
As well. That would be pretty cute.
Thornmail does look like a Monster Hunter armor.
It does, doesn't it? Like a Rathalos armor or something like that? Yeah, absolutely.
So with Baron here and no inhibitor turret, they can kind of just hang out and siege this and wait for DRX to engage. Like, Sponge has to find an angle. He has flash if they're going to stop this. Otherwise, they just lose this inhib. And I think they should consider defending it.
They need to break out of this hypnotism, man. As Keeper's Verdict is going to get rid of the Yorick, and now Closer goes golden. Can they buy enough time? That's the question. As the nature is grasping, but perhaps it is grasping at straws. As Rich goes golden, he gets punched back though. Polu holding them at bay as Rich is flashing, but so is Croco. And he dives in. Give your tribute to the king. As he goes down, Morgan flashes away though. Finally, they take down the Yorick. This is an absolute disaster here on both sides, but it's the bros that thrive in moments like this.
Yahoo.
Hype, you thrive in moments like this, by the way.
Yahoo's going to try to get a back off here so they cannot take out these Nexus turrets. I mean, there is a wave at Baron.
Hang on, just stop the backs. Never mind. Polo is dead. And now it's Hype versus Yahoo.
He gets one Nexus turret and then he's out. He's out of there. That's all I can't end the game. I'm just a lowly Jhin. I'm just a Jhin. Can only shoot 4 times.
Ran out of bullets, guys. Gotta go back to forest.
This fight is actually so insane because everyone has all their activatables, right? Closer has his buy some time, and it's wild. Like, there's a GA for Sponge here as well. So the fight is kind of insanely difficult to follow. Rich goes into the back line here, but it actually ends up being his undoing. And then Teddy is like, okay, maybe.
Polu.
And he has Zonias, but he uses it at an opportune moment. Hype takes him out. Polu does a ton of work, as you mentioned.
Yeah, Captain Pajamas, man, just smashing him with the brambles.
I think that if that was played a little bit more cleanly or a little bit faster there from DRX, they probably end up winning the fight, but they kind of botched it. Teddy went forward, has Zonias, but used that at the last possible second, and they survive. But,
and the gold, it's still under 1,000.
No, I know. That's not... I don't even... Why is that even... I don't know. Like, it makes sense why it's like that, but I just...
I mean...
but also it doesn't.
Yeah. There is still the issue of the Ryze situation, who did die very early in that last fight. And both of the mid laners do have their death caps completed. But I do think that Closer is just going to be so difficult to deal with. Also, I mean, like, Hype is all of a sudden a champion again.
They can just take this dragon for free. Like, right now, they're in the mid lane super far up as a 5-man. Maybe just go grab Dragon Vision and secure his. Sponge is looking for a crazy flank.
He's not going to be hypnotized again. No. He does not want to get hypnotized again. 15 seconds.
I mean, this is soul for bro. TP going to come through here for Morgan. Has his Rookern, which...
He's got his Gotcha Claw.
Yeah.
He is ready to gamble.
I think this is likely the fight that decides the game, as Rich is going to get caught.
Yep, there's the Realm Warp. He's already used the Leap Strike. As closer look, he's just lumbering towards him very slowly. But Hype is just going to follow the minion wave. All right, DRX, you can have a third dragon. Because we're just going to win the game. Yeah. Okay, bro. I mean, that's their name for a reason. It's just, okay, bro, just win, I guess. As in goes Rich, taking a fair bit of damage. There's the Keeper's Verdict being channeled, but that is just going to go on a little bit of a cooldown.
Sponge decides not to recall because he wants to take Dragon, but he knows they're collapsing towards him, so...
Bit of decision paralysis.
He could try to actually find an angle here with the Cyclone if they can follow up, but there's a mid-wave pushing through, and I just don't think there's any way DRX can collapse the way they'd like to. Sponge tries for it, though. Sponge?
He's just going to walk on up.
Wants a Smite steal.
Well, let's see what he can do here. As he just can't. Polo with the Nature's Grasp. It is just so easy to confirm these neutrals.
Yeah, no, it's really easy. You just look towards the enemy and say, no, you can't come anywhere near this, which is why I was kind of calling it like poor man's Renata, but it's working out in these moments. You know, just saying, Sponge, I'm not allowing a 50-50. I'm not allowing entry. We're not going to fight for anything anytime soon. So I can toss this one out. It'll be back up when they look to contest for Baron. That's exactly where all of these champions are heading now with that additional soul buff. Trundle, difficult to kill here. Yorick, kind of problematic, but it's literally the Trundle that gets the most value out of this in this upcoming fight. Level 18 is Croco in this game. Look at his items as well.
I don't think he dies again. It's a 3-stack Chemtech Soul on a Trundle.
And he has like so much MR.
Yeah.
So Teddy's poke means nothing to him. The Aurora means nothing to him.
Well, Control Ward does go in. DRX have a decent wraparound. Look at this Ghoulie army, though, that Morgan does have trailing after him. The Baron up and available. That is going to be where the battle lines are drawn. There is the Cyclone engage, but Polu finds Teddy. Sponge taking a lot of damage, but Closer is going to be the first to go down. Andal gets a heroic charge, and it is absolute heroism as Hype does find the fadeaway shot onto the jungler, and Croco's alive, but unfortunately, the rest of his team is dead. It's a triple for Rich. My perfect predictions.
Oh, Croco, you said he wasn't gonna die.
Wait, can Croco just walk up and eat the Nexus?
You said he wasn't gonna die.
If he eats the Nexus, they win.
He wants to, but they are gonna come back and defend. But that means they don't get Baron.
All right,
Croco.
Can you get out? Croco, that's the... Yeah, well, he flashes. He will have his speedy, fast walkie ground. There it is. He can put down a pillar. He's out.
Rich.
Gets smote. Oh, will have Leap Strike up again, so they manage to hold down. Oh, he gets to press R, and it's not enough. Teddy locks it down, and then DRX managed to take the Baron.
This game is still on. Like the rest of the.
I mean, the pendulum do be swinging back.
No, it's DRX definitely in control now, but that was a ton of time buy for Croco. And they're going to get Baron, and then can try to push. This inhibitor is going to respawn shortly. As watching this fight again, it's actually just insane, the amount of value. And the main target you want to get here is the Rise, right? Because he's the main damage to it. Otherwise, it's
and
Jin.
Croco got ulted away.
Yeah, Croco's pushed away, so cannot impact the play anymore. And he's the immortal one. He's the tough one to kill. He actually would do so much in this fight if he is not knocked away, but Rise gets isolated early, and while he survives the Zonias for a little bit, he's not doing any damage in that interim. Teddy is just tearing them apart. And now, Baron to DRX.
Oh, but do you know what this means? So, do you think that DRX will be able to win the game off this Baron?
Not off this Baron alone, though. Unless something disastrous, like Bro makes a huge mistake.
Well, how do you feel about somersaults and mythical beasts of the scaled variety? Because I'm sensing a bit of an elder flip in our future.
Oh, okay, that's what you were. Okay, I got you. I was like, Wukong, is he really like? He's mythical, but like.
Yeah.
I could see the elder flip being decides it all. Yeah. I was kind of leaning towards that.
That would be the perfect bookend,
bro,
to the Fries group.
Bro absolutely should not just like walk in and try to fight DRX right now. Like, I think they have to just wait out this Baron as best as they can. Their wave clear with the Rise is okay, so and just kind of chill here, clear it wave by wave. You know what I mean? Don't try to force the obscene flank fights, because that could just end your entire year. 2025 is over to whoever loses this
And
next
whoever
fight.
wins could be world champion.
That's right. That's the difference.
We have to remember.
That's Rise Group, baby.
Yep. 6,500 gold is going to be the lead here for DRX, but we are very quickly approaching full build for everyone.
Yeah, and it's still a near full build Trundle who has a ton of MR and has Chemtech soul stats when he goes low.
Oh, and we also now get to test to see whether Teddy is once again going to sell boots and lose the game, which did happen.
He won't sell boots this time. He's got tier 3
Yeah, he does have tier 3 boots, which means it's highly likely that he does not sell them this time around.
All right, Elder up in just a few
minute.
Yeah, just a few more seconds here. But DRX, but they didn't break open the base, they didn't get any inhibitors, and they weren't able to push in and get any real advantages with this Baron. They can keep Prio with it, but it will. There's like a window where they don't have Baron, and there's time for Bro to clear those waves and actually have a real straight-up 5v5 fight. Like, it's going to be a fair-ish fight. DRX should still have Prio, but there's Realm Warp. There's a lot of things to consider here, how far away Jin can fight.
Yep.
And it's just going to be one Elder fight to decide this entire game, the entire fate of these 10 players.
All the inhibitors in the game are up and available. It is an even playing field. Although 6,000 gold is in favor of DRX.
A whole year of LCK for these two teams leading to this one moment.
100% of the remainder of 2025 will belong to the victor of this series.
30 series in the year, and this is the one that matters most.
Realm Warp is okay. Realm Warp to bring Closer and Hype back towards the team. They won't be able to have that for the next battle. The Elder up in 5 seconds time.
DRX just want to take the fight off the Elder. Look at the split here for DRX. Sponge has his GA, of course, still.
Sponge is not really the guy that wants to be away from the Elder Pit, though. And he's going to get slowed down by the Morning Mist. There is the flash having to be employed. Keeper's Verdict is in. That gets rid of the Maokai. But Bro can now disengage. And with the Keeper's Verdict on cooldown, it's a real rough time as the Maiden trying to run away, and she will be able to get out of there.
So many tools used for Bro here that they don't have for the fight anymore, and I think that's probably going to be the go button here for DRX. They can use this Honeyfruit to heal up and head straight to the Elder Dragon itself. Yehu on a flank, perhaps caught.
I mean, he's just going to get chomped by Croco. Walks towards him, Redemption comes down, and now the Elder has been started.
Okay, here we go. This is it.
Yep, Bro.
Everything.
Oh, it has to be a 50-50. Come on, junglers, both of you in the pit. Mano a mano. As, all right, Yehu is just going to pop like a balloon. The grenade is dancing around the fight, but Closer is going to go down as well. Both mid laners are dead. It's an absolute melee. A bloodbath, but Rich getting in on top of them. The GA is going to work, but Teddy is dead. And Morgan is just smacking them with a shovel. The shovel of the monster. And Sponge is going to be the last man standing, but that monkey is going to be put in the ground, and the Bros will do it!
And Hype, 10,000 damage in the fight. Who says you can't team fight? It's not Morgan, as they are going to win it. They are going to go to play-ins here, and Bro saved the year on an Elder fight in a 45-minute game to close out the 5th and final Game 3 between these two teams. Bro have done it.
And I just have to say, Wolf, Wadid, it must suck to lose.
It does actually a lot. It's not good. I'm not enjoying it.
But man, what an incredible series between these two teams. Oh my god, that game. Look at Hype. You can see there's a bit of sheepishness.
Yeah?
A little bit of sheepishness there from this Jin player who had a rough start to the game. But then, do you know what happened? Do you know what was the real, like, what got the pendulum actually undulating, right? It was Croco.
Croco.
Flash bite.
Croco had an insane performance today. There is just no denying it, but everyone had a part to play. Even Hype, who really struggled, was able to do 10,000 damage in the final fight. And Teddy played it super well. I thought for sure if we go to a fight like this, like, it's going to be Teddy who cleans up. Teddy gets like a quadra, and that's how DRX make it. But no, not in this case, with Morgan sticking to his champion pool, right? Sticking to his identity, playing what he's best at. And he team fights with Yorick. It does a lot of work in that last fight. Hype, 10,000 damage, and just it was such a chaotic fight. It really tests your mettle when you have so many activatables. Yeah, Bro fans emotional as they should be. But this is just the first step.
Yeah.
The first step to go to Worlds, the first step to win Worlds, it starts here.
It does. Morgan's done it before. DRX, the name of the team, they've done it before. 2022, a beautiful year, but a lot of people forget that Humble Life Esports run as Dudu stepped down. Morgan picked up those reins and helped pilot that HLE that were in 6th place to top 8 in the world. That could be exactly where the bros are headed right now.
That certainly could be. That's the craziness of it. And for DRX, we'll just never know what could have been.
Oh, man.
Our format this year allows every single team that makes it into play-ins to potentially have that miracle run. And, you know, it's not a very exclusive like play-in system or playoff system, but it means that the teams that have a good run at the end might be able to have that insane miracle run, right? And it is very cool for Bro that they're able to pull this off here despite the game state, despite everything. And they were the better team today in the end.
Yeah.
I am just kind of like, I lost my Preds, but I'm kind of like emotional about for Bro a little bit, yeah.
It is beautiful for Bro. I do want to say that, I mean, DRX clapped them in game number 2. We know these two teams, either one of them could have got there. It was the Bros that had the confidence to make those few plays that got them there. And the training wheels for that macro. And the Brypnetism and all of that weird stuff that happened in the mid to late game that we would just prefer not to acknowledge.
This fight is one that, you know, DRX players might be over a bottle of soju tonight watching over and over and over again, because it felt like this was the moment where they had done it. It felt like this was the moment where the game was decided, and yet they didn't get much done with the Baron, and it all comes down to this.
Oh, Polu just finds him.
And look at Hype, just untouched, doing massive amounts of damage. Look at how much he hits Teddy for.
Flashed straight on top of him, but even gets caught, but the GA.
Yeah, the GA is what allows him to respawn here and then continue to just chunk them out. Look at him go.
My God, man. Look at Closer just cheerleading from the side.
A story of redemption for like the Jin doing 10,000 damage at the end. It was only possible if you kill the 80 carry on the other side. He flashed on him and took him out, and like, after having such a rough series, he was the weakest player out of 10 until that moment.
You can see him giggling. Like, I don't think that he has any illusions about how this game was going, but he finished so incredibly strong, and that is the main thing. Oh my goodness, these play-ins, they don't know what's coming for them. I know somewhere there is some Gen G players just that little bit more nervous.
Look at that. Look at Hype there in the middle of the booth as well, or Hambach, sorry, in the middle of the booth.
Yeah.
He could be a world champion.
He could.
And,
he absolutely could.
Edgar and Umpty watching on as Bros clutch it.
Oh, for the absolute cinema that this was.
And of course, Chronicler, who was a bro predator.
And they were
sat on the DRX side, who cares about predictions so much as a year as well.
They were also down 3,000 gold at the end of that game, as Croco is obviously going to pick up the POM. 2-0-21 on the Jarvan is enough to get it by itself, but he was also an absolutely immortal Troll King in that last game.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy vote. And ultimately, Atlas, Valdez, and Chronicler who voted for Bro in this.
Power to the play-by-plays. I don't know how many, I could definitely count on a couple of fingers the amount of perfect weeks that I've had. As far as predictions are concerned. This is a big moment for me. I don't know about Valdez. He's often smarter than I am, so perhaps he's done better. On the Korean side, that means Prince. Also, congratulations on the first places. There it is! We did it, Valdez! Justice for play-by-plays! Did he fall over? Are you okay?
I think he's okay.
All right, you've got a couple of interviews to get yourself better, and then you'll have to also be elated when we get back to the space. All right, Bro going to be up first for the interview, and then we'll be saying goodbye to DRX, unfortunately.
Yeah, feels like a I don't know, sad but happy, a weird ending to the season.
Yeah, right?
It was such an intense moment, and that's it for DRX and DNF, of course, who were eliminated long ago, and we won't be seeing any of those players until next year. So shoutouts to those players, though, who gave it their all for an entire grueling, insanely long format year here at the LCK.
Yeah, and we also want to say thank you to the Rise Group for just being incredible. And finishing on such an incredible high note as well. This series, the first two games, made us believe that maybe the last one was going to be quick, and then it wasn't. It built up to that incredibly intense moment. Bro coming out on top, and honestly, either team could have won depending on where the pendulum was at any point in time. Oh, an absolute joy. And now we get to have a chat with Bro after their victory. So let's throw it over to Diff, translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the full team interview for the season finale for 2025 regular season. We will do the interview with both sides. We will start with OK Savings Bank Brion. Please welcome Morgan, Kroko, Hambak, Closer, Hype, and Paulu. What a feisty match. Let's talk to Morgan first. With that last match of the season victory, you clinched the play-ins. After the whole Suckfest, how did it feel to destroy the Nexus at the very end? I feel like we were stuck in a chains of losses in round 5 especially, but I think it feels amazing to be able to stay in our game and make sure that we're able to finish off strong with a victory. And in game 1, you said Ambessa is feeling great today, and we actually finally got your first Ambessa win with not much good memories with Ambessa. Were you concerned about it at all? Of course, I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't concerned at all, but this was just something that I was responsible to do, so I actually just went ahead and said, I will do it, I'll take this role, and I'm just really glad that my teammates were able to set me up. Well, big congrats. And did you know that there are a lot of familiar faces cheering for you on site? Perhaps you felt the buff. Your past head coach Edgar and Umti are on site. Did you feel the buff? You know, actually, when we were doing our greetings, I actually saw them and I said hello. And when I saw their face, it actually helped me calm my nerves down. So I was laughing and I had a good time. Any message over to them? I did not expect to see you guys. I'm just so grateful that you were able to cheer for me here on site. And Kroko, from round 2, you joined the Bros to make it to the play-ins. How does this season feel? You know, there are just so many regretful parts looking back, but you know, we won our last match, which feels amazing. And you even got a POM today because of your amazing performance. And you know how elimination matches are just so terrifying. So to do well, what did you focus on? After our recent loss, and we came all together to discuss as a team to figure out what is really the reason why we keep losing on stage. And then we try to supplement a lot of those things and then try to make sure that we're able to refine everything that we need to work on until today. You know, the back and forth was just simply a nail biter, and you were stranded alone to hit the Nexus and died at one point. So how did you feel in that moment? You know, when we all died in front of Baron and I was the only survivor? You know, I thought that maybe if I can just pull the Jax and Aurora, I might be able to win. But because I died, it went pretty dicey. But in the end, I think my teammates were the ones who actually carried me to the end. So thanks to them, I owe it all to them, really. And there is Prince watching you from the analyst desk. So do you want to say anything to Prince? No, nothing. No comment. I'll give you another chance. Really? Nothing? You know, yesterday while I was preparing for the match, I actually had a call with him. And he was asking, you know, you don't really look okay. Are you feeling fine? And I think he's always been silently trying to take care of me and look after me and make sure that I'm feeling okay mentally. So I'm really grateful for him.
감사합니다. 네, 크로코 선수였고요. 이어서 한박 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
And next up, we have Hanbak. You were part of round 1 of the regular season. How will you remember this regular season? You know, I was always watching Kroko play, and I would always think about my own skills. And just watching the team's performance as a third person's perspective, I just always thought about what we can do as a team to improve and do better.
함께 보시면서 어떤 마음이셨을까요?
You know, while you were watching the match from the booth, how are you feeling emotionally? You know, the staff, the coaching staff, they all were really scared that we would get swept. And I just kept telling them, you know, honestly, there's no way we lose. And the moment that we were able to win the team fight at the very end, I just told them, I told you so. And any message to your fans? I want to make sure that I can get to the top of my form and always run after my success so that I can show you guys a good performance. Thank you so much for your your support. And closer, this was your first regular season with the pros. How do you feel? You know, it was just such an intense match till the very end, but I'm so glad that we were able to win today. And the play-ins was on the line, which could have been quite daunting. So, what was the mindset coming in today? You know, I just thought that it would be a life or death kind of a thing, and that was my main mindset today. You know, as the heart of OK Savings Bank Brian, you have delivered in key moments, and you know, there are so many fans, some of them even tearing up after seeing your performance. So, what are you most proud of during this regular season? I think during the regular season, just being able to stay on the same page as my teammates, although we had our shortcomings towards the very end, I think I can definitely tell that we saw a lot of growth, just being able to stay together as a team and just building our synergy. And what is your mindset going into the play-ins? You know, we'll be against Nongshim, and Calix is doing really well. You know, it's just something that, you know, I think Calix always says that he has to overcome me, and I'll just do my best to be that huge wall that he can't overcome. And let's shift over to Hype. You know, because Jin was able to survive at the very end, the last team fight, we were able to see you win. How do you feel? You know, this is my first LCK plans, which feels so refreshing and so nice. And I feel like this is my best moment in my professional career. Now, you joined as a lone player and built synergy over time. So did you face any difficulties? Because I was playing alongside new people, it wasn't always easy. But over time, we would communicate, we would try to build our synergy and chemistry. And what kind of performance would you like to show in the play-ins? So far, I don't think I have been performing to my standards, but I want to make sure that I can pull off some meticulous gameplays. Lastly, let's talk to Polu. This regular season is officially over. How do you feel? You know, being able to get this dopamine rush on the last match of the season, it feels great. I hope that I can carry this momentum over. And since the call-up last year, you have been on fire in the LCK. So, what was your goal last year, and how close did you get to that goal? I think even last year I really wanted to make it to the playoffs. And right now my teammates are just doing so well. So if we were able to make it to the playoffs, I feel like we can go even higher. So I think that's really my goal.
팀원들에게 마지막으로 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
So what would you like to say to your teammates then? You know, my bros, they've been doing so well for me and it actually puts off a lot of pressure from me. So I'm just really grateful for all of them.
자, 그럼 다시 모건 선수가 팀장으로서
And let's go back to Morgan, the team captain. Any message over to your fans? You know, until the very end of the regular season, we went through a lot of struggles. But you guys entrusted your faith in us and, you know, we just want to repay all of your support with a great performance. Thank you again. Let's give it up for OK Savings Bank Brian. Congratulations on your win.
자, 이제 OK저축은행 브리온 선수분들과의 단체
Now that is the end of the season and full team interview with OK Savings Bank Brian. And now we will have DRX on the stage for the next interview. We have a lot of our DRX fans sitting in the front row. Let's get ready to hear from them.
화답해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 올해 마지막 경기까지 최선을 다해준 DRX 선수분들 만나보도록 하겠습니다. DRX 선수단입니다. 리치, 스펀지, 예후,
We have DRX on the stage. Please welcome Rich, Sponge, Yehu, Teddy, and Angel. Hello.
네, 리치 선수부터 만나서 이야기 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 리치
Rich.
선수 2025 시즌 모든 경기를 마치셨습니다.
You have completed the 2025 season. How do you feel?
되게 아쉬움만 남는 시즌이었던 것 같고.
You know, the season was just full of regrets.
혹시 리치 선수에게는 아쉬움이
Yeah,
있더라도
just very unfortunate. What a bummer.
있다면 어떤 게 있을까요?
What do you think is the key takeaway from this season? You know, I haven't really put much thought into something like that, but I think after returning to the LCK after some time, I think I just learned how to stay diligent. So what are your goals for the future? I think I want to keep on playing as a pro player as long as I can. And I really want to make it to Worlds at least once in my lifetime.
저도 함께 응원하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 이어서 스펀지 선수 만나보겠습니다. 작년에
Next up, let's talk to Sponge.
스펀지 선수인데요.
Now, you took your first step into the LCK last year. How does it feel to wrap another season with DRX? You know, there's a lot of regrets regarding our results, but you know, within the process, I did learn a lot, and I feel like personally, individually, we did grow as a team, and I feel the growth. And compared to last year and this year, how have you grown? I think the in-game skill sets and just managing my nerves on stage and maintaining a good mental fortitude. I think those are some of the things that I was able to develop as a pro player. There are so many fans who are here to support you, so any message over to them? You know, despite the regretful results, I'm just really grateful for all the fans for the unconditional support. And next season, I want to repay you with a better result.
이어서 예후 선수 만나보겠습니다.
Next up, Yehu.
돼서 활약을 해주신 예후 선수입니다.
After getting called up in round 2, you really went off. Now that the regular season is over, how do you feel looking back? I feel like we really should have closed it out strong this season, but I'm just really ashamed that we couldn't do that. So what are some personal takeaways? I think I have grown a lot mentally and learned a lot in game as well. And so how do you want to show up in the future? this year in particular, I want to make sure that I minimize all the things that I was lacking this year and show up better next year. And on the fan side, there's a fan that says that even next year that they will cheer you on. And next, Teddy, how do you feel to finish the season? Today's loss is quite a bummer, but we made it all the way to the end with my teammates. Honestly, I had fun, you guys. Actually, you reached some personal milestones today. You reached 2,500 LCK kills and 700 games. So as a veteran, how will you remember this season? As a team, the season allowed us to grow. And I think we have matured and grown so much mentally as a team. And please take this moment to do a shout out to your teammates. Good work, you guys. And thank you so much for not giving up until the very end. So let's keep doing well, fighting. And lastly, Andel. Since the standings were so uncertain until the very end, it must have been pretty scary. So what was on your mind on the way to the stage today? The only thing on my mind was to win. So was there anything that might be most memorable this season? Nothing in particular, but I think I tried to enjoy this season as much as I can, and I tried so hard. And it's tough, but you'll have to look ahead to next year. What goals do you have? I hope I'm just going to keep on trying to make sure that I'm a good support, that I develop into a better support that everyone thinks that is great. And now, the team captain, Teddy, will share a message to the fans. Despite the lackluster results, I just really am grateful that you guys are always supportive. And I hope that we can come back stronger next year. Thank you so much. Fighting, everyone. Thank you so much for your hard work until the very end, everyone. Thank you. And that's the end of the team interview with DRX, and back to the space. Thank you.
And thank you, dear, for your hard work until the very end. They did it for him. The bros, they got it done in the very end. And the justice for the play-by-plays also. Bro are in plans. They are actually there. They earned their spot in the very last moment. It was glorious.
Yeah, we actually saw they had this image up. After game 2, Bro all took a look, and this was really what gave them the motivation to power through and take that game 3.
It was so close till the end, though. It was really long late game, and every single team fight was so close. And Deegan and I were just sweating out, and it was just so insane.
Which is your favorite Deegan picture on the
The sandwich one, I think, is the classic.
It's so good. I like the screaming one.
Yeah, the screaming one. What was
definitely how he was?
When was it? It was a bro
after
game.
Game 2. After game 2.
I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, it was after a bro game. But yeah, he probably was like that after game 2. The many faces of Deegan.
So yeah. Good job, Deegan. Good job, bros. They're in it. Let's take a look at the POM votes, as it was pretty split. 6 out of 13. I think you guys win for Hype, especially for his very clutch last moments in those team fights where he was able to basically out-carry Teddy and carry his team to the victory.
Yeah, I think the Croco vote's very valid, and for a lot of that, I was leaning Croco, but I feel like it came down to that last clutch moment. And I think Hype also on the Corki game was good, but for me, that final fight, especially on Jhin, that seemed like the most uncomfortable team fight to play on Jhin. You didn't have space, didn't get a chance to ult, everyone was permanently on top of you, found a way to burst the targets. When Yehu got jumped on, he was there. When Teddy got rooted by Polu, he was there. And then went down to the GA, came back up, managed to survive getting the damage off. So it came to that clutch moment. he's stepped up, and hopefully he keeps doing that in play-ins.
Yeah, even though it's a POM, it was game 3 and it's the decider, you know, like either you go in or not, but it was the last team fight and he named himself Hype for a reason. We all could see that.
We saw the hype. He brought the hype. I totally agree with you guys on that one. Krako, also shout out to him. He did actually win the POM, and I'm sure we're going to see some of the comments towards him and also towards Morgan, who we did see some of those from the Korean side, as the way to get the chance for a Miracle Run to Worlds. One big chomp from Krako. He didn't play Renekton, but he did play the...
he played Trundle, you know, some big chomps.
Got the chomp. He also, his Jarvan game was actually ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, his Jarvan game was insane. The Trundle game really good as well.
All right, the Dong family rules the jungle. Bum Kim is Sponge, Dongjin Shin is Helios, and Dongbin Ko is Score. So there you go.
Yeah, he's trying to build up some I don't know, Dong family.
Which Dong is your favorite?
Oh, I mean, definitely Dongbin Ko is my favorite, but I think Dongbam Kim.
He keeps putting it in these situations, right?
Yeah, like
Score it, you know, like the earlier comment, but he puts Score. He's not helping himself.
I mean, just get rid of Helios and talk about S family, you know, Sponge and Score in the building. I think that's fair.
That would have made a lot of sense. I think that would have been safer. Krako and Closer, finally, you've avenged me. Prince used to play with these guys.
That's sweet.
So they avenged him. And we'll see how far they go, how much more avenging they can do. Let's teach the upper class legends what real League looks like.
I can't wait. But just the legend and Rise class, the clash of the gameplay and the culture. They don't know, right? They think that they haven't experienced real League of Legends, real Rise group League of Legends.
I mean, I think at the end, like, everyone enjoyed so much the Rise group games, you know? Like, at the beginning of the season, like, we were like, Rise group games are, like, kind of boring, but you know what? It's actually hype! Like, every game matters, and at the end, it was just so close as well.
Guys, I'm just gonna say, it's been months since Gen.G have won a series against Pro. It's been months since T1 have won a series against Bro. They aren't ready. They aren't ready for the Bros.
They aren't ready. I actually do agree. I think legitimately the Rise group was better. I think just the less quality League of Legends brought out the closer games and the crazy moments. So right in front of Edgar and General Umti, Bro proved they've got what it takes. A good one from Goko.
It's always nice when we get the support from the alumni from the team before, and I'm sure it helped. It came down to the wire, so definitely makes a difference when you have that support looking on.
So we've gone through the players of the match votes and comments. Let's go into the best ceremony for this week, as we are going to take a look at some of them from the side of DK, starting off with Lucid. What do we think?
That's a cute one. I like it a lot, as I'm head of the Lucid fan club. You know, I obviously...
You are?
I am, so...
You are? All right.
Gotta show a lot of support to this.
Doing, like, Chihuahua ears, right?
Yeah, the ears, you know?
So what's this one?
That's the...
Paging Dagon?
One of the football...
It always is.
One of the goal football things.
I don't watch football these days, but... Yeah, that's clearly Yone.
Yeah, that's a little Yone move.
That's Yone ulti.
Well, I really like Vikla, but I'm not a huge fan of Yone the champion. But it was still a good celebration.
Oh, the fake out! You thought he was gonna
punch the camera?
No. What is threatening is when Showmaker did that. You know, when he did the punch to the camera.
So apparently it was Michael Oles and Xavi Simons. I hope I'm saying that correctly.
I don't think so.
for Showmaker's ceremony. So there you go.
I like the Yone one.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
I'm kind of leaning Lucid because I am biased
like
towards...
Krako.
I'm head of the Lucid fan club, so I'm a little bit biased towards Lucid.
I think Krako was good. You know, like the fake out?
Yeah, the fake out.
Oh, yeah.
It's quite smile at the end.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, you know.
So let's take a look at the Rise standings now that we have finished off the Rise group. We also have the Legend group here on the left. And we have all of our teams for the postseason.
Yeah. Did we just peak with Rise group, you know? This was just one of the greatest things that League of Legends has ever encountered. And it's sad to see this over, but obviously 3 of these teams will be continuing in play-ins, joined by Nongshim. The one team from the Legend Group will be there. Nongshim up against Bro. Be interested to see how Nongshim does, because obviously we've seen them really suffering on the receiving end of these Legend teams, but now going up against some potentially easier opponents, you know, as I said, the mighty Bros. And then D+ against BFX, familiar opponents we've seen face each other many times.
The upcoming schedule for these planes teams is actually crazy. You have to like get into these planes, and then you have to play out the playoffs as well, which is actually crazy. And like they are waiting on the top.
And remember, it's all double elim, so this is like a giga massive bracket. So much to play through. Second chances for these teams, but we could see teams make massive runs through this.
So it's all going to start off with Nongshim Red Force, who, by the way, they have not won a match in, I think it's like 14, 15 series. It's really long. It's been a long time since Nongshim. 13. Okay.
Some would suggest that they're building up their Junus over this, you know?
Yeah. They have a lot of Dunas. And of course, we do have the play-ins bracket here for, I believe that was Challenger League. So you guys can check that out as well. Always good to see the up-and-coming talent. But more importantly than anything else, we do have to talk about predictions for the entirety of the LCK. Rounds 1 through rounds 5. Who wins?
Whoa.
It's, of course, the prophet, the man himself. It's Chronicler.
The man who will tell you he doesn't care about predictions. Once again, he's at number 1.
Genius.
Yeah. Well, I'm not last, so that's something.
By the way, only Helios could hang with us.
Oh, yeah.
Well, by us, I mean everyone except Ox over here on the global side.
Well, I'm happy with my place. I'm happy with exactly where I am.
I'm still happy with my result, you know. I think it was really close. It was really exciting at the end.
Yeah, I think percentage-wise, Ox had a really nice performance.
Yeah, I think it did a nice job.
Whoa!
Chronicle.
It's like a Genji, right?
You just never fall. And Wadid, you had some ups and downs, but eventually just consistent at first loser, second place. How does it feel?
Man, I mean, I tried my best, and I was like actually crying for this series, the last series, you know.
We were losing our minds.
Kind of like your pro career, right?
Yeah.
Oh!
I mean, it's better than my pro career, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you say?
What else I can say? I'm the loser. So.
What?
No!
No! What does it say? What does it say? Let's go, bro.
Give me the microphone, peasant. I came here today to crown Wadid. I had the crown on I was ready to give it to him because he had done so well. But guess what? He's not good enough! Better luck next year!
He's dead. Chronicler, why would you do this? It was just predictions. It didn't matter all that much.
Never let anyone tell you predictions don't matter.
We knew it the whole time. Okay, well.
I told you he cares!
That was it. Thanks for watching. Good night.
15주간 펼쳐진 150번의 승부. 치열했던 정규 시즌을 뒤로 하고 이제 새로운 스테이지가 시작됩니다. 라이즈 그룹을 뚫고 올라온 세 팀. 그리고 이들을 마주할 한 팀. 이들의 목표는 더 높은 곳에 있지만 그곳에 닿기 위해선 지금 이 무대에서의 승리가 필요합니다. 과연 그 첫 관문을 통과할 팀은 누가 될까요? 2025 LCK 플레인 스테이지 지금 시작합니다.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.